history tells you about Africa. Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google, who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Because he say, thou shalt not lie with another man. Now, the mother church, you are saying in England, is saying civil marriages. When the colonialists came, they came and gave us laws. One of them, the offense of sex against the order of nature. Now they are telling us that that has changed. Rediscovering the vision, the biblical vision of mentorship. And in my view, it is very important, particularly in Africa. Today, when I travel across the continent, and I do, in many countries, I am amazed by the number of buildings whose owners claim are churches. In a distance of 1 kilometer, you will see different denominations. The Bible is now the greatest instrument in creating false industries in the continent of Africa. And that is not to be celebrated. It is to be frowned upon. And we who claim to be Christians, and I normally use this very deliberately, we claim to be Christians. As to whether we are is another debate. We'll only discover that a little later when we are in heaven. And therefore, when we talk about rediscovering, we are saying that it was once discovered. But let us situate the Bible in its proper place. Christianity as we know it today in the continent of Africa was midwifed to us in the continent through Europe, through the missionaries. When they came, they were reading the very same Bible that we are reading today. When they sat in Berlin and were dividing the continent of Africa, they were reading the same Bible that we are reading today. The same Bible in which, in Paul's letter to the no Jews, no Gentiles, no slave, no free, no woman, no man. They read that verse. It was not interpolated later after they came. They read it. But they came here and conquered us. They came here and discriminated against us. The same Bible. They were being mentored by that very same Bible. They came here when they had divided the body of Christ. The English had appropriated the religion in 1534, and they now had their Anglican church complete with the monarch as its head. The Scots had appropriated their own, and they had the Presbyterian church. The Greeks had their Greek Orthodox. The Armenians, the Armenian Orthodox. The Roman Catholics were even bolder. They called it the Roman Catholic Church. So that even when they are in Uganda, it's not Ugandan Catholic Church, it is the Roman Catholic Church. And you are going there and you are saying you are Roman Catholic Church. In apartheid South Africa, they are the Dutch Reformed Church, which became the foundation stone upon which apartheid was articulated in 1948 by Hendrik Verwoerd and his cohorts. So the Bible has been misused. Don't be cheated. Let's not be nice to each other because we are Christians. The Bible has been misused. It has been used to support slavery. It has been used to support colonization. It has been used to pervert the truth. That is the Bible that we are saying we ought to rediscover. So when we are gathered here as Christians and we are talking about rediscovery of mentorship in the Bible, we must have a spirit that is a questioning spirit. When His Grace was preaching to us, he said, we must always be nice before we are good. Not always. And I've always talked about two approaches to be found in the Bible. One is of John the Baptist and Herodias. It's a dangerous path where you go out into the public and condemn evil. The only thing that you must know is that when you follow that path, Salome will ask for your head. But there are circumstances when it is necessary. Then there are circumstances when it is necessary to follow the path that His Grace has suggested. Read the conversation between Nathan and David and what he did to the wife of Prophet Uriah. He comes and tells him, in this place there was a person who had a lamb. Circumstances define which method you use. And in a forum such as this, we now live in a world where as Christians we are also very pretentious. We don't speak the truth as it ought to be spoken. And when I read the Bible sometimes as a Christian, I ask myself, what kind of Christian would I be? I often ask myself, if I lived in the days of Jesus, which of these disciples would I be? Because let us ask ourselves, when were we first called Christians? In fact, if you read the Bible and the history of Christianity and how we were first called Christians in Antioch, it was not a badge of honor to be called a Christian. It was not a badge of honor. It was a statement that these individuals who follow somebody whom we do not respect, whose ideas we do not respect, then we embraced it. But do we question that as Christians when we are reading the Bible? Do we read the Bible? Many of us who make the claim that we are not good Bible readers, despite your best efforts and best intentions. I normally ask this test question to my audience rather lately, and I'll test it this morning to determine how effectively you read the Bible. When you read the book of Isaiah, chapter 6, it says that in the year that King Uzziah died, the Lord appeared unto Isaiah the son of Amos. Then I ask Christians, and who is King Uzziah? They do not know. They have never read about him in the Chronicles because they are satisfied with what they are preached to and about. Christians don't read the Bible. They read sections of the Bible. And one of the instruments that has now made Christians not read the Bible is social media. They Google a particular section. Your Grace, you'll see if you are from the pulpit occasionally, most of your congregation are not looking at you when you are preaching the word. They are under the table. Many times you read the word and they are looking for it as if it never existed. That is the kind of Christians that we have today, claiming to be Christians. And if they claim to be Christians and you want them to rediscover mentorship from the Bible, how can they be mentored by something whose contents they do not know? I remember when we were baptized, we used to say, I reject the devil with all his works. I'm sure many of you remember that. That is not true. You never rejected the devil with all his works. Those were words that you just spoke on the spur of the moment. I remember one day when my little daughter was getting baptized. So we went for preparation for baptism at my church at the All Saints Cathedral. And the provost of the cathedral asked me, do you believe in child baptism? I said, I do not believe in child baptism. And he said, why are you bringing your child? I said, because I don't want you to give her trouble asking why were you not baptized. And we entered into a debate, and he asked me, why don't you believe in child baptism? I said, it has no biblical basis. Because if it had biblical basis, Christ would have been baptized as a child. That debate still lingers, and I'm quite certain some of you may not agree with me, but it has no biblical basis. As many as believed were baptized. Children cannot believe. They have no power of discerning. I'm still talking about rediscovering mentorship in the Bible. In this congregation, if I were to pick any one of you to recite for me the 10 commandments in the order in which they were given to Moses, I can assure you, and I'll not try it, I don't want to embarrass anybody. Out of 10, possibly only 2 would recite them in the order in which they were given. Because to you and me, 10 commandments have become 10 suggestions. 10 suggestions to be obeyed only when it is convenient. And yet, if we were to use the 10 commandments alone as the basis of governing our lives, we would need no other laws in the world. We would need no other laws in the world. But we do not look to the Bible. The Bible does not guide our lives. The Bible is a convenient thing that we make reference to when we want to cover our sins. It has become a moral fig leaf that we use to hide our nakedness. And I want to tell you that until and unless we change our ways, and it's a constant struggle for all of us, I now understand why Christ said how difficult it shall be to get into the kingdom of heaven. I do not know whether it's in Revelation where there is an attempt to say the number of people will get into heaven, and heaven is described. I used to think it was very small. I now know not many people may get there. Not many people may get, despite our pretension to the contrary. It is in Matthew 24:24 where it is recorded that there shall arise many Christs and many prophets who shall work wonders, and inasmuch as it were possible, even the very elect would be cheated by those Christs. And there is no shortage of them today. In every corner there is a prophet. And they have no shortage of names. Almighty, mighty, prophet. All names of individuals, and we follow them faithfully, and they are Bible thumping. They can make reference to the Bible. But remember, Paul's second letter to Timothy at chapter 3 says, in the end, in these end days, and these are those days, don't worry that it may even take another 1,000,000 years before the world ends. God, I'm told, doesn't count the way we do. But these are those days. And therefore, when we are gathered here as Christians, we must ask ourselves painful and difficult questions. Are our lives testaments to our claimed Christianity? Forget the many hallelujahs that we shout. We can shout hallelujah all we want. Forget I'm born again that we shout every minute is our life, our life's testament. To the person that we claim to follow Christ? Or we are merely church-going Christians? On Saturday, if we are from the SDA, we go to church because that is where you meet your friends. And a 1-hour sermon is too long. You lose your pastor after 10 minutes and you are busy playing video games in the pews. Is that the kind of Christian you are? Sunday-going Christian who thinks he's God's gift to the world? Is that the kind of Christian you are? A Christian whose business is to judge others, thinking that you are holier than everybody else? Is that the kind of Christian you are? Because if that is the kind of Christian you are, then you cannot mentor anybody. In Greek mythology, which I want to believe you are all familiar with, there were many gods. One of them was Apollo. And the story goes that he sent out, the oracle was sent out to discover the wisest man in Greece. And when they had gone yonder, they came and said that Socrates was the wisest of all men. Because when he was asked what he knew, he said the only thing that he knew was that he knew nothing. In other words, in order to be truly knowledgeable, you must have humility in you. Are we humble? Because only the humble can be true mentors. And the Bible is full of mentors. Adam was mentored by God, but somehow he was confused, as the Bible says, by Eve, who also claimed that it is Satan who confused her in the first place. So it is not always the case that when you mentor, your mentee turns out right. But that does not mean that mentorship must stop. You rightly said that Moses was mentored by Jethro. Indeed he was. You'll discover the conversation when Moses visited Jethro, and for a whole day he was out judging little petty things. He was told, divide your people into different groups. Mentorship, delegation without abdication. Do we do that? Or where we are, we think we are the only ones who know, omnipotent, omniscient in our little offices, because your Christianity is not just about saying you are Christian on a Sunday. Where you work, can people testify? Where you work, the little things you do, can people testify that you are a good person? Not by you saying so, by your words, by your deed. Can people do so? You will excuse me. But many times now, when people tell me they are born again, I say, what are they hiding? And it's out of experience. What are they about to hide? That they start by saying, I'm born again. Because when you are born again, my interaction with you in 10 minutes will show me that you are born again. And I've gone into restaurants and I see somebody and I ask them, are you born again? By conduct. Not by mere words. There is no shortage of Bible-thumping individuals running around claiming they are born again. Those are not mentors. We are here to rediscover mentorship in the Bible. Moses mentors Joshua. Elijah mentors Elisha. And if you go through the Bible, for every king there was a mentor. For David, Nathan. And whenever you are not mentored, then you lose out. Read 2 Chronicles 26. It says, during the whole period that King Uzziah listened to Zechariah, he did great things. But when he stopped doing so, he tried to do that which was reserved for the sons of Levi. And when he entered to perform a sacrifice, leprosy was on his head and he died a leper. We are rediscovering mentorship in the Bible, which means that we must read the Bible, which means that we must understand the Bible. You know, sometimes I ask myself, at the risk of blasphemy, why is it God appears to use individuals whose ways are not straight, or permits things that are not straight in order to straighten man? What is the message? Look at the story of Jacob and how he works for Rachel, and then given unto him is Leah. Not fair. But yet, God in his divine wisdom allows it. Look at Jacob and Esau. What is God telling us? Look at Moses, a murderer. He's the one that is used. Look at David, a serial adulterer. Serial. Yet he says it is a man after my heart. Look at Solomon, wise, but confused by women. 700 of them, and that is not even enough. 300 concubines. Yet we today, when the judges make good decisions, we say they are Solomonic. What are we being told about mentorship? Look at Saul turned Paul. It appears to me that God sometimes picks people from the gutter in order that he may host them. Perhaps it is because they have seen the other side and they can give a testimony, and therefore they know why people should not go there. I remember one time I'm at the airport in Dar es Salaam, and I get into a conversation with a clergyman of the Roman Catholic exposition, but he was black. He was a black African, but he was a Roman Catholic. But the beauty with Roman Catholics is that they really know the Bible. They read the Bible. So we got into this conversation about Paul. And he told me something in Kiswahili, which I think was great and I think remains great in my mind today. He told me, Mungu hawaiti anayestahili, anawastahilisha anaowaita. God does not call the deserving. He makes deserving those whom he calls. And I think that is what we should do. We must always in humility recognize that we are only sharing that which we can, in the knowledge that if that is midwife divinely, it can create something that is good. And that is why I hold the view that this particular congregation that is here and is taking a solemn vow that we are going to rediscover biblical mentorship. And the word rediscover is very important because it means it was once discovered and it was lost. Where was it lost? It was lost in denominations. Anglicanism, Roman Catholicism, Presbyterianism, SDAism. That is where all these was lost. And until the day that we rise above all these, our Christianity must be subject to scrutiny. There was a time when a friend of mine wanted me to go to join the Roman Catholic Church, and he gave me a book which I read over a weekend. The book was called Home Sweet Rome. You can Google it, you'll find it. Home Sweet Rome. And I asked myself, when I become a Catholic now, my spiritual orientation will be to Rome, which is home and which is sweet. What is wrong with my home? That it is home sweet Rome. I told him I'll never join this denomination. I found myself in one, and to me it is just an avenue. There are many avenues. As long as we are preaching about God and we know that there is Christ resurrected, I'm not just about to change my denomination. Because sometimes our denomination of faithfulness is a lot deeper than our Christianness. The blood of our ethnicity is thicker than the blood of Christ. And I want to say that because we are in Africa, Africa is dangerously diverse. Today, I'll not tell you which church. Even when And my Lord, His grace will know this. The beauty is that I have the podium. Now I can speak ex cathedra. Even when you want to appoint a bishop today in many churches, ethnicity becomes a factor, not Christianity. No. You'll hear them saying, this is our bishop, not Christian bishop, our ethnic bishop. And when they have been consecrated as bishop, they even hold parties in their tribal home because it is their bishop. If that is the attitude that we have, and that is the attitude that we want to use to mentor, you are dead on arrival. Heaven will not welcome you. Because you are a tribal bishop. And yet, Paul to the Galatians says there are no Jews, no Gentiles, no man, no woman, no slave, no free, unless your Bible was edited last night and that particular provision removed. Still the same in all that I read and you read. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to rededicate ourselves. One day, a friend of mine who is a Muslim, and I love Muslims because they are more prayerful than us. If there was a Muslim in this assembly, there would be a segregated prayer place there. They remember their gods on average 5 times a day. So even the time between sinning and repenting is made very short. So they are like David in many ways. But we Christians, we remember our God once a week. Many of us, except the clergy who I know do a better job than us. But many of us, Bishop, that is the truth. And with these days of virtual churches, even in the morning on Sunday, that is when we are most tired in the morning. Because we'll meet you virtually. And I was telling you about this Muslim friend of mine. And he was telling me at one time, whether this was true or untrue, I do not know, but at an airport in one of the Arab countries, they had a message, you can leave your bag, they are safe, there are no Christians here. That is not meant to be a compliment. If you come to Uganda here, they'll tell you they are possibly 70% Christian. Kenya, 90% Christian. We are all Christian, but we are thieves everywhere. Christian thieves. Rediscovering mentorship from a biblical perspective. Thou shalt not steal is one of the commandments. But we are thieves. Why? Because we have departed from the biblical prescriptions. So we must now have the penal code which defines what theft is. Biblical mentorship. The book of Leviticus is saying, thou shalt not lie with another man. Now, the mother church, you are saying in England, is saying civil marriages. Using the same Bible. When the colonialists came, they came and gave us laws. One of them, the offense of sex against the order of nature. Now they are telling us that that has changed. And very soon, in Africa, aid will be made conditional upon accepting homosexuality, if it is not already the case. They'll tell you the IMF and the World Bank is not going to disburse money to Uganda or Tanzania or any other country unless you accept that that be decriminalized. It is happening already. And after that, they'll tell us bestiality is fine. There is no stopping us was a song that I used to listen to. There'll be no stopping us. And that is why we must rediscover mentorship according to the Bible. Because that changes not. You know, on Sunday, I was watching the history of Martin Luther and how he was persecuted by the church when he penned his 95 Theses at the church in Wittenberg. And how he was telling the Pope then that you cannot sell papal bulls, people's sins may be forgiven them. How many people tried to persuade him to change. At the Diet of Worms and at the Diet of Augsburg. But he was prepared to die. And how he translated the Bible into his mother tongue. And how that changed. Remember at one time, those of you who are a little older, the Bible was presented to us, even the Word of God, as if God could not understand our languages. God could not understand Luganda until very recently. Could not understand the Luo or Amharic. When you went into a church, you'd say, Dominus vobiscum. There was a time when God was presented, the only language he understood was Latin. We now know better. My message is that we must have the spirit of people like Martin Luther. Easier said than done. But it is in fora such as these that we must remind ourselves that we are almost back to those early days when the church is under siege. When there is a new kind of Christianity, when there are new Christs and new prophets working wonders, and even you who are the very elect, you can't be captured. There are many people who may be distributing the Bible without reading it. Warn yourselves that you are not only when we have the Berea spirit that we will be Christians. For who is a mentor other than an individual who by word and deed encourages others to do that which is right because it is right to do right? Forget the complicated definitions, accept my definition. That is all it is. That you are worthy of emulation. That you want those who are behind you to be better than you. And that there is no greater recompense for you than to produce people who surpass you. If you are in that space, you are not a mentor. Because a mentor warns those who are coming after him of the landmines which he stepped on, which she stepped on, that they may never step on them. That if his journey was long, their journey is shorter and smoother and much more successful. That is who a mentor is. When you read the Bible and you read extra-biblical sources like Philo and Josephus, and I do, when they try to find out whether there was a historical Jesus, because there are some who still doubt. Then they do all the mathematics and say there was such a man, a worker of good deeds. Can it be said of you that you are a worker of good deeds? Do your enemies in their quiet moments acknowledge, behold, a good man or a good woman? These are the questions, ladies and gentlemen. And let me not be Pharisaic about it. Let me not talk for too long. I'm happy to be in your presence in the knowledge that this is not just another annual jamboree, because there are too many jamborees around the world. But this is a meeting of men and women who, in their minds and hearts, they are decided to go out there and to change minds and hearts. I'm a curious student of religious practices. One of the practices that I want you to read about is about the Benedictine monks. When they are being constituted into monks, they lie prostrate on the ground, and then it is said that they have a conversasu morum, a complete conversion of the heart. Conversasu morum. You who are here, before you go out there, you have a conversion. It does not mean that you will not be without sin. You are with sin. We are all with sin. But is our conviction, are the words of your mouth wedded with the thoughts of your mind and the feelings of your heart, so that we can rediscover mentorship in Africa particularly? For those of you who are clergy, when we come before you, do you speak from your hearts or you have prepared sermons that you read which do not touch even your own hearts? Do you touch us? Do you care whether we come to Sunday or Saturday as a ritual? Do you care more about our tithing and offerings? Or you care about our well-being? And those of us who are the laity, do we think the church is the clergy? World. Because the Bible is a gem. There are people who said there is a book which I have written, reading the Bible from the beginning to the end. That is mechanical reading. Every time, if you read it keenly enough, and how it applies to our lives today. So, Christian brethren, go out into the world, and I hope that this meeting will be like that of the Pentecost. That when you come out of here, you shall be touched. You know, and this is what I want to conclude with. People are fond of this, particularly people who are called upon to pray. They say, and I normally also said, oh Lord, ignore the messenger but receive the message. Nonsense. If the messenger is bad and known to be a crook, the message will not be received. So in as much as we want to ignore the messenger, we also want to know that the messenger is trying to be good, not good. So don't come here as a crook and tell us ignore the messenger and receive the message only. We want to know you as a person who is struggling to be good. But because you are human, you make mistakes. So as Christians, when you come here, we can for you that you are struggling Christian. And this is what I want us to do, because when we do that, it will be true that the Bible can actually be the guide for mentorship. And if you have it, you need no other thing. In fact, if you don't read any book in the world, only read the Bible. There is science, there is war, there is everything in the Bible. If you want pornography, there is pornography in the Bible. There is science in the ground. There is everything in the Bible. Thank you very much, and God bless.
جمعية الوداد الخيرية لرعاية الأيتام أول جمعية سعودية متخصصة في رعاية الأطفال الأيتام من فاقدي الرعاية الوالدية دون عمر السنتين وإسناد احتضانهم إلى أسر مؤهلة تقدم.
Let me start by saying that the subject of Pan-Africanism is one that remains as important today as it was, in my view, many years ago. Those of you who are familiar with the struggle for Pan-Africanism will remember its story, particularly through the activities of Africans in the diaspora. You'll particularly remember that prior to the much more famous meeting held in 1945 in Manchester, in the United Kingdom, Africans in the diaspora, particularly in the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago, in Jamaica, were very particular about having connection with the continent of Africa. You'll remember that they had many meetings, and you'll be familiar with some of the names, such as Sylvester Williams from Trinidad and Tobago, such as Marcus Garvey and his call for Africans to go back to the mother continent. And you will also remember African Americans such as W.B.E. Du Bois, who was very active in the process of liberating the African Americans from the clutches of slavery and discrimination, and who also played a very critical part in the struggle for decolonization, culminating in the 1945 meeting, which for the first time was attended by Africans who later played a critical role in the struggle for decolonization. Of course, Ethiopia does stand out to the extent that it was never successfully colonized. There was limited occupation, and you are familiar with that history. Therefore, it is not mine to educate you on your own history, but you are familiar with it. But it must concern us, particularly at this time. And I hope during this conversation, I'll be able to demonstrate Why, in order for us to understand the present, we must understand the past, which to have a glimpse on what the future holds. And one of the speeches which is seldom referred to is a speech that was delivered in the year 1906 in the month of April by a South African called Pixley Kaisaka Seme. And it is instructive that Pixley Kaisaka Seme was the first president of the African National Congress when it was founded in 1912. When Pixley Kaisaka Seme delivered that speech as a student at the University of Columbia, his title was The Regeneration of Africa. And what he was talking about at that time was an Africa that had borne the brand of slavery and was laboring under the pain of colonization. Pixley Kaisaka Seme reminded his audience on that day that when the European powers assembled in Berlin in 1884 through to 1885, they agreed to divide Africa into spheres of influence for purposes of exploitation, so that the Germans had their share. If you remember, the Germans were present in what we now call Namibia. They were present in what we now call Benin, but was then known as Dahomey. They were present in what is now a part of Ghana, which was then the Togoland, the Volta area. The Belgians were present in Rwanda and Urundi, and they were also present in what is now the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Italians, to the extent that they could, tried to occupy Ethiopia and Eritrea, and were present in a portion of Somalia. The British were present, of course, in Uganda, in Kenya, in Nyasaland, in Rhodesia, and in Nigeria, and in many other places. The French, of course, were also present. And all these powers, even the Spaniards, were present in Equatorial Guinea, as were the Portuguese. And the whole idea was to use the resources, both natural and human, of the African continent, so that the partition of Africa was one that was designed to benefit the European powers. The partition was arbitrary. If you look at the nation states that we now have, or is it states that we now have with many nations in them, every other African country that we are talking about now is struggling to be a state. All of them, without exception, all of them. And this is what Pixley Kaisaka Seme was saying. How will we regenerate this continent? And it's instructive that he was talking at a time when the entire continent of Africa was under colonization, excluding Liberia and Ethiopia, all of them. And therefore, when in 1945, Africans were represented in Manchester, Kwame Nkrumah was present at that meeting, Marcus Garvey was present at that meeting, Jomo Kenyatta was present at that meeting, Obafemi Awolowo was present at that meeting. The drive was to decolonize Africa. And one of the things that amazes me is that at that time, these individuals did not have the internet, they did not have WhatsApp, they did not have the kind of communication that we have now. But it is amazing at how they were communicating. Even air transport was not as it is now. I was just recently reading the activities of one of the greatest Africans who, in my view, ever lived, and whom many people do not know about, the great Ghanaian James Emmons Kwegyir Agri, normally referred to as Agri of Africa, and how he traveled from the United States and went to many countries in Africa, traveling by sea and talking about why Africa should be united. And that was Pan-Africanism, the Pan-African spirit at that time. Of course, we then went into the era of decolonization. And the spirit again was one which was consistent. You had people from the Caribbean participating in the struggle in that regard. You have people like W.B. Du Bois saying that Africa must be free. A little later, people like Martin Luther King Jr., and people like Malcolm X, talking of George Padmore, talking about how Africa should be liberated and we should work with people in the diaspora. And then the agitation was there that we must regain our independence. And famously in 1949, Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah is saying, "Seek ye first the political kingdom, and the rest will be given unto you." And I dare say that the rest has never been given to us. And even if it is coming too slowly. But it is instructive that at that time, the spirit was about the continent of Africa. We were conscious, the leaders were conscious that Africa decolonized without unity would remain weak. And of course, Africa is weak. The weakest continent on earth is this continent in which we are, our continent. So the struggle for independence was everywhere across the world, across the continent of Africa. So when on the 6th day of March, Ghana regained her independence as Ghana, it was then Gold Coast. I think the most eloquent and the most passionate warrior for Pan-Africanism was Nkrumah. He said on that day, and again later, that the independence of Ghana means nothing if the rest of Africa is not free. And he meant it. Because when Ghana regained independence in 1957, 1 year later, Guinea regained her independence. A year later, the French Sudan, or what we now call Mali, regained her independence. They signed a pact to create what they call the African Union. They thought at that time that that would be Africa in her embryonic days. And they invited Patrice Emery Lumumba in 1961, but of course Emery Lumumba was then assassinated in the month of January 1961. And he won. This is one of the things that always stands out in my mind. That Nkrumah, of all leaders at that time, was able to see that if we were not united, we would go nowhere. So in 1958, he summons a meeting in Accra, Ghana, of the then independent African countries and tells them, if we don't unite now, the neo-colonialist is going to ensure that we remain disunited and we remain small, and they are going to ensure that the neo-colonial project continues. In 1961, on the first day of January, again in Casablanca, Morocco, he tells his audience, let us unite now, before each one of our leaders begins to get used to power, because power is easy to get used to. You who have been elected will know. Once you become a minister and you become used to people saluting you and opening your doors, if it happens for 1 month, you will find it very difficult if you lose your ministerial position when there is nobody to salute you and to open your doors. That is how attractive power can be. And he warned the people then. But the colonial project was alive and well, because as they were meeting in Casablanca, Morocco, there was another group that was meeting in Monrovia in Liberia. That is how Africa started splitting, creating two groups, the Casablanca group and the Monrovia group. The Casablanca group, which comprised, I think famously, Kwame Nkrumah was there from Ghana, Gamal Abdel Nasser was there from Egypt, Ahmed Ben Bella was there from Algeria, Modibo Keïta was there from Mali. They took the view, unite now. The Monrovia group, comprised of William Tubman at that time, Emperor Haile Selassie was also in the Monrovia group. Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere was in the Monrovia group. They took the view, we want to unite, but gradually. Let it be gradual. So that when Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia convenes a meeting in Addis Ababa on the 23rd through to the 25th day of May 1963, there are two groups already. The Pan-African agenda is already being watered down. There is the Casablanca group and there is the Monrovia group. And the creation of the OAU was a victory for the Monrovia group. And I want you to, there were 32 heads of states and government who met in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia on the 23rd through to the 25th day of May, the year 1963. And I want you to listen to all of those speeches, or the compilation of them. There is a compilation of them that was made in the year 2013 when we were celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Organization of African Unity. And listen, a speech Central African Republic, David Dacko. David says, Central African Republic is so small that if we are not a part of an African Union, the French will come again. And they have come again. Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania says, we are not here in order to remind ourselves of how important unity is. We are here to talk about the unity of Africa. The host, Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia, says, it is important for us to realize that we must make sacrifice for the future, because a disunited Africa will never realize our potential. But the most passionate speech again was that of Kwame Nkrumah. He tells them, let us not leave here without one government, without one army, without one currency, and without having chosen a capital. And I propose that the capital of the new Africa either be located in Bangui in Central African Republic, or Leopoldville, now Kinshasa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But I'm open to any other suggestion. And let us leave here one to work towards an African Union. That is Kwame Nkrumah. Nobody listened to him. We ended up with the OAU. And the story of the OAU can be told and retold. Some say that it was a toothless bulldog. Others say that it was not even a dog. But whatever it was, it cannot be denied that it made a contribution to the process of decolonization of the continent in many ways, complete with the establishment of the liberation unit of it, which was headquartered in Dar es Salaam in the United Republic of Tanzania, which was spearheaded the decolonization of quite a number of countries at that time. But the point that I'm making is that the Pan-African spirit at that time was about a united Africa. Because you will remember at that time that France never wanted to leave and has never left. It is always instructive that when the French left, they formed an organization called Organization for French-Speaking Countries. The British also created their own Commonwealth of independent nations. But what is instructive is that the Queen is always the head of those independent nations. I've never understood that. Perhaps the presidents do. The Portuguese, of course, you know, never left easily. Until 1980, when I was an adult, they were still fighting in Mozambique, in Cape Verde, in Guinea-Bissau, in Angola, and in Mozambique. The apartheid regime, of course, only left in 1994, and I wonder whether they have left. That is Africa for you. So that the fears of Kwame Nkrumah that if you are not united, we would have problems, started haunting us. He said that if we are not united in the Pan-African spirit, what is going to happen is that the imperialist is going to control us. They are going to emphasize our ethnic differences. And they are going to ensure that we begin fighting amongst one another. And as we do so, they are going to exploit us. And they started. In January 1961, they assassinated Patrice Emery Lumumba, and Congo has never been the same again. In 1963, they assassinated Sylvanus Olympio in Togo, and Togo has never been the same again. Then there were coup d'etats. Kwame Nkrumah himself, in 1966, eliminated via coup d'etat, all his writings, all his speeches banned, never to be read, never to be listened to until 1972, when Ignatius Kutu Acheampong rehabilitated him. Ahmed Ben Bella in Algeria, gone. In Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, gone. In Mali, Modibo Keita, gone. In Chad, everywhere, coup d'etats. Here in Ethiopia, 1974, if I'm not wrong, coup d'etat and the emergence of the Deg regime. In East Africa, Uganda, coup d'etat, mutinies in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania in 1971. All orchestrated because we were disunited and we were weak. The predictions of our forefathers and founding mothers that disunited we would remain weak came true. That is the history of it. So that today, when we talk about the African continent and we talk about Pan-Africanism, We must understand it in the context of that history. And you will remember that it is not as if Africa never realized or never recognized that our weakness would be in our disunity. We did. We did. Because regionally we were trying to integrate. We were in the East African community, we were creating the East African community. In South Africa, we were creating SADC. In West Africa, we were creating ECOWAS. In Central Africa, we were creating the Organization of Central African Communities. In the North, we were creating the Maghreb. Even in this region, we were converting IGAD into something in the nature of an economic community. We were creating COMESA. We were aware that Africa could only operate and operate meaningfully if we were integrated. We are not trading with one another. Intra-African trade is not anything beyond 15%, the lowest anywhere in the world. If you look at all our sectors and look at them, look at our agriculture, almost all African countries are net food importers. There is not a single African country that is in meaningful technology. Not a single African country produces a mobile phone. Yet the single most important ingredient in mobile telephony is to be found in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Not a single African country produces a car other than assembling completely knocked down kits. There is no meaningful production of pharmaceutical products in Africa. And if there was any doubt, COVID exposed it. All African countries, the 55 of them, are waiting to either receive Sinovac from China, Sputnik from Russia, AstraZeneca, Johnson or Moderna. And we don't even know what they are. Don't know. If you ask the Ethiopian Bureau of Standards what they are asking us to be injected with, they do not know. They just believe it is a vaccine because the Americans have said so, or because the Chinese have said so. Africa is weak, so that even this magnificent edifice, I suspect, has not been erected by Ethiopian engineers. When I see the signage in Chinese, I suspect it is the Chinese. That is how weak we are. That is the reality of our mother continent. It is because we are politically weak, we are economically weak, socially we are disorganized, culturally and spiritually we are confused. That is the ambassadors, some of you, you are now serving cabinet ministers, you will grapple with this on a daily basis. Under the Lagos Plan of Action, Africa sat down in Lagos and said, we are going to improve trade amongst ourselves. 1980, Lagos Plan of Action. Did we do it? No, we did not do it. We did not do it because the European Union was instead engaging us under the African Caribbean, the Lomé Convention of 1975, or the Cotonou Convention of 2000. Africa remains the only continent which is described as Anglophone. So in Kenya, or Uganda, where possibly only 20% speak the English language, we are Anglophone. In French, former French colonies, they are Francophone. In former Portuguese colonies, they are Lusophone. In some Arab countries, they are Arabophone. That is who we are. So, when the OAU met in 2013, they asked the question, what happened to the Pan-African spirit? And when, therefore, they met in Sirte, in Libya, under the tutelage at that time of Muammar al-Gaddafi, it was resolved in 1999 that the OAU be renamed and be referred to as the African Union, and it was launched, as you know, in Durban, South Africa in the year 2000. But one of the most important things on the then chairman of the OAU Council, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, here in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and I want you to read that letter, which I'll paraphrase, in which she writes an imaginary letter to Kwame Nkrumah. He tells and apologizes to you because we did not listen to you. Sahrawi is a country. Nobody cares about us. And brothers and sisters, if you want to know how weak we are, and we are weak, look at how we are treated. Last month, the world met in New York. The General Assembly. When African heads of states and government are speaking, the hall is empty. Nobody bothers because they are saying nothing. Even if they are saying something, it is something that can be ignored. Compare when an African head of state and government is speaking and when the Prime Minister of Little Israel is speaking. They will listen because we are weak and disunited. So we have a weak continent because the spirit of Pan-Africanism disappeared. So the question that we can ask, what is the state of Pan-Africanism as we speak today? The African Union, which is nine out of 10 times. And what are the critical areas in which we are weak? Politically. Because nobody listens to us. On the 3rd day of March, It is not being simplistic and being naive. It is recognizing that as long as we remain the way we are, then we are weak politically because nobody listens to us. On the 3rd day of March, 1900, on the 6th day of March, 1997, Mwalimu Julius Kambarage of Tanzania, speaking in Accra, Ghana, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the independence of Ghana, said, the speech is entitled, "We unite or we perish." And Mwalimu says, I want to apologize to Kwame Nkrumah. Those of us who believed in gradualism were wrong. Nkrumah was right. But Nkrumah also did not appreciate the level of suspicion that existed amongst the leaders at that time. Our generation, he says, fought for the liberation of Africa. It is the duty of the new generation to carry the torch forward, he says in his plea. He says that I do not believe that the tribe can be the basis of mobilization in Africa. And he said that as I travel along across the world, people do not care about our Tanzanianness or our Ghanaianness or our Kenyanness or our Ethiopianness. In their eyes, we are all Africans. And perhaps that is what we should use as the building block in order to talk about African unity. But we are not being naive about that unity. Because sometimes when we talk about Pan-Africanism and about African unity, people think we are being too simplistic about it. No, it is not being simplistic and being naive. It is recognizing that as long as we remain the way we are, then Africa in the next 25 years will be recolonized. You know, what is the state of Africa as I speak now? What is the state of your continent as we speak now? Because of our disunity. Because when we are disunited, then it is good for Europe and America. And China progressively. Look at the state of your continent as I speak. Conflicts of one kind or another. I'll name the countries just for you to know how bad it is, because that is how it is. Go to northern Mozambique. The gas that is there cannot be produced because there is conflict. Northern Mozambique. Go to Somalia. Conflict. Here in your motherland, conflict. Go to South Sudan, conflict. Go to Sudan, conflict. Go to Libya, conflict. Go to Central African Republic, conflict. Go to the Democratic Republic of Congo, conflict. Go to Burkina Faso, conflict. Go to Mali, conflict. Go to Chad, conflict. Go to Niger, conflict. Go to Cameroon, conflict. Go to Nigeria, conflict. Do I go on? That is the state of the continent. So that even when we talk about intercontinental trade, you tell me, can you drive from Addis Ababa to Dakar in Senegal? Unless you are Daredevil himself. Which group will not kidnap or ambush? That is the state of the continent because we are weak and disunited. I fly from Nairobi, Kenya for 1.5 hours. I come from the shilling zone. I go into the birr. 33 currencies in Africa. 33 currencies. None of which is used to conclude transactions anywhere. I come to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and I show my shilling. They say, what is this? Show the dollar. Oh, this is it. Let me show the euro. This is it. 80% of transactions in Africa are concluded outside of the continent in dollars. So you may have the Central Bank or the Federal Bank of Ethiopia or Mickey Mouse. You may have the Central Bank of Kenya, Mickey Mouse. You may have all these 54 central banks useless because we are not playing in the real league, we are playing in the small league. That is why when the Chinese president summons all our presidents, and they summon them, the letters may be polite, but it's summons. They go to Beijing, tails between their legs, and they are told. Then the Chinese about integration. That is the continent in which you are now weak. 2 weeks ago, I watched in great pain on television in Bamako, Mali, young Malians celebrating in the streets that the government of Mali had entered into successful or possible successful negotiation with Wagner, which is a Russian mercenary group, to replace the French. And they are saying how beautiful it is now. And I said, a slave celebrating the departure of one slave master and the arrival of another slave master. That is the Mediterranean around Lampedusa saying, I will not go back to Africa. Even if I die in the Mediterranean, I'll try again and again. What is it that can make a human being say that I do not want to go back to my home? Because the natural instinct of a human being should be that you want to go home. It's because we are weak. So we are invited to Beijing. Then we are invited to Tokyo, the Japanese African Conference. Then we are invited to Europe. Then we are invited to the United States. And lately, even the Arabs invite us because we are weak. That is Africa now. But let me conclude by looking at Africa in the future. What is the state of Pan-Africanism? Africa finds herself in a very difficult situation. What Nkrumah feared. Today, many African leaders have gotten used to the trappings of power. And those who speak about power, right? Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I remember in 1997, I think, I may be wrong about the year, 1995, I think, I was serving as an intern at the Mwalimu Julius Nyerere Foundation in Dar es Salaam. And I had the privilege and honor of driving with Mwalimu Nyerere in Dar es Salaam. At the few traffic lights. Speak about power, right? Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. I remember in 1997, I think, I may be wrong about the year, 1995, I think, I was serving as an intern at the Mwalimu Julius Nyerere Foundation in Dar es Salaam. And I had the privilege and honor of driving with Mwalimu Nyerere in Dar es Salaam. And he had only one guard and a driver. And he stopped at the few traffic lights and only moved when the traffic lights moved. And I asked him, Mwalimu, how did you leave power? He said, oh, when I said I wanted to leave office, there was no shortage of people telling me, don't leave us as orphans. It is very rare to find those in positions of leadership in Africa today who would willingly leave office. Power in Africa is now sought by hook and crook and retained by hook and crook. Because the trappings of power are good. And permit me, when I am gone, even if I irritate you, in fact, perhaps my intention is to irritate you, so that you reflect upon what I'm going to say. And this is a personal thing. I'll give you an example. When I was appointed as the director of the Anti-Corruption Commission, I drove in the morning in my car with my driver. In the evening, when I was leaving, there were 3 cars. Mine, what was allocated to me, and another one in front, and another one behind me, and 12 individuals. And I asked, who are these fellows? They said, these are your security. I said, I don't need my security. I don't need 2 cars. I only need 1 car. Because this thing you call security, this is spectacle. And throughout the period that I served, I had only 1 security and 1 car. And I say this because it is in the nature of power to make you use to things that you don't need. And once you get used to them, then without them, you feel empty and lonely. And you will find them. You will be told, and many of you will love them. They are good. When doors are open for you, they are good. When you occupy front seats, it is good. When you are addressed Your Excellency, it is good. When you eat the best food, it is good. When you have security, it is good. But it can also dehumanize you. It can also monsterize you. I am asking you today that part of the problem of Africa is that we found human beings and we monsterized them. Writing in 1983, Nigeria's Chinua Achebe writes in a book which I commend to you, The Trouble with Nigeria, which could as well be the trouble with Africa. He says, the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a problem of leadership. As we look at Africa today, I hope that this administration, which has now committed itself to the Pan-African movement, will think in that direction. And this brings me to what I think should be contemporary Pan-Africanism. If you look at the Treaty of the East African Community, the Treaty of the East African Community says that there shall first be a common market, then a common currency, and political federation, which ought to have happened in the year 2010. That is now 21 years, 10 years later, there is no such thing. In ECOWAS, it ought to have been the same. In SADC, it ought to have been the same. I hope that with your population of 120 million, because Ethiopia is an economic powerhouse potentially. Potentially. You know, Pan-Africanism, the new Pan-Africanism must have an economic component of it. That is how I understand Africa Agenda 2063. Africa Agenda 2063. The year 2063, Africa will have pulled up her people into a middle-level economy on 7 pillars, economically, politically, and otherwise. And the Africa continent will we be able to achieve those in the spirit of new Pan-Africanism? Will we have one currency? Will we have going to have one passport? Will we have one telephone code? We have 55 telephone codes. You move from Nairobi 254, you come here, you have another one, you go to Eritrea, you have, will we have one passport? We have already said so under the Kigali agreement that we are going to have one passport. Will we have one telephone code? We have 55 telephone codes. You move from Nairobi 254, you come here, you have another one, you go to Eritrea, you have another one. There is no connectivity in the 21st century. How can you be taken seriously? Those of you in the United States of America, you fly from Boston, Massachusetts to San Francisco in the West, 6 hours, 40 minutes, the code is 1. The tariff is 1. The COVID test is 1. I moved from Nairobi to Addis Ababa, COVID test. If I don't travel this evening, I'll be subjected to another COVID test. I go to Tanzania, COVID test. Uganda, COVID test. Your nose will begin debating with you. In the United States of America, you take one COVID test from Miami and you don't take it as you go to St. Louis in Missouri. I'm talking about very practical things. I come here and I have to go through an immigration. My passport has to be stamped. Somebody in the United States of America does not have to do that. Somebody in the European Union across 27 countries does not have to do that. In China, which is, of course, 1.4 billion, does not have to do that. Until we change all those things, we are going nowhere. States of America does not have to do that. Somebody in the European Union across 27 countries does not have to do that. In China, which is, of course, 1.4 billion, does not have to do that. Until we change all those things, we are going nowhere. So that we have only one telephone code, so that we have only one currency, so that we have only a single immigration, so that we eliminate all these armies. You know, you look at some African countries and they have an army, which complete with 5-star generals who have never even quelled a street riot, and they are generals. Money goes into maintaining militaries, maintaining embassies that you don't need. You see why Africa is poor? All these 55 countries have embassies. If we were one, there would only be one ambassador for Africa in the United States of America. There would only be one army with regional policing. Am I being naive or simplistic? Yes, we can create a single Africa with a loose government, a confederal government, dealing only with foreign affairs and defense and monetary policy and general policy formulation, with different governance systems. That is the only way in which these narrow tribal instincts will be dampened. But as long as, and now I want to conclude, if we only see Pan-Africanism as sentimentalism, as a romantic idea about which the only way in which these narrow tribal instincts will be dampened. But as long as, and now I want to conclude, if we only see Pan-Africanism as sentimentalism, as a romantic idea about which we debate, and we remain as we are, then this is the Africa that I see. This is the Africa that I see in 25 years' time. Many Africans, either legally or otherwise, will break into different autonomous countries. Many of them. We'll have more than 100 countries in Africa, each claiming self-determination, and is already beginning to happen. because we will be looking at narrow ethnic agenda as the only way of defining our affairs. Ethiopia will break down, Kenya will break down, Nigeria will break down, South Africa will break down. And look at South Africa. Only last week, the whites in Western Cape in South Africa have delivered a petition to the government in Pretoria saying they want to create their own country. The Democratic Republic of Congo will break down, Libya will break down. The only way in which we can immunize ourselves against all those things is to create a Pan-African nation which allows for self-determination within the nation. And we must redefine terms such as self-determination. Self-determination must mean the ability of a people within a bigger unit to enjoy their culture, to enjoy their tradition, to speak their language. They do it on a smaller scale in Switzerland, those of you who are familiar with Switzerland. And we de-emphasize the presidency, we de-emphasize the prime minister's office. Pixley Kaisa Kaseme said, and I conclude with him, Africa is diverse. Some people say that because of our diversity, she cannot unite. In the nature of things, human beings need security. In the nature of things, human beings need food. Human beings need medical services. They need infrastructure. If you have a government that allows that, he said, then it reminds me of the piano. If you press the black button of the piano, it produces some sound. If you press the white one, it produces some sound. But if you press both the black and the white, it produces melodious music. And I think that the new Pan-Africanism must look to that. And you who have the honor and privilege of thinking and working in government, it is your duty to start that journey. It is not going to be easy, but it is an intergenerational journey. Play your part, for it can be done, and it must be done. Saying how glad I am to join you courtesy of the invitation of the President of the Pan-African Parliament. Let me also say how glad I am to have the opportunity to address members of the Pan-African Parliament. And let me also say how glad I am to
A journey to one Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and all the good people who are present in this assembly. It is curious that I should be asked to speak to such a gathering of scientists who are distinguished in the area of agriculture. But yet there is a sense in which every person in Africa ought to have an interest in agriculture, and I do. And only last night, when I was thinking about what to say at this conference, I thought about two things. One, which is a presentation that was made by Kenya's Ali Mazrui several years ago, Africa, the Triple Heritage. And since Ali Mazrui traveled in different parts of Africa, talking about different things, nobody has done a documentary of that nature. And in one of the segments in that presentation, there is one statement that stands out from Ali Mazrui, that Africa produces what it does not consume and consumes what it does not produce. The other thing that came to my mind was from some of the writings and conversations that I've had in the recent past about the early years of Africa, particularly the early thoughts of Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah, as early as the year 1957, stretching way up to 1970, until on his deathbed in Bucharest, Romania in 1972. The clarity with which Kwame Nkrumah articulated issues relating to agriculture is something that I found quite relevant. Indeed, one of the things that stands out, even in those early days, was his belief that apart from attaining political independence, true liberation would only be realized by Africa if Africa could feed herself. And those who write about him recognize that one of his early obsessions was the greening of the Sahara Desert, even in those early days. And if you look at some of the activities that he initiated in those early days, the imagination to create a university that would focus on agriculture and technology, it was in many ways an appreciation of the fact that Africa could only realize her potential if she could feed her people. And after the attainment of political independence by many countries in Africa, the realization that Africa had a single backbone as agriculture is one that was not lost on all the leaders of the day. In fact, if you take time and read some of the thoughts of the early political leaders of the day in Africa, agriculture was always given her pride of place. Which begs the question, why is it that over 50 years after independence, Africa cannot feed herself? And one need not go through all the countries, but one is starkly reminded that even as we speak today, there are muted talks about drought and therefore the inability of the Ethiopians to feed themselves. There is talk about the South Sudanese inability to feed themselves. The Central African Republicans cannot feed themselves. The Nigerians make do without tomatoes, which they love so very much, because they cannot produce cannot feed themselves. The Nigerians make do without tomatoes, which they love so very much. Feed ourselves. And one need not go through all the countries, but one is starkly reminded that even as we speak today, there are muted talks about drought and therefore the inability of the Ethiopians to feed themselves. There is talk about the South Sudanese inability to feed themselves. The Central African Republicans cannot feed themselves. The Nigerians make do without tomatoes, which they love so very much, because they cannot produce enough. We in this country cannot produce enough maize. The Malawians, whom we celebrated several years ago, are now grappling with drought. And the Angolans will have the same story as will the Mozambicans, begging the question, why is it that we appear to diagnose the disease of Africa, and yet when we apply a new antidote, a new wound appears? These are questions that I believe worry you who are in this field on a daily basis. You who are constantly engaging with new ideas and asking yourself the difficult questions. If you allow me a little room for maneuver, I will remember nostalgically my much younger days in my rural village, when the levels of nutrition, in my view, was a lot better on average than it is today. People could walk to the lake and buy fish, so they took care of their protein in those days. People could till their kitchen gardens, and in many ways they could satisfy their domestic needs. People could till their land without the use of fertilizer, and in many ways they could get yields that would satisfy them and something to take to the market to cater for their other needs. But on average today, if you visit many rural African villages, whether those villages are in Eritrea or in Tanzania or in Kenya or in Chad or the Democratic Republic of Congo, there is a sense in which we have become prisoners of a new way of doing things. Every evening, little children are dispatched to the nearest shopping center to buy highly sifted maize meals. And that is what they make do, making an all-starch meal. Begging the question once again, why is it that so many years after the attainment of political independence, why is it that after so many years with universities that we have created in almost all countries dedicated to agriculture, we have not been able to conquer this problem of greening Africa and making Africa self-sufficient in the area of production of food, and specifically grain? I oftentimes, in my more unguarded and uncharitable moments, indict Africa, that why is it that 50 years after independence on average, without being an opponent of globalization, why is it that it's still Monsanto and Syngenta that must produce maize seed for us? Why is it that over so many years, while being alive to the presence of Kenya Seed and Seedco, why is it that this has not been replicated in different parts of Africa? Why must we still swear by Monsanto and Syngenta as the standard gold in that area? Why is it that those of you who have had the advantage of exposure to innovation in the area of agriculture, why is it that your intervention has not made dramatic changes? And one is not simply saying that nothing has been done. One is asking the uncomfortable question, why Africa continues to punch below her weight in the area of agriculture. One asks that Africa does not produce enough wheat to feed her people, while our people love bread. Why is it that Africa does not produce enough sugar cane to satisfy her needs? Why is it that Africa does not produce enough maize, enough sorghum, enough millet, enough barley, enough of everything to be a continent that can sit at the dinner table of human civilization and say unequivocally, we are capable of feeding ourselves? This is the conversation that I believe one must engage in. And we who have the advantage of being present in this assembly must go back and ask ourselves certain very basic questions. I remember in the 1960s, courtesy of history, when many African countries had attained political independence, the leaders of the day were quite clear in their first-year development, 5-year development plans. If you read the development plan of any country, whether it was Tanzania or Uganda or Ghana or Nigeria or Sierra Leone or Senegal, agriculture always had a pride of place jointly with education as the areas that received the lion's share of budgetary allocation. One also saw in those early days that institutions of higher learning, both at the degree level and at the level of certificate and diploma, were given focus because it was realized by the leaders and the bureaucrats of the day that if the continent were to realize the potential, then there was need to give some focus in these areas. Land tenure systems were examined because it was assumed that sometimes the land tenure system that did not allow people to control land militated against the utilization of that land in a manner that would be productive. So that while in many countries there were different land tenure systems, if you went to Uganda, there was a competition between the modern land tenure systems, the freehold, the leasehold, and the traditional ownership. If you went to Zambia, you would find a mix of those tenure systems as you would in Ghana and indeed in Nigeria. But the idea was always, what do we do with our tenure systems to release land for agriculture? And in those early days in the 1960s, Tanzania stood out in many ways because of the Ujamaa. Articulated in a very simple form, Mwalimu Nyerere took the view that one of the ways in which you could productively enhance the utilization of land was to congregate population around areas in the nature of mini urbanized areas so that you could release land for mechanized agriculture. The improvement of seed, these were things that occupied center stage. Of course, many of these initiatives, some of which could be described as experimental, did not realize their full potential and has left this area unfulfilled in many ways. But in many ways, Africa still wanted to rely on you. Africa went into the area of producing young men and women who would be trained appropriately, because one of the things that was assumed that there were not enough men and women who had been trained in a manner that would ensure that they could contribute productively and creatively and innovatively to ensure that agriculture was practiced in a positive manner. The question then that we must ask ourselves, we who are in Agra, and I'm happy that there is an organization known as NEPAD. There is somebody from NEPAD, and the gentleman from NEPAD will excuse me because I'm going to say something that is not very friendly, but it's not from me. Several years ago, when NEPAD came into being, the president of Gambia, called Yahya Jammeh, with whom I do not agree, said that NEPAD is nothing but NEPADs, that Africans were upon their knees as they kneel and beg before other civilians. African Union is the premier African. Several years ago, when NEPAD came into being, the president of Gambia, called Yahya Jammeh, with whom I do not agree, said that NEPAD is nothing but NEPADs, that Africans were upon their knees as they kneel and beg before other civilizations. Of course, it was a lack of understanding of what NEPAD was created to do. We know that initiatives such as yours were designed to help in the area of helping Africa in different sectors to ensure that she realizes her potential. Another organization that I'm aware is here are representations of the African Union. The African Union is the premier African organization that ought to be providing leadership in the area of agriculture. And it cannot be denied that that particular organization has tried to use our leverage over the years with a view to ensuring that Africa realizes our potential. But the question that we must ask ourselves is this: is the African man and woman in rural Kenya aware of the African Union? Or the African Union may very well be a jamboree of privileged Africans engaged in activities which leave the soul and heart of Africa untouched and unmoved. And one must now focus on AGRA. AGRA is an organization whose stated agenda is the green revolution of Africa. The question is, after AGRA has tried to intervene and had a presence in over 20 countries in Africa, the question that we must ask is whether your typical average African is aware of AGRA's intervention. Is the farmer in rural Tanzania aware of your presence? Is the farmer in rural Malawi aware of your presence? Is the farmer in southern Sudan aware of your presence? In other words, is your presence being felt? Or you are merely yet another organization in a continent that is littered with organizations which claim to be doing things which leave the continent unmoved and untouched? These are questions that we must ask ourselves, particularly now in the history of Africa. Because sometimes, without being a Jewish prophet, I look to the future and ask myself, what will happen to Africa in 20 years from today? Africa has one of the youngest populations. Land in Africa is reducing by the day. Many African countries are not using their land optimally. If you examine many African countries, and allow me to just examine a few of them and ask ourselves the critical question, what it is that is happening in those countries. Today, Nigeria claims, and I underline the word claims, that is the largest economy in Africa, with a GDP of about 550 billion United States dollars, with possibly a population of about 200 million. They have never had a census in the recent past. If they have had one, nobody believes it. And there is every possibility that the population of Nigeria in 2050 will be about 1 billion of them. Nigeria relies is from oil production. It suffers from what commentators describe as the Dutch disease. Nigeria is incapable of producing enough rice for her people, but they love jollof rice. They are incapable of producing enough chili, and they love their chili. They are incapable of producing enough tomatoes, and they love their tomatoes. They are incapable of doing things, not because they do not have the ability, but a conscious decision has been made by people at critical positions to concentrate on oil as the milk cow for Nigeria. So going forward, what one must ask, particularly an organization such as AGRA and NEPAD and the African Union, what real interventions must be made in Nigeria? Because Nigeria is a true potential giant in that regard. If Nigeria were to wake up from her slumber, then the entire West African region would wake up from her slumber. Because one has analyzed Nigeria and the plight of Nigeria and our inability as we speak now to produce enough food for ourselves, one need not analyze Mali. One need not analyze Senegal. One need not analyze the little Benin and the little Togo and the little Gabon and the little Cameroon, because the story is the same in that part of the world. Those of you who have gone to that part of the world, getting milk in the shelves of the stores in those countries is as difficult as getting snow in hell. So there is a sense in which we must ask ourselves the critical question: why is it that those interventions don't make us realize our potential? One sometimes, as one looks to the future and one looks at Congo, a country that is as big as the entire Western Europe, and yet Congo, with a population of no more than 80 million, yet Congo was
First of all, I think every African should be doing what I do, like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African. We should love Africa. You know, when I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013, and I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country, and I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there and I went to kindergarten. These little kids, and these little kids, when they see you, some of them, they start to cry. They just see you, ah! They say, why are you crying? So I was like, why are you crying? So they're scared. These are little kids, but that's what they have been seeing on TV. That's what, like, sometimes some of them, even their parents teach them like that. what we're trying to do is we're trying to build a new system that is for Africans, it's for us, a new system that it will support us, it will challenge authorities here in Africa, right? And it will challenge as well, it will defend and protect the image and heritage of Africa, right, from outsiders, Westerners, Easterners, and to build pretty much a new system, because before colonialism we had a different system, right? During colonialism we had a different system. After that we're still struggling with this system, right? And our forefathers like Haile Selassie, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, and so many others, they tried to build a new system after colonialism that unite all Africans, right, to become one. And they did their part, right? And you know, now they're gone. Nobody's here right now. So it's our responsibility right now, as you know, the sons of Africa, to actually carry on with that move and that fight. And that's what One Africa is standing for. One Africa is not about me personally, but it's about us. I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that it's one white man that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Perhaps 90% of our land is arable. One asks the question, if that land were to be utilized productively, that land could feed the entire Africa. In fact, I remember now it being said of Congo that he is capable of liberate Africa, that Congo is capable of generating enough hydroelectric power to cover the entire Africa, that Congo has waters in her rivers that could irrigate the entire Sahara Desert. Of course, some of it is exaggerated deliberately to demonstrate to us the levels of underutilization of that potential. That the Congolese soil is capable of producing enough food for the entire Africa. One asks the question, what must one do in order to unlock the potential of the Democratic Republic of Congo? One asks the same question of Angola. If Angola were to use her land effectively and liberate herself from the chains of dependency on oil, what could Angola achieve? You will remember not so long ago, during the first term of President Mbingu wa Mutharika in Malawi, that were composed in his honor was that he found a country called Malawi that could not feed herself, and within 5 years the country was feeding herself and exporting enough grain. We now know that that is not the case as we speak. But the question that one is focusing on is what, therefore, that you who are latter-day missionaries from Agra, what is it that you must do? What is it? What are the kind of intervention that you must engage in? One can say that countries need to look at their budget reallocations. That is a good point of intervention, so that there is consciousness at the political level that Africa can only realize her potential if she has enough money dedicated to the improvement of agriculture. I do not know whether in your countries in Africa, in certain areas,
they still farm in the manner that is so very well described in the Bible. We are very late into the period that is set for planting. The farmer discovers that it's too late to till the land, and they take some bullocks and go into some open field. And as the bullocks run through the plow, they spray the seed, forlornly hoping that some will fall in the soil and that ultimately they'll have a bumper harvest. Does that remind you sometimes of your rural village? That still happens in Africa, despite the fact that certain governments have budgetary allocations complete with agricultural extension officers with whom you engage in your daily lives. But these agricultural extension officers are engaged not in agricultural extension, but extensions of their field visits for the sake of extending their per diems. These are issues that we must ask ourselves, so that there is governmental intervention in terms of our students in different parts of the country in universities. I remember the early days when in this country we had only one university. There was a dedicated institution at Egerton which was dedicated for agriculture. And I remember in those early days, the young men and women who were trained in that institution were exported to different parts of Africa, and they served and served well. But I remember now that those institutions no longer offer agriculture. They offer other courses, including conflict resolution. There is nothing wrong with conflict resolution. But I hold the view that we should be producing more agriculture graduates rather than more conflict resolvers and archaeologists. And there is nothing wrong with archaeology and history. But there is something important about equipping our young men and women with the ability to produce food, because food is at the very heart of human development in terms of the food chain of courses that ought to be offered in different institutions of learning. The other thing that we must ask ourselves is the attitude of the men and women. And once again, this reminds me of a speech that was given in 1966 by Tanzania's president about agriculture. And this is what he said, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, that what amazes him about his own country, Tanzania, is that 99% of Tanzanians claim that they are farmers. But 99% cannot feed more than 50%. But he said that in other parts of the world, and he gave an example of the United States of America, whether the statistics were wrong or right is another debate. He was making this point in order to, giving this example in order to make his point. He said, in the United States of America, perhaps no more than 1% claim that they are farmers, but the 1% is capable of feeding the entire And if indeed Monsanto over the years has been trailing the blaze in terms of offering seeds of high quality, if indeed before you went to the universities countries in which Agra is alive and well? Why is it that the knowledge that is resident in Monsanto has not been meaningfully transferred in institutions in those countries? Why is it that the umbilical cord remains firm, alive and well and uncut even when the baby is ex utero? Why is it? This is the question that we must pose. Why is it that in the area of husbandry, in terms of fertilizer, Africa still looks for fertilizer outside of the continent? I was telling my good friend here that there are two things that every civilization should always have control over if it is to be a civilization that will live for a long time: the production of food and the production of medicine. That you cannot leave these to others to do for you, because those are, in a manner of speaking, the building blocks of civilization. If you go to countries in Europe and you remember and remind yourselves of your own history, you'll remember that Europe had to undergo what was described as an agrarian revolution. I'm submitting to you that Africa has never known agrarian revolution. I'm submitting to you that the role of Agra is to introduce, when there is a true agrarian revolution in Africa, that Africa will be able to realize a potential in the other areas. Some of you who are familiar with agrarian revolution and the indices of agrarian revolution may not agree with me, but I'm submitting that if you only have pockets of change in a sea of a continent that does not change, then that is not change. I remember not so long ago when the millennium came about, a good American professor came to Kenya, amongst other countries, and founded things that were described as millennium villages. It was assumed then that that was the magic bullet, that after the millennium villages had been introduced, Africa would never be the same again. And I remember visiting such a village somewhere in rural Nyanza at a place called Barsauri in Game in Siaya County. And I remember the man taking us around in the Millennium Village. And I remember the man telling us how life would never be the same again. And I remember marveling about the Millennium Village. And I remember saying to myself, lo and behold, a miracle has happened. Last year when I visited the Millennium Village, it was a shell of what it was. The reason why it is a shell is because that intervention did not find residence in the minds and hearts, and therefore did not change the culture of the people. It was a solution that was from outside and was never internalized. I'm submitting to you, therefore, that in trying to green Africa, in trying to create a green revolution, in trying to ensure that Africa changes, we must ask ourselves, what is the kind of change that we introduce? We must ask ourselves whether the culture has changed so that people are wedded to the new way of doing things. Many times, changes do not take place because that intervention is seen as being alien to the environment, as being alien to the people. And therefore, when those who have introduced the change, or those who are seen to have introduced the change, have exited the scene, people go back into their default mode and they go back to their old ways. And that is what begs the question, what is the role of Agra? Not so long ago, I was at a conference where people were talking about population of Africa and birth control. And the story was told of a young girl who had gone to an area in Kitui in Kenya. And she was talking to young brides, on average with 2 children, talking to them about the finer points of family planning. And after she had finished, one of the women asked, "And how many children do you yourself have?" And the young girl said, "I have none." One of the women said, "You are therefore unqualified to talk about family planning." I do not quite hold that view. I do hold the view that sometimes seeing things from outside gives you certain insights, which those who are inside may never have. But yet I hold yet another view, that there is wisdom in having gone through personal experience, so that the experience, the theoretical experience of the young maiden who has never had a child must be complemented with the experience of those who have had actual experience. And that is why I think that those of you who are in Agra must ask yourself the fundamental question: why are you at Agra? Why are you at Agra? What is it that you want to be remembered for at Agra? What are the changes that you want to make at Agra? And these are very basic questions. What is it that motivates you? What is it that you want to do to ensure that Agra changes the face of Africa? Because Africa is a continent that has now made a declaration that in the year 2063, under Agenda 2063, she is going to be a middle-level economy. Africa has made that declaration. And Africa must therefore ask the fundamental question: what are the building blocks that will ensure that she realizes that agenda? Those of you who are from the African Union, I want to believe that agriculture must be at the very heart of it, because Africa can only realize Agenda 2063 if Africa can feed herself. You who are here, what are you doing to ensure that that dream is realized? In the 1980s, if you heard that somebody was traveling to Harare in Zimbabwe, there are 2 things that you asked when they came back. One, you asked them to bring back. The 2 others, you asked them to tell you what was happening about them. The thing that you asked them to bring back was a cotton shirt. They had very good shirts. The other thing that you asked them about was the quality. When you come from Zimbabwe, with due respect to the Zimbabweans who are in the room, the only thing you are and I give that example deliberately in order to demonstrate the fact that intervention in areas such as agriculture must also be accompanied by a political system that appreciates people's expertise. It is not the mere possession of the land that is the solver of the equation. The same farmers, some of them who are in Zimbabwe, have now gone to Zambia and to Nigeria, and they are replicating the very same things that they were doing in Zimbabwe. And the land left to the individuals who thought that land was the solver of the problem cannot produce. It is still in Zimbabwe. The land is in situ where it was.
So the intervention must also be the kind of intervention that makes people realize that the knowledge must be resident in people's minds and expertise must be locally nurtured so that people are capable of using that expertise for the general good. The other thing that I think is important is to begin to educate the people, because I know you are concerned with smallholders in agriculture, but we must never forget that the game-changing agriculture must also be large-scale farming. We must ask ourselves, what are we doing with the irrigation projects that we find in different parts of Africa, in Kenya, whether it is in Egypt and different parts of the world? One must not lose sight of that. And one must ask, what are the inputs that we are utilizing in order to ensure that Africa actually realizes our potential? In a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, one can go on and on about Agra. One can go on and on about agriculture, but one must now wind down in order to ask certain fundamental questions. And to me, there are 10 questions that we must put on the table in order to ensure that Agra realizes her potential. Question number 1, which is the foundational question, is what is the reason why Agra was created? Why did we create Agra at all? And my understanding is that this organization exists for, among other things, for the sensitization of populations in a positive manner, that they can use the resource known as land to liberate themselves from the chains of poverty. Question number 2, which is equally foundational. What kind of interventions must Agra make which are sensitive to the realities of the organization? Is capable of addressing the economic needs and agenda of the country in which they are intervening. Question number 3 is, how does Agra intervene? Because the manner in which you intervene is critical to the acceptance of the agenda that you are injecting into the environment. Because there is a sense in which there must be a time when the child which has been adopted must be released so that they are able to go, so that Agra is capable of saying, behold, we found a child that was incapable of walking, but behold, because of our intervention, it can now walk. Number 5, what are the methods that you are using, and are they sustainable after your departure? In other words, are you entering into the arena with tools of engagement, which tools can be embraced, which tools can be understood, which tools, when deployed, are capable of being utilized in a manner that will be possible even after your departure? Question number 6 that we must have, with what agenda are you leaving? In other words, with what agenda are you entering the process? Are you entering the process with a view to ensuring that the economic health of that particular community is aided? And if you are going to do so, is it visible to that community? And are they capable of appreciating that your entry will make their lives better? And question number 7, once you have entered into the agenda, what engagements do you have with the local expertise that are present on the ground, so that they feel that they are part of the equation, and that once you leave, there are linkages which are there as a point of reference if need arises? And question number 8 that must be asked,
What linkages are you creating for the people that you have intervened on their behalf to ensure that if they produce their markets, because Africa sometimes produces things that it cannot sell? And question number 9, what interventions are you making to ensure that the externalities which may undermine the communities are mitigated that may visit them? And lastly, the question that you who are present there are so wedded to the process that the people can see that your zeal and zest and vim and verve at once are transported to them, and that you own the processes as if they were your own. In my view, I believe that if those 10 things occupy the space which informs your engagement, then Agra will be doing a good job. And very lastly, to NEPAD and to the African Union. African Union and NEPAD are useful institutions. What linkages do you have with organizations such as Agra? What components of your budget find their way to Agra, so that ultimately Agra can be an organization that feeds from the breast of Africa? This is the question that African Union must ask. This is the question that NEPAD must ask. And if you ask these questions and answer them boldly, I have no doubt in my mind, African Union, that Africa will realize 2063. Permit me to stop there. Thank you.
So, Professor, I want to ask, if you have so much traverse in the governance process, all right, on which agriculture also depends, what do we do? Okay, because today you introduce a few things that you think will make a change. Now, new sets of people come, they have different agenda, all right, and sustainability is crucial for what we're doing. So how do we move in that regard? Thank you.
One of the key elements of this is, that governments don't feed their countries. Countries are fed by networks of agribusinesses who intervene to serve seeds and fertilizers and buy And to that extent, we have worked extremely hard to build a series of African Monsantos and Syngentas. And let me assure you, there are some brilliant entrepreneurs out there who are busy building those companies today, thanks to the intervention of AGRA. We have invested in over 110 African seed companies, and we are confident that some of them will grow into regional giants with time. But what the problem we run into is when we go to governments and we say, these are the companies that will feed your people, they don't really believe that. They see it as really perhaps their job. And some of them who see the successes of these companies sometimes rise up or deviate off and try to thwart the growth of these companies. So my question to you is, what do we do about that? How do we convince Africa's governments that what they really need to do to feed their people is get behind the agribusiness sector that they can see now starting to grow some roots in their borders?
I'm wondering if you have ever asked yourself how many head of states have been able to listen to you or to follow what you've been preaching so far. I'm asking the question because the governance issue is really a challenge, whether we're talking about the health sector, agriculture, or education. It seems to me that listening to you may at some point inform to the large extent how the head of states could look at themselves inward in making sure that they do the right thing. I'm wondering if you have a network or a pathway to reach out to them, or you are just, people come to you for advice, or you offer your services. Because for our countries, in some of them like Cameroon or Zimbabwe, not to mention them, having been through what we call failed governance system for the last 30 years plus, I think it's a really big issue. We don't see the end of the tunnel anywhere near. Thank you.
One question concerning the legal foundations of a capitalist and support the work that AGRA is doing. In most cases, in some of these countries, acts or regulations that allow seed companies to access fertilizer, to access breeder seed and so forth are not in place, or they are flawed. And when you try to do something to put them in place, you're told the Parliamentary Agricultural Committee members, they need certain payment in order to pass laws and or to advocate for certain laws in Parliament. Can you
say something about it? We often ask ourselves these same questions you've been asking us for the last 1 hour. But in many cases, a lot of people think agriculture as a technology problem. It's about seeds, it's about fertilizer, it's about improved agronomic practices. And we all know these technologies work. We all know what the problems are. We know what the solutions are. The difficulty we have in Africa is actually delivering these known technologies to the farmer so that the farmer internalizes them. But often the challenge we see is about, as my colleague said, in government policies, in putting the right institutions, the legal framework. And also, most of our leadership is engaged basically.
Go to the question, Nega.
Democracy as a 5-year election instead of really being accountable to the people. So how can we really create a system where governments, in Asia, we have seen countries under dictatorship, but these were benevolent dictators which put the needs of their people and their countries first, and they have brought hundreds of millions of people in about 2-3 decades. So what should we do really in Africa?
Do you agree with the myth that says, which I partly believe in, that probably had colonization 50 years after to take advantage of the infrastructure and build the moral fiber to be able to manage and administer what is left behind?
Are you actually
that is actually solutions oriented, so that when we have the parliamentarians debating the different bills, they actually have proper, bills to work with, because the drafters are most of the time lawyers, and they usually have come through your hands.
Now, I come from a region where there is a saying, there are two. One is a fish always rottens from the head.
Really?
What went wrong? Second, a caravan always goes at the speed of the slowest camel. Assuming that we know where to go, where is the smallest camel? I think AGRA is part of that solution of rebuilding a belief in the smallholder farming, in ourselves to feed ourselves, a self-confidence in our communities, a belief in science, and making sure that it is sustainable because we invest in local private sector. How do we put this caravan on the right track? By combining wisdom, knowledge, and the numbers to get to the promised land. I think this is what we're talking about.
We have to go to defensive. Everyone, when you want to assess yourself, you always think that you are doing sit as AGRA here and say, we are doing the good thing. When you are at African Union, you say, oh, we are really doing the good thing. The same with NEPAD. But when you hear about what he's saying, I think there is something wrong as he's saying. Because we are not, irrespective of this declaration that our president have made, our heads of state, we want to achieve Malabo Declaration by 2025, Agenda 2063, but the pace we are achieving those declarations is really slow. Then brings these 10 questions that he's asking. I will not ask, let's say, a technical question because here we are technicians. I don't think he can come and give us all the response of these technical questions that we are asking here. But I think we can ask him at least before we do, we make a grant at AGRA. Can we have this kind of question that Professor is asking so that we check that where we want to go is in line with this vision that he's actually highlighting here. This is just to that can inspire our way of doing business. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I will not pretend to be answering the questions. What I'll do is simply very briefly to share my thoughts on some of the issues that have been raised, and you don't have to agree with me at all. Let me, not in any order, but I think there is a sense in which the African problem, and I'll start with your myth. I don't agree that independence ought to have been delayed. Because, and with due respect to Zimbabwe, for example, Zimbabwe's independence was delayed. And one of the things that we marveled about, and which you still marvel about in Harare, is the quality of your roads. There is a sense in which the right policies are at the very heart. That is not to say that the land question in Zimbabwe is not an issue. It is. And many Zimbabweans will remember in the first 10 years of President Mugabe's tenure, he was the recipient of an award, together with Ghana's Olowo, as having been at the heart of proper management of the country. Which means, if the Zimbabweans here will remember, it was an international award given to President Mugabe and Olowo of Ghana. And one of the areas that was focused on in giving him that award was agriculture, because Zimbabwe was truly the bread basket of that part of the world. So that, I think, combining with the question that you've asked about what we teach at our institutions, and this is becoming very true. If you look at many African countries, in the early days, there was the realization that expertise was critical. So that institutions, if you went to Tanzania, you had institutions that focused on agriculture and technology. In Zambia and in many of these countries, and the laws were informed by policy, law, and then implementation, that hierarchy. That you had to have a policy position. And many countries had these. Of course, we think that they are now new. Now that we talk of vision, we do not know that, in fact, in the first 5 years of our independence, each country was driven by some vision and some policy, and that law was distilled from those policy and strategic positions. We've now become so tactical in our solution of tactical positions, which, as you know, you who are experts here, you've got to have a strategic direction. You may change your tactics, but the strategy, the overarching strategy, remains undisturbed. And this is what calls into question the whole question of governance in Africa. And governance must be understood at different levels. You talk about the political governance, which informs governance in the sector, in the different sectors. In agriculture, if you look at Kenya, for example, we have all these laws that have been made to deal with the coffee sector, with the tea sector, with the sugar sector. And then, of course, recently we also have these regional protocols. In East African Community, we have them. In SADC, you have them. Then in ECOWAS, you have them. In Central Africa, you have them. And lack of harmony in some of these things. And part of it, of course, is not just disharmony in Africa, but through bilateral and multilateral treaties. So Africa must also have a clarity of some of the things that we get into. You, as East Africa, you have a position. Let me take, for example, the position that Kenya has adopted about GMOs. We have a country position on this. What is the East African position on this? Is there a uniform understanding of it? And I think these are the things that we must talk about now that we have agreed that we are moving block by block East African community. I was talking to the some East African parliamentarians, and I was telling them that, you see, if we want to move as East Africa on the critical issues that define us, we must have one common position that defines how we engage with others, so that once East Africa has entered into this position, if it is in the area of agriculture, then we have one common position that we used to deal with the Chinese. Just to veer off a little, we are now importing fish from China. What is the position? What is the East African position? Kenya is doing it. Does Uganda think it is right? Does Rwanda think it is right? Burundi, South Sudan? So lack of clarity. And I said, to the anger of my audience at one time, and I was rather uncharitable, that the problem with Africa is that those who have ideas have no power, and those with power have no ideas. and that in many ways still informs. So you have all these ideas on how we can green Africa. I listen to you and I can see you are bubbling with ideas, but you don't have the power. And the fellow with power has completely no idea. And yet somehow, and this I think is your problem, when the electorate is given the choice between you with ideas and the one without ideas, the Africans' affinity for people without ideas is amazing. It's amazing. And just to give you an idea of how, and permit me to give the credit to your President Paul Kagame, that you can see that there are certain areas in sector, if you go to the livestock sector, for example, the intervention of the Rwandese government is sensitive to the realities of the Rwandese household. And they may have their problems, and problems will always be there, but there is a sense in which if you ask an average Rwandese whether the government has got it right, they'll say they have it right, which is a good thing. If you look at our government, Kenyan government position on coffee, and you ask your typical coffee grower or tea grower whether our government has got it right, they tell you they don't have an idea. And that is why they are uprooting coffee. So there is a sense in which the government's involvement is quite clear. And that is how I understand the Cameroonian problem with President Biya. There is a sense in which there's... I don't know how to be polite about this. I'm trying to look for a word about there is a sense in which ideas get frozen. You get people in government so that governmental positions are given because people are rewarded rather than people with passion. If you look at the early movement in Africa, the first 5 years given in government had some zeal of a missionary kind. If they were in agriculture, there is a sense in which you could see the drive. My people must be liberated from hunger. If you see the education, if you see health, and in some countries it is in fact the institutions and structures which were built in that era that are still alive and well, including the legal infrastructure. But unfortunately that disappeared. And how do we repair it? I think that there is a sense in which an institution such as the African Union can do it. And why I say African Union can do it is that African Union body with a larger agenda. And I hope now that with the proposal African Union has made about, is it some tax that you want, is it a proposal, is that tax? Because part of your problem is that you have many ideas, but you have no funds. Because if you have an idea and then you depend on a Western NGO to fund your agenda, they are not interested. They do what is in their best interest, and I don't quarrel with them. He who pays the piper must necessarily call the tune. So the day Africa begins to deploy her own resources and understand that agriculture is at the very heart of it, we must ask ourselves, for example, and my good friend from Nigeria must ask, if you go to your typical West African breakfast table, butter will be from Denmark. Skimmed milk will be from Switzerland. Possibly eggs from Romania or from the United Kingdom. Ketchup from the United States. Effectively, you can see, and you talked about agribusiness. If we could ensure that there are these linkages in markets so that the farmer, right now I belong to some group and I see somebody say, I had a lot of mangoes, but the mangoes are rotten. So that there are those who have a lot of, there is and I think that this is something that must be done, and I think the African Union can achieve it. So linkages between AGRA and African Union and ECOWAS and SADC and EAC cannot indeed be underrated. And of course, the question that was asked from Ethiopia, there is this argument that is now alive and well, whether Africa does not need benevolent dictators. And there is argument that is normally put forth, they cite Lee Kuan Yew and little Singapore, which is a city-state. And I told them that there is a sense in which the ideas are good, but the solution of Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore will not quite work in Democratic Republic of Congo. But there are ideas that can be borrowed. But I still believe that a democratic dispensation is capable of delivering these things. And once again, one looks at Ethiopia. Ethiopia, a population of nearly 90 million, slowly releasing its... And I think that the Ethiopian model, if it continues at the pace at which it is continuing, there is a sense in which Ethiopia, in the next 30 years, may be a country to look at. Releasing the political space slowly, because you don't want to confront us with some of these ideas too quickly, like I find ourselves confronted in Kenya and other countries. Slowly, and slowly working on the land tenure systems. I was telling him, in my rural village, somebody who is working on a swamp asked the local community to give one block of 100 acres of land, and there was none to be found, because after every 10 meters, there is a grave. And in my culture, you can't just come and plow down this grave, because the departed will visit pain upon you. So you can see that sometimes dealing with these issues is not as easy. You have fellows, you start off, your father left you with 10 acres of land. You have 5 brothers. 10 years down the line, it is now divided into 2 acres. You have each 3 sons, and now daughters are also included. By the time you are finished with dividing this land, each one of us now has a piece of land of this kind of acreage, just a small space like this. And you must agree with me that that also militates against the intervention that you are making. And there are areas in which, like Kenya, what percentage of land is arable in Kenya? Very small percentage of land is arable. And the Sahara Desert is not shy about moving down south. So there is a sense in which all these things are must also be looked at in the context of land tenure systems. And this is something that I know we are not confronting, and you confront it on the ground. So as I conclude, there is a sense in which technology is a problem. In fact, Nyerere had it right. He got it. He realized very early on, how do we do it? We do it. Right now, our government, for example, says that electricity, there is 60% penetration. In my rural home, there is one transformer. It serves only 2 families because one family is there, another one is there, so that you have this penetration, but is fiction of penetration. The truth is that that one transformer, if you had settlement, it would serve possibly 20 households. Lease land, and it would ensure that indeed you can have some of these things done in a manner that is friendly to technology. And lastly, we must also consider, I remember, and some of you will remember, in very many households in rural Africa, there was a kitchen garden. It may not have been called a kitchen garden, but there was something where there was always a banana plantation. There was always some tradition of vegetables. Once you'd washed your utensils, you'll pour water into it. It is irrigation by accident, but irrigation nevertheless. All these things have to be brought to bear. And one must conclude by saying that one is simply giving the ideas, but I think that the game changer in Africa, the game changer in Africa at the critical level is at the level of the fish not rotting at the head. I think that is fundamentally the problem, that all these beautiful ideas that are being generated, there is no sense of implementation, so that you'll find that individuals in government will actually undermine agriculture because they are the major importers of maize. So they don't want it to succeed. They'll undermine rice production because they are importing rice. But if you look at countries that are beginning to think about their countries, look at countries like Japan, with nothing. They are encouraging the growing of rice in little sacks in people's households. So there are many things, but yet even in the face of all that, I refuse to give a hope. Because I hold the view that this continent can realize our potential. And sometimes you who are present there may think that you are doing nothing. But let me tell you, ask yourself, as one policeman once asked me, when we were in the business of condemning policemen in the 1990s, he says, let us today as policemen announce that we have withdrawn our services for 1 week. It is only then that you would know that our presence contributes to something. Just ask yourself the question, suppose Agra were to withdraw her services where you are working today. You may think you have a bad situation, but it would be desperate if you left, which means that your intervention is worth something. You may not solve it. And as I grow older, I no longer look for solutions which are dramatic, which will happen in my lifetime. I hold the view that is block by block, that those who plant the tree are different from those who water it. And those who prune the tree are different from those who will ultimately enjoy the shade. It is generational. If you look at it that way, then you will be comfortable in the knowledge that you only play your part. And play it so well that when you go to sleep, you have a decent 5-hour sleep. That is the only way. Thank you.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and one Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by become part of this family. I love you. Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards one Africa now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what
to be present in this august assembly. It is not lost on me that you have senior academics drawn from different institutions across the continent of Africa, quite a number of whom are known to me, who are running institutions at the highest level and are senior academics. I'm also aware that there are junior academics who are rising through the ranks. And I'm humbled to be invited to share my thoughts with you on what I consider to be very significant, particularly at this stage in the history of Africa. And in order to contextualize my conversation, I will deliver no lecture, because I believe that conversations are a lot more enriching, because some of the things I'll be speaking about and speaking to are things that are known to you. And what I'll be doing is possibly to speak about them from a different perspective. When one talks about Pan-Africanism, particularly today, there is the tendency from the one side to romanticize Pan-Africanism, to articulate Pan-Africanism as if it were a magic wand, which, when waved, will solve all African problems, whether they are technological, commercial, political, or otherwise. Then, from another perspective, that there are those who think that Pan-Africanism is merely a curiosity, one that we take refuge in order to massage our egos without more. But Pan-Africanism is serious business. It is serious business because it helps to give us a worldview of what we can do in order to give Africa and Africans a sense of direction and a sense of esteem. And Pan-Africanism must be traced to its origins. And of course, one will not go to the period prior to the interaction between Africa and other civilizations. But there was some element of Pan-Africanism. And those of you who are familiar with the works of Cheikh Anta Diop will be familiar with his very able articulation of the state of Africa before the advent of the colonizers, before the advent of slavery, classical slavery as we know it. But we must, in the nature of things, have what I call a historical cut-off point, particularly when we want to contextualize our discourse in the arena of education generally and higher education specifically. You will be familiar with the very early ideas of the great Sylvester Williams of Antigua and Barbuda in the Caribbean, when the whole idea of Pan-Africanism was gaining traction in the middle part of the 19th century. Fundamentally, as a reaction to the manner in which the African had been treated during slavery and the manner in which the African was being treated during colonization. And in its very embryonic stages, one begins to hear Africans talking about education as they understood it then, as one of the key avenues via which liberation understood broadly could be achieved. That ignorance was not bliss. You wanted to create an army of young men and women whose worldview was informed in a particular direction, the direction of liberating Africans, whether they were in the mother continent, in the continent of Africa, or they were in the diaspora in the Caribbean, or in Latin America, or Europe, or Australia. And you will see the series of meetings that are then held during that period. And specifically, they are iconic interactions, because when the colonizer came into the continent of Africa, education was informed by the colonizer. So that if you went to the former Portuguese colonies, there was a very deliberate effort on the part of the Portuguese to recruit a cadre of individuals who would then be taken to Lisbon to be trained and to go back, whether it was Guinea-Bissau or to Angola or Cabo Verde or to Mozambique or to Brazil, in order to serve the colonial infrastructure. And there were very few recruited in that regard. And when one is talking about education in many countries, one can actually identify them, because they then became political leaders in their various countries and were involved in establishing educational institutions. You can talk about Agostinho Neto in Angola, and you will read his poems to understand how great a mind he was. You'll talk about Amilcar Cabral in Guinea-Bissau and Cabo Verde. You'll talk about Eduardo Mondlane in Mozambique. And you come to the former French colonies, the same. And there are people from La Côte d'Ivoire here. You'll know that institutions such as the Sorbonne had specific faculties that were created for the purpose of recruiting young Africans, people like Leopold Sédar Senghor in Senegal, Félix Houphouët-Boigny. And these were individuals who were specifically identified and picked to go for what was fundamentally indoctrination. And of course, the British also did the same thing. And that is how you then understand how they were picked, whether you are talking about in countries such as Zambia, they would pick people like Kenneth David Kaunda. In Malawi, Kamuzu Hastings Banda. In Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta. In Tanzania, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, and one would go on and on. And even if you went to the apartheid regimes in South Africa, you'll find that individuals such as Nelson Mandela were directed towards Fort Hare. And Fort Hare was deliberately designed to train young people in order to support what was fundamentally a legal regime and a political regime that was meant to perpetuate itself. If you go to Namibia And I'm mentioning these individuals because later they become the leaders who are involved in dealing with education in Africa. You go to Namibia, Sam Nujoma did not go to school very much, but he had his stint, and Ndimba Toivo. One can count all of them. So that the Africa that you are talking about and the education that you are talking about is an education system that was designed to undergird the colonial system. Recently, I went to Zanzibar, and a young man was taking me through the stone town of Zanzibar, and he had the most amazing interpretation. He told me, this is one of the schools that they built in order to teach Africans to think like them. Then this is one of the churches that they created so that they could teach the Africans to worship like them and to paralyze their spirituality. And this is one of the hospitals where they treated them when they were sick so that they could serve them. I thought that was ingenious. It was a correct interpretation, so that whenever the African was educated, it was not by design that you should help your fellow Africans. That was coincidental. You are simply an agent and a vessel for purposes of ensuring that you serve the colonial masters. The French and the Portuguese were more blatant. And the good professor from La Côte d'Ivoire will tell you that when they took people to the parades, one of the things they would do for the Africans to say, our ancestors, the Gauls. An African saying that their ancestors were the Gauls. And it is in that context that therefore you must understand when we are talking about the establishment of education facilities across the continent of Africa, universities were informed by that. Whether it was the University of East Africa with campuses in Kampala, Makerere for medicine, the Royal Technical College in Nairobi for engineering, the University of Dar es Salaam for law. And if you came here in Ghana when they established the Achimota College, and I want you to look at the founding instruments of Achimota and why they established Achimota. And they were doing that in King's College Budo in Uganda and later in Kisubi. The whole idea was to create an African man and woman who was fundamentally an automaton, designed to serve the master, designed to serve the puppeteer. He or she was meant to be a puppet. You know, this debate begins to crystallize a lot more on Africanism, because the United States is grappling the black man has been released from slavery. They have been told that they would get 40 acres and 1 mule, which they never receive. They have recruited the Uncle Toms, and they are persuading the black people at that time that what you need are a set of skills. Be a good plumber, be a good electrician. And in the United States, you begin to see a battle and two streams. Booker Taliaferro Washington, whom you will remember, and his college in Tuskegee in Alabama, who says the Negro must go to this education institution in order to be trained to have a set of skills, to conform. But there is another stream of W.E.B. Du Bois, who says education must be revolutionary. It must change your mind. It must change your thinking. We must think differently. If they have Harvard, we must have Howard. We must think differently. And at that time, a young South African is also visiting and learning in the United States of America. People never talk about him as much as they should. Pixley Kaisaka Seme. Many people don't know, but there is a book written about him as the founder of the African National Congress. Pixley Kaisaka Seme is then a student at the University of Columbia, and he delivers one of the most iconic speeches ever delivered by an African in the month of April 1906, the regeneration of Africa. And I commend it to you. He says at that time, and I paraphrase rather than quote Pixley Kaisaka Seme, that Africa must rise again. It must rise from the morass of confusion in which she finds herself. And it is not lost on me that Pixley delivers that lecture in the year 1906. And in 1912, the African National Congress is then founded in South Africa, with Pixley Kaisaka Seme and Sir Albert Luthuli as some of the leading lights, and of course, Governor Mbeki and others. They are beginning to recognize that education is important. At that time, you also see other Africans going to the United States. Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria, Zik of Africa, to Lincoln College in the United States of America. Kwame Nkrumah is also going to school at that time. Mwalimu Nyerere is in Edinburgh. Kamuzu Banda is also in Edinburgh. People are going. Africa is beginning to see education as something that is important. James Kwejir Agri of Africa, who later became the first black deputy principal of Achimota College and a teacher of the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah. They are taking all these individuals to Europe and America in the belief that these individuals will do their bidding. But they do not know that they are planting a seed which is going to germinate in a totally different way, and to give birth to an educational system which is going to revolutionize the continent of Africa. And you can see quite a number of Africans, even when you go to the former French colonies, you see that wave of Leopold Senghor, as I talked about, Felix Houphouët-Boigny, you see Ahmed Ben Bella, Bibo Giba. All these are individuals, Cheikh Anta Diop. All these individuals are going to that part of the world, but the colonizers do not for one moment believe that they are going to come back and be the agents of change and be the agents of revolution of education in the continent of Africa. And this is important because the spirit of Pan-Africanism is then being planted at that time. A series of meetings, as I've already indicated, are held in the Caribbean and ultimately culminating in the much more famous meeting in 1945 in Manchester in the United Kingdom, where some of the names that you can recognize are present in Manchester, where the spirit of Pan-Africanism, which is revivalism of individuals who did not go to school, I want us to see education from a totally different perspective. You can see a little later people like Marcus Garvey. No formal education, but they are influenced by this spirit of Pan-Africanism when he sings, Garvey was a buffalo soldier in the heart of America. When you hear people like Fela Nicola Pokuti, much later in Nigeria, Miriam Makeba, from Southern Africa, you can see the arts are being influenced by these. And ultimately, when we talk about Pan-Africanism 1945, you begin to see a people who know that in order for Africa to realize our potential, our people must begin to work together. And it's instructive. You see people like Walter Rodney from Guyana. These are academics. Ame Sessoa from Martinique, And you can see the writing at that time. After 1945, we then begin to see the agitation, both from the political front and across the continent. Kwame Nkrumah, SWAHILI, is, in my view, the high priest of it all. He sees it differently. Julius Nyerere sees it differently. Magai of Sierra Leone, Tubman, Ahmed Ben Bella, and one can go on and on. They are saying there is something that unites us as Africans, and that thing is what must inform everything we do, leading to the very famous statement by the SWAHILI for himself: you are not an African because you are born in Africa, but you are an African because Africa is born in you. So that you can see the clarity and the purity of thought processes at that time. But the neo-colonial Europe is not resting. In former French colonies, what have they done? Félix Houphouët-Boigny is the deputy in the French parliament. Leopold Sédar Senghor is a deputy in the French parliament. And what they do, and excuse me, for the French, they also gave you a wife to ensure that you are under very close marking at all quarters. So you can see that your education beyond the Sorbonne, you are also educated at home. So, and all these things, with the help of hindsight, they are very deliberate. They are very deliberate. And you can see that they are doing that because they want to ensure that even after you have left their country, they are still in control of their processes through you. In the United States of America, a debate now rages. The Taliaferro-Washington approach, where you conform without transforming, and the W.E.B. Du Bois approach, where you transform education. And remember, W.E.B. Du Bois is the person who then, I think he earned the first PhD, African-American to earn a PhD at the University of Harvard. I think he's buried here in Ghana, W.E.B. Du Bois. And another man emerges from the United States, Carter G. Woodson, in 1933. He's involved in the education system, and he writes a book, The Miseducation of the Negro. He has now looked at the education system and he's asking, what history are you teaching to young Africans? What geography are you teaching to young Africans? What chemistry are you teaching to young Africans? He's interrogating education at all levels because he knows that education is the key via which you can gain genuine transformation. Carter G. Woodson writes that book. But in 1933, outside of the United States of America, outside of the Caribbean, into the continent of Africa, we are already beginning to see agitation to regain independence, to become masters of our own affairs. It starts very early through various movements which are led by unschooled people, unschooled from the Western perspective. Agitation about land rights, because these are going to become important later, even at the university. The Mau Mau movement in Kenya, the Hehe rebellion in Uganda in the 1990s, Omuka Makabarega of the Bunyoro Kitara Empire. Here in West Africa, we see the resistance in Benin, and we see the resistance among the Yoruba people, the Temne and the Mende in Sierra Leone. So there is activity across the continent culminating in the formation of political organization, paradoxically and ironically by the people who are trained in Europe and whom they thought would be their agents, giving meaning to what is written by Kenya's Ngugi wa Thiong'o in his book, The River Between, when he instructs his chief character, Waiyaki, go unto the white man and learn what he teaches you, but come back and do the right thing. You can see that the impact is also in the literature of it. So when you look at the books that are being written at that time in the 1950s, whether it is Chinua who is writing, whether it's Sembene Otsman who is writing, whether it's Peter Abrahams who is writing, whether it's Alan Patton who is writing, you can see there is something about writing at that time which is informing how you are going to organize yourselves. And when Nkrumah comes back to Ghana, invited by the UGCC, he finds a few conservatives, because there'll always be such, who think that the slave master's house is fine. Just make it a little better. And as one wise man said, one of the greatest danger, the most dangerous things is to have a happy slave. And as Malcolm X puts in his analogy of the house Negro and the field Negro, he says, the house Negro, when the master's house is burning, he says, our house is burning. But the field Negro says, let it burn down. So you can see, even within the educated class, the quality of education has affected people differently. And those of you who are Ghanaians now know when Kwame writes his book, Dark Days in Ghana, when he is exiled in Conakry, and he talks about why the CPP was, where he created his own political party, you can begin to see the urgency of the moment. And it's not only happening there, it is happening in different parts of the world. To me, in Africa, in the former French colonies, you can see the appetite now through the Pan-African spirit to do something to change. We fight and regain independence, and it's never lost on me that is those who are Western educated of whatever kind who are in the forefront of the struggle for independence. In South Africa, as I've already stated, it starts with Kaisa Kaseme, it starts with Lutuli. The other ones take it over, Nelson Mandela and people like Mbeki. In Namibia, the ones who take it are Sam Nujoma, Andimba, Haman Toivo. You go to Mozambique, it is Mondlane and Samora. You go to Malawi, it is Kamuzu. You go to Zambia, it is Kaunda and Kapwepwe. You go to Angola, it is Neto, Savimbi and Roberto. You come to Kenya, it is Jomo, Oginga and Thomas Joseph Mboya and Gikonyo. Of independent African countries meet in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from the 23rd to the 25th of May. The agenda is loaded. Kwame is clear But it must always be remembered that people meet in Addis Ababa when Africa is split into two ideologically on all things. The Monrovia group, led by William Tubman, including Felix Houphouët-Boigny, including Leopold Sedar Senghor, hold the view that we should slow things down. The Casablanca group, led by Kwame Nkrumah, Modibo Keita, Ahmed Ben Bella, Gamal Abdel Nasser, say we must change things now. So they meet in Addis Ababa as the Monrovia group and the Casablanca group. Ultimately, the OAU is a creation and a triumph for the Monrovia group. So Africa creates a weak organization. And I say this because ultimately when you look at the institutions that are then formed even on education, they begin to germinate from Addis Ababa. So we go back and we start now to struggle for independence for the countries that have not regained independence. The Freedom Fighting Office is opened in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania to focus on apartheid, South Africa, and Ian Smith's Rhodesia, and Southwest Africa and other countries that have not regained independence. But now, the countries, the new countries are faced with reality. You go to some of the countries, you only have one graduate or 10. And I want you to look at each one of those countries. Look at Rwanda, Urundi. There were no more than 10 graduates. Look at Kenya. There were no more than 500 graduates. And you can go on and on. You have a crisis of governance. In fact, the French countries are worse. Guinea-Conakry, I forgot to mention Ahmed Sékou Touré. When the French are leaving after the yes-no vote in 1958, they destroy everything in Algeria. They destroy everything in Guinea-Conakry. They destroy everything in Mali, then the Sudan. They destroy everything. Now, how do you govern? How do you have universities when there are no lecturers? How do you run your hospital facilities? How do you deal with agriculture? You've inherited institutions where there is not possibly a single African professor. How do you do this? The crisis of education now comes in, and you have to go into quick training. And that is where, and I'm jumping this, where the airlifts now come in. The airlifts are happening in different parts of the world. Ghana, you are now on a crash program, taking young people to the United States of America, taking people to the United Kingdom in Ruskin College, taking people later, of course, to the Patrice Emery Lumumba University in Moscow, because there is also a competition there. The Soviet Union, because it is now also a struggle for the neo-colonial project, is now alive. So in Kenya, they have what is fundamentally the Kennedy Airlift. The Kennedy Airlift in Kenya is initiated, actually, Kenyans don't actually accept, but this is the reality. The Kennedy Airlift is attributed to Thomas Joseph Mboya, but it was a Gikonyo Kiano, who, having earned his PhD in the United States, who came with the idea. And then they take 800 people to become the civil servants. On the other hand, the Soviet Union is also taking people to Hungary, East Germany, and the Soviet Union. There is a clash of people who then come back to become pioneer educationists. And you see it in Tanzania, you see it in different ways. And I say that we may understand the Pan-African component of education and the ever-present hand of the neo-colonizer in the entire arrangement. So those of you who went to the Soviet Union, you come in, once again, you always went there and they came with Russian girls who are watching them very closely. And if you look very closely, out of 10, 7 were married to Russian girls or East German girls. those who go to the United States, and for the ladies, of course, you are a little bit more discreet, so you never came with the men. But for the men, you find they come up either with the Caucasian or African Americans. But you can see the process of indoctrination is alive and well. So when they come back, they begin to populate our universities. And the universities are organized in a manner, as I said a little earlier, the East African University in Dar es Salaam, or rather in Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda, you now have specialty. It's called the University of East Africa. That is what we inherit. How do we deal with the University of East Africa? They were specialized. And I said a little earlier, some countries don't have a university at all. You are in Rhodesia, you are in Nyasaland, you are in Zambia. You begin to create universities. You create the University of Zambia. You are in Rwanda, Urundi. You create a university. You find yourself in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which immediately after 1961, there is a problem. How do you create a university? You are Dauda Kairaba Jawara in Gambia. You create a university. The only place you can go to is in Dakar, Senegal. You are in La Côte d'Ivoire. You are in all those countries. How do you create the university and who runs them? And many of you will remember that the first vice chancellors were foreigners for good reason. Some of you are here, you are there at that time, either as graduate assistants or tutorial fellows. Which books are you reading? Are they Pan-African books? Are these Pan-Africanism still alive and well at that time? Because Pan-Africanism also demands, among other things, that the training is directed in a particular way. And you can see major activity. The Ghanaians will know when the Osagyefo comes, is in a hurry. We never rather. Education is given its pride of place. When in 1969 is instituting the Kwame Nkrumah University Institute, which is now the Kwame Nkrumah University. And
hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
University education. He is telling Ghanaians, Ghana needs a new kind of man who thinks differently. And he is active across the continent of Africa. He says, we do a Kosombo Dam because we want engineers, we want electricity. He is telling Tubman in Liberia, don't sell your rubber. We tell Firestone, tires must be made here, therefore we need engineers. Train doctors here. That is the Osagyefo. Pan-Africanist to the hilt. Nyerere, being interviewed in 1967 about education, he says, the education system I've inherited here treats and creates an African man or woman whose greatest desire is to run away from his Africanness. We must change that. We must create an African who is educated and whose true north is the love for Africa. And you can see it in Senegal, much more sentimentally and romantically rather than practically. Leopold Sedar Senghor comes with the Negritude movement. And the Negritude movement has been criticized by some people. Like, I know Wole Soyinka did not like it. But this is the genesis. Those of you who are students of history and philosophy will have heard of René Descartes, who says, dubito ego cogito, cogito ego sum. I doubt, therefore I think, therefore I am. And then Negritude says, I dance, therefore I am. And Wole said, this man is simply saying that our business as African is to dance. and you can remember the history of the Negritude movement and the Festival for Arts in 1966 in Dakar, Senegal, and the subsequent one in Surulere Stadium in 1977, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa Square, about Festac, celebrating art. Senghor responds by saying, I'm saying education must be complete. Maths, chemistry, biology, philosophy. But we must not forget the arts and the humanities. And is reinforced in this by Cheikh Anta Diop, for whom a university now exists in Senegal, and a philosophy of Diopism exists. You can now begin to see that there is this sometimes rising, sometimes ebbing away of the desire to create an education system that is going to address our needs. Africa is in a hurry. You made promises when you are struggling for independence that life will change. But where are the teachers to teach at your primary school? Where are the doctors to treat people? Where are the agriculture extension officers to make sure that agriculture works? Where are they? So what do? Many universities find themselves in crash programs. Education without philosophy. Education for acquisition of skills without more. And you can now begin to see all universities in Africa are essentially offering degrees that are not homegrown. Even our own high school examinations are not homegrown. It's Cambridge University, which is setting our education system for O-level and A-level. Our universities are linked. If it is the University of Ibadan, is offering the degrees of the University of London. Nairobi is offering the degrees of the University of London. The university in Angola is offering the degrees of Lisbon. There is an affiliation between the university in Abidjan and Sorbonne because you don't have the capacity. And I'm saying this, how does this affect the Pan-African project? Many of you will remember an experiment that was undertaken in biology by a Russian called Pavlov. You remember that, conditional reflex. So the more you do it, the more it becomes natural to you. The more you got into these spaces, the more in your default moments, you think in the manner in which you are conditioned. And I'm saying this, that our training then has a complete impact and indeed affects our worldview and our training. So that if I now begin to go into the last segment of my conversation, you are now talking about different things in different professions. Let's take the legal profession, for example. What is Pan-Africanist about the legal profession? There are three streams of legal profession that you see in Africa. There is the continental civil law system, which is unique to the French system, has elements of it in the former Portuguese colonies, the single former Spanish colony called Napoleon, derived from that tradition. That is the civil law system. And we say gleefully, we now are in our legal system independent, complete with how they dress, like Father Christmas. Then you have the common law system, which is derived from the law, the reception date, 12th of August, 1897, when we received the common law, and we are very happy about it. And even in Ghana, you can still see how your judges dress, Father Christmas and now Mother Christmas, complete with our speakers. Common law. Then when you go south, then other tradition is Dutch Roman. So what is Pan-African about all these? Nothing Pan-African about all these. And we say that African customary law is only applicable to the extent that it is not repugnant to justice and morality. Whose morality we do not say, but we know. So you can see how that kind of training does not allow you to have a Pan-Africanist view and a Pan-Africanist concept of justice. When we come to land tenure systems, here in Ghana, for example, you had land tenure systems in the different communities. You are now being told that we have imported a system of land tenure system from Torrent system in Australia to be applied here. You can now begin to see, and I say this because it is contemporary. I remember a case that was tried in Tanzania by a West African, I think he's Guyanese, Telford Georges. He was then the Chief Justice of Tanzania immediately after independence. And a Tanzanian man was charged with the offense of bigamy. And the offense, of course, when you are found guilty, you are then jailed, because the law said that marriage is the union of one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others. But then Telford Georges said, but in traditional African societies, marriage is the union of one man and all women. So he was saying that the mores of the society is different. So why do you criminalize? That was his argument. And you can see that these are extant issues about Pan-Africanism. How do you deal with people in that regard? And the most recent, those of you who come from Rwanda during the post-genocide, the Gacaca. The Gacaca jurisprudence is rich. How many people are rehabilitated through Gacaca? Hundreds of thousands. How many people has the Rwanda tribunal in Arusha tried? Not more than 10. And recently, Felicien Kabuga has no responsibility. Another one is arrested. How many years since the genocide? Can they go back into their societies? They cannot go back. Those who came to the Gacaca, are they back in communities? Yes. Pan-African. Is it homogeneous? No. It is unique. What is applicable amongst the Asante is not necessarily so amongst the Zulu. Unity in diversity. That is in the area of law. Medicine. Recently, what are we teaching in our medical schools? Is there something Pan-African about it? No. The greatest claim to fame of an African doctor is that I went to the London School of Tropical Medicine. And when they say it, they shake their head. Is there anything wrong with it? But I am urging you, if you ever want to get sick in Europe, don't have malaria, choose another disease. Because you then become a medical curiosity. They don't know how to deal with it. I'm sure some of you have found themselves in such a space. They don't. But are we undertaking research here? Right now in Africa, the greatest, the most famous research that is going on malaria vaccine is by the University of Oxford. They are funding it. It is we who should be funding that, because it is something that is common to us. Herbal medicine. Have we mainstreamed herbal medicine? No. Last year, you know, a number of children died out of cough syrup in Gambia. Many of them out of some medicine, cough syrup medicine that was made in India, and the government of the Gambia has now hired an American law firm to represent them. I'm still talking about Pan-Africanism. So you can see, and recently during COVID, you could see when the Malagasy Institute of Applied Science came up with a medication, COVID organic. How many ordered it? Only 2 countries, 3 I think. John Joseph Magufuli in Tanzania, Equatorial Guinea, and I think Ghana doubled with it. But we have more faith in AstraZeneca, Moderna, Sputnik. And I asked at one time, does the Bureau of Standardization in any of our African countries have a standard for those vaccines? No. And why have you all been vaccinated? By faith. By faith. Because you don't know. So you can see that, but herbal medicine, and I'm saying this because this is Pan-Africanist. You go to India and look at Ayurveda, mainstreamed. They have mainstreamed their own medication. And people now go to health farms in India and Kerala. You go to China, they have mainstreamed their own medication. But you talk about African medicine is, that was witch doctors. Our African doctors are witch doctors. Black magic. So I'm saying, why are we not teaching these? Go into engineering. Right now, in every African country, what you see are Chinese. We have been producing engineers in the thousands. But what do you see? Which begs the question, what are we teaching in our engineering schools? What about environment? Is there a Pan-Africanist element in that regard? Look at the plastic pollution. Look at our own contribution to the COP and climate change. The desertification arrest, which we tried, and I think Senegal has done the best in terms of trying to arrest desertification. One can go on, but I want to conclude. What I'm saying, therefore, is we must decolonize our education system. And the decolonization of our education system means that we must revolutionize our curriculum. And when we look at our curriculum, we must ask ourselves what it is that we teach at our universities at all levels, whether it is in the sciences or in the humanities. It saddens me, and I know that knowledge has no geographical boundary. That I know. But I know that knowledge must also be localized in order to respond to the realities of a particular environment. If you go to the Scandinavians now, the Finnish model of education is praised. Who teaches in the kindergarten in Scandinavian countries? PhDs. Who teaches in our kindergartens? I'm not going to say who they are out of respect. But if the foundation is weak, then what are you doing? Some of our very best should teach at the foundational level. And I'm going to say that is how you begin to infuse this Pan-African concept in our entire discourse. You go to Scandinavia, see how they teach chemistry, the history of chemistry, the history of biology, the history of mathematics. So that when a child is saying, what is a zero? When did zero acquire value in the history of mathematics? They know. And all these can only be done by revamping our curriculum. And if that is done, it is you who are here, you men and women who are here, who are leading institutions that must begin to think about. And I'm happy that Ashesi University is in that space and is therefore catalyzing the entire process of re-examining. Because Africa is now in in a crisis, one may say, if you want to be negative about it, but I think it is on the cusp of something. We are at crossroads. It's a question of where we choose to go, because crisis is the mother of invention and innovation throughout history. And if that be true, what is it that we can do in the context of Pan-Africanism? We are talking about Pan-Africanism, but Africa is now saying that there are things that we must do. We started saying this in 1908 with the Lagos Plan of Action and said Africa is going to trade to ensure that we increase trade up to 50%. We never did much with African continental free trade. We started saying that we must have African things. In the sector of aviation, in 1988, we came with the Yamoussoukro Declaration. In agriculture, we came up with the Malabo Declaration. We came up with the Declaration on Health in Abuja in 2001. On women, we came up with the Maputo Declaration. All these now must be taught at the universities. They are not being taught. Are we teaching Africa Agenda 2063 at any university on a serious note, or we just mention it fleetingly? Those of you who are in the departments of economics, are you teaching Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and are you looking at the tariff and non-tariff barriers here in ECOWAS? In SADC, are you looking at them? In East African Community, are we looking at them? In Central Africa, are we looking at them? In the Maghreb, are we looking at them? And I'm suggesting that it is only through a Pan-African approach. In other words, telling us that there is something unique about the manner in which you do things. And there is something that is happening of a young man from the Gambia who got a scholarship to go to the United States, and he chose to go to the university in Rwanda, and I loved it. Because the Rwandese may be small, but there are certain things that they are getting right. Right now in Mauritius is a small country, but is becoming the focal point in terms of financials. Are we teaching that? Which books are we reading in our universities on economics? Are we reading Dambisa Moyo? Or we are reading Michael Todaro? In other words, we must begin to think differently. And I am saying that we must think like Kwame did and his stalwarts. That the time is now for us to realize that higher education is what is going to liberate Africa. And is only going to liberate Africa if we teach the right things. And is only going to liberate Africa if we implement the right things. And that is why I understand James Eman Kwejir Agri of Africa, who one day at a class, he came, and I paraphrase, and told his audience that one time a farmer, a naturalist, was walking in the forest, and he picked the young of an eagle and took it home. When he had taken it home, he kept it with his chicken and fed it on chicken feed for a long time. One day, somebody came, a naturalist came to the farm and said, "Amongst your chicks, there is an eagle." And the farmer said, "I know. It's an eagle, but we have kept it here and fed it on chicken feed for a very long time. It is no longer an eagle. It is chicken." And the naturalist said, "No. Once you are an eagle, you are always an eagle. Let us try and see if it has some eaglehood remaining in it." And he put it on the palm of his hands and urged it to fly, and it refused to fly. And the farmer said, "I told you. It was once an eagle, but it's no longer an eagle. We have fed it on chicken feed for too long." The naturalist came again and said, "No, it is an eagle." So he put it on the palm of his hand, facing the sun, and it flew and flew, and he looked at the farmer and said, "No matter how long you feed an eagle on chicken feed, its eaglehood doesn't die. It may remember to come back to the chicken, but it is always an ego. Africa is in that space. Let us be the ego that James Emmons Kwejira-Aggrey talked about. Thank you.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you. Usually, I never get used to read a speech, but for today, I'm gonna read a little speech that we wrote, and this will give you a full picture of what we stand for, where we are, and where we are going. It is indeed an auspicious occasion, a great honor and privilege to be here with you today to launch and celebrate a nations of union, One Africa. Swahili Nation One Africa is a global initiative founded to unite Africa, explore the abundant opportunities of growth that exist throughout the continent, harmonize ideas and best steps to harness these for the benefit of both the young and old generations. To date, Africa remains a continent blessed with numerous resources, yet it is still the poorest in the world. There are numerous internal and external factors that causes this dissonance. The World Bank estimates that by the year 2050, sub-Saharan countries will be home to more than 1 billion people, half of whom will be under 25 years. This demographic stands the best chance at transforming the continent. The most dangerous poverty of all is mind poverty. Colonizers paralyzed Africa decades ago using the education system. The imperialists to date use the divide and rule principle. Africans have for decades been turned against each other. The family unity in Africa, which served a pivotal as a building block of human behavior and society at large, where formative values and respect and responsibility were instilled by parents, all the social order is now disintegrating. Should we sit back and continue complaining while cursing the neo-colonialists? My people, eradicating mind poverty in Africa starts by acknowledging our history, being aware of the present, building on the future, and learning from our mistakes. My people perished and being destroyed for the lack of knowledge. Knowledge remains the biggest challenge we face as Africans. Even with little knowledge we possess, partly our minds have been brainwashed and misinformed. The divide and rule approach of the colonialists remain prevalent even in the current times. Africa, we have allowed ourselves to be divided along with tribes, religion, skin color, clans, ethnicity, amongst others. One Africa, we declare our diversity is our strength. We embrace unity in diversity. Generations behind us are silently pleading for direction. The time is now to reconcile with ourselves, neighbors, and the whole continent. It will be a long road to healing, but in solidarity, we break away from the chains of division and walk the path to freedom. As we forge through this era of technological revolution, Africa should concurrently embrace transformative global trends, especially targeting our education policies. We should create tech corners and replicate across the continent to acquaint professionals in Africa with different trends on education and technology aimed at connecting them with the rest of the world. Unity, peace, and love run a resounding aloe. These three sum can only come through initiative that promote equality of opportunity. Africa is the world's youngest continent with 60% of its population under the age of 25 years. Africa is an envy of the globe, accounting for 19% of the globe youth population. Let us tap into the readily available labor force of the young men and women and detract them from joining extremism. Free them from taking risk journeys across Mediterranean Sea and from appalling conditions and inhuman treatment some experience in the Gulf region. We need to harness the potential of our young people. World Bank estimate that 40% of youth who join extremism are motivated by economic inequality. The exodus of our youth and other professionals through legal or illegal immigration should be a concern for all of us. Our social fabric is being broken, yet human capital is in abundance in Africa. Africans, we have the power to reverse the brain drain into skills gain. I envision an Africa where everyone gets quality education and accessible health service, where no one will be scared to show their ethnicity, religion, or belief, where everyone can traverse freely without being scared of their safety, where everyone is respected for just being a human, where love and peace are our resources for being, giving is cherished, sacrificing in service for the benefit of others are honored, where integrity, honesty, hard work, and result-based leadership are the core motivation for all people, especially those who lead us. One Africa needs more than just talent and passion. We need a rich network of like-minded people, dedicated professionals, experts in various fields, and vast ideas on moving forward to bring about change and prosperity to our beautiful continent, Mother Africa. For a long time, Western media and other foreign nations have manipulated and distorted the truth about Africa for their own gain. No one else can defend Africa but Africans. No one else can support or change this continent, Africa, but Africans. Africa is our home. Africa is our heritage. Africa is our pride. Africa is for Africans. That's why you clap, guys. Thank you, thank you. Collapse the borders. We, the African youth, are ready and energized to build our continent into prosperity. We have the ability to solve our own challenges without external interference and manipulation. We are advancing to reach all Africans across the planet through conversation for a better Africa. We are on a mission to defend the image and heritage of Africa, to decolonize the mind through authentic knowledge, and create a bridge for oneness and peaceful Africa. The core essence of our unity is towards a one Africa of solidarity in peace and love. Knowledge is power. Our people need to be empowered through genuine knowledge based on our values, customs, beliefs. And Africa before colonization. Let us join hands and share in the vision of our humanity, the vision for a one Africa. With all humility, I pledge today that one Africa will unite and build Africa and its people despite of our differences, because our diversity is the key pillar of our unity. I sincerely thank and welcome you abroad to go with me in this journey. Thank you so much. Appreciate. And let me just finish by saying that my tribe is Africa. My tribe is one Africa. Whatever tribe you have, it's Africa. And that's how we can unite each other. Appreciate, guys. Thank you so much.
number one, that I do not have monopoly of wisdom, and what I do is to share my thoughts with you and to make suggestions which may not necessarily be true, but they constitute my opinion on the subject at hand. And that is exactly what I intend to do on a subject on which I do not claim expertise. What I have done is to prepare a paper which will be circulated, and I've prepared it in two forms, in the PowerPoint form and in the Word form. I will speak to the paper without reading the paper, and in that way, I believe we'll interact a lot more. And my paper is entitled The Vision of the Founding Fathers, Looking to the Past to Inform the Future. And I will be alive to the fact that the element of religion is at the heart of the theme that is being interrogated this afternoon. When I was thinking about the paper, the first question that I asked, who are the founding fathers, or who are the founding fathers that the framers and organizers of this conference had in mind? And I was convinced that they must have had in mind some of the key figures that were present in the 1940s and 1950s and 1990s up to 1980s, and indeed up to the 1990s, who participated in the liberation of Africa. But yet, even as I thought so, I was conscious of the fact that when one examines history, particularly the history of the black people, there are a number of individuals who are founding fathers, but are rarely mentioned when we talk about Africa. One of the individuals who came to my mind is a great South African about whom we say very little, Pixley Kaisaka Seme. The South Africans in this assembly will be aware of that great South African who was one of the founders of the African National Congress. And if they care to examine some of his early works, they will also be familiar with one of the greatest speeches ever delivered by an African, delivered at the University of Columbia in the month of April 1906, titled The Regeneration of Africa. Those who have had the privilege and honor of examining that piece of writing acknowledge that Pixley Kaisaka Seme was very conscious of the status of Africa as it was in those days. You will remember that by 1906, Africa had suffered the fate of partition in Berlin, and that it had been partitioned, as we know, amongst the European powers. Prominently, the Germans had their share in West Africa. They had their presence here in Rwanda and Burundi. They were present in what was then Tanganyika. The French were present. The Portuguese were present. The English were present. The Belgians were present. The Spaniards were present. The Arabs were present, although they were not part of the club that partitioned Africa in 1884. And therefore, when he was talking about the whole idea of the regeneration of Africa, the choice of his words, because he was speaking in a foreign tongue, which I am speaking in this afternoon, he was very clear about the words that he chose. He talked about the regeneration of Africa. And when one talks about regeneration, it means that there was an Africa which had a certain level of development, and that had suffered at the hand of the foreigners, and therefore it needed to be regenerated. Those of you who are familiar with the thoughts and works of Senegal's Anta Cheikh Diop will know that Anta Cheikh Diop
does recognize that there was indeed an Africa which had certain levels of civilization. In fact, the more romantic historians suggest that when Europe and Europeans were still living in the caves in the western part of Africa, there were organized kingdoms and that there were libraries which rival the largest libraries in Africa today. Indeed, those of you who are students of religion like Professor here will know that people like Augustine of Hippo or Athanasius, some of the early thinkers in religion, were resident in what may today be called the Maghreb. In other words, therefore, when Pixley Kaisa Kaseme was speaking in 1906, and he was talking about the regeneration of Africa, he was telling us that Africa needs to rediscover herself and that Africa needs to move a notch higher in order to find her pride of place amongst the community of nations. It is instructive, therefore, that the works and the ideas of Pixley Kaisa Kaseme were to be picked and developed a little later in time by other great African thinkers, yet one who is seldom mentioned, James Emmons Kwegyir of Ghana, normally referred to as Agri of Africa. Many of you, particularly the Ghanaians who are here, will remember that James Emmons Kwegyir was the first Ghanaian to earn a PhD and one of the early African leaders of the famous Achimota College in Accra, Ghana. And James Emmons was indeed very clear in his mind. The story is told of James Emmons Kwegyir, which I'll relate to you now that I have more time that was allotted to me. And the story is one that has been told by different people in different ways, but even if I retell it in the manner which offends the original story, my point will still be made. The point is this. He said, and he remembers as a teacher, that at one time there was a poultry farmer. And he says that this poultry farmer could only keep one thing, because when you're a poultry farmer, you only keep chicken. But he remembers that at one time, some of his chicken that he was keeping strayed into the bush. And when they came back home, there was within their ranks another chick which did not look like them. It was the chick of an eagle. And one day, after a passage of time, a naturalist came to the farmer and saw the eagle in all its splendor. And he said, "This is not chicken, this is an eagle." But the farmer said, "I know. It was once an eagle, but it has been fed on chicken feed for too long. It has long lost its chickenhood. It has long lost its eaglehood. It has now acquired chickenhood." And the poultry farmer and the naturalist said, "No, once an eagle, always an eagle, no matter how long you are fed on chicken feed." And the naturalist said, the farmer said, "I want you to demonstrate." And in the evening, he put the chick on his palm and urged it to fly, but it refused to fly. And the story is told, the farmer said, "I told you. It was once an eagle, it was fed on chicken feed, it has lost its eaglehood, it is now a chicken." But then the following day, the naturalist came early in the morning, and as the sun was rising, he put the chick on the palm of his hands and urged it on, and it flew and never came back again. And he said, "I told you, once an eagle, even if you feed it on chicken feed, it will remain an eagle." And he said so animatedly, it is reported, that is who an African is. He could have been fed on chicken feed, but it has never lost its eaglehood. James Emmons Kwegyir was underlining the fact that no matter how devastated you are, you will always have that inner self. And I think the person who captured it in order to lay the basis of this as an artist is a man that we call Wole Soyinka. The many of you who are Nigerians here will remember Wole Soyinka's famous writing, "The Man Died." The man died. The man died. The man in you must never die. And the man includes the woman. And I'm laying these bases for us to understand that when we talk about forefathers, we must never forget individuals such as Pixley Kaisa Kaseme. We must never forget people like James Eman Kwejiragri. We must not forget people like Cheikh Anta Diop. And if we want to go into the diaspora, we must never forget individuals such as Marcus Garvey of Jamaica. And we must never forget individuals such as W.B. Du Bois. And one of the things that they underscored in those early days before I come to the forefathers that we are much more familiar with is that Pixley Kaisa Kaseme, in his writing and his speech, which I've already talked about, he said, in order for Africa to realize our potential amongst the Committee of Nations, there is only one thing that must define African relationship with other civilizations. He called it multi civilization. He called it multi-dimensional osmosis. And what he called multi-dimensional osmosis becomes much more relevant, particularly today, when we are trading with China, when the osmosis is not multi-dimensional. And the osmotic is only in one direction, is monodirectional. And what he meant at that time is that Africans must engage with other civilizations, but that engagement must be of such a nature that it is mutually beneficial and the relationship is symbiotic. And I think that that is what we want to underscore today, even as we talk about religion and the place of religion in giving pride of place to self-governance and religious freedom as an important pillar in one of the 7 pillars of Africa Agenda 2063. But yet I cannot at this stage yet go into Africa Agenda 2063 before I examine what was the vision of our founding fathers and who were they. In my own examination, and I stand to be corrected on this, whenever we talk about the founding fathers of Africa, we are normally directed to remember the 32 leaders who gathered in the month of May 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And I encourage us to look at the views of these individuals, but even before we go to that particular period, to look at some of the early thoughts and some of the things that animated these individuals to the extent that we now call them the founding fathers, and what it is that they had in mind that defined them as the founding fathers. And I take us back to 1957 in Accra, Ghana, on the day that the country then known as Gold Coast regained her political independence. And see how deliberate I am. I'm saying the country regained her political independence, did not acquire her independence. She regained an independence that she had lost by dint of force and by dint of both strategy and stratagem. In 1957, on the day of the regaining of the independence by Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah was as passionate as he was eloquent. He said that the independence of Ghana meant nothing unless all the other African countries were independent. And what did independence mean? Because at that time, and you will give me a little latitude in order to give some flavor to my presentation. If you look at the individuals who are present at that time in terms of the commonality and the unanimity of their vision, one had to look at Africa and understand what it is that they were talking about. In West Africa, if you listened at that time to Kwame Nkrumah, his clarity of vision is that independence and liberty meant a number of things. One, the liberty of the individual as individuals to exercise their thoughts and to be free to participate in their affairs, including religion as I understand it, and that therefore Kwame was conscious that the country that he had participated in liberating, which was Christian Gold Coast, but he rechristened and the people rechristened Ghana, was a multi-ethnic country and a multi-religious country and a country that was rich in her diversity. And the same was true of every other country. So that if you listened at that time in next door to in Nigeria, which was, as you know, until independence divided into 3 regions, the northern region, the eastern region, and the western region, you could see that even at that time in Nigeria, while the colonialist was conscious of the religious differences, the leaders of the day, even if grudgingly so, were conscious of the fact that now that they had found themselves in this geographical space, they had to tolerate each other. So that when you are listening to the Muslims in the north, when you are listening to Abubakar Tafawa Balewa in Nigeria, or the Saudana of Sokoto, Sir Ahmadu Bello, and listening to Nnamdi Azikiwe, who is a Christian, they are conscious of their diversity. They are grudgingly in Nigeria, but they accept the fact that they must live together. Religion and religious differences was not given the pronouncement and the accent that we now see in the manner that I shall demonstrate when I am concluding my presentation. So that even if you left countries that had that kind of diversity and you went to Algeria and you listened to the more casual thoughts of Algeria's Ahmed Ben Bella, you could see that he was conscious of the fact that even though we were finding ourselves in potential religious conflict, we had a common vision for Africa. And in that regard, you would listen in Liberia, or rather in Algeria, to Ahmed Ben Bella. You would go down to Guinea to Ahmed Seko Touré. You would go to Egypt to Gamal Abdel Nasser, leading an Egypt that was fundamentally Muslim, but conscious of the fact that there was an Africanness. But there were also other individuals who at that time did not believe that God existed. They were persuaded that there was something called materialism, that they were persuaded by a different ideology. But even in that appreciation, they were conscious of one fact, that there was a continent called Africa, and that Africa was a continent that needed to move in one direction. And you will discover such individuals when you come to Kenya, when you come to Tanzania. We talk about people who are Christians, committed Christians, such as Julius Kambarage Nyerere, and you went down to the people who did not quite believe in Southern Africa, like Agostino Neto or Samora Moses Machel at that time. But what is critical for our presentation is that in May 1963, 32 leaders congregate in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, at the invitation of Emperor Haile Selassie. And I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to take time this evening or hereafter to read the speeches that were delivered by each one of them, and I've read each one of them several times. Even the ones who later disappointed us, the Spirit was on them. The Spirit was on them. And I will only isolate a few of them in order for us to appreciate how far they could see. As I stand here, I remember the speech of David Dacko of Central African Republic. He says that Africa must unite and move in one direction, for how would a little country such as Central African Republic survive in the face of the sustained machinations of the erstwhile colonial power? We know that David Dacko did not live up to the dreams that we thought he would. I listened to speeches such as those of Julius Kambarage Nyerere of Tanzania. He said, we did not come here to talk about unity or to remind ourselves how unity is important. We have come here to affirm the fact that without unity, Africa is never going to realize their potential. And one can go on to the speeches of Modibo and others, and Haile Selassie and others, to rehash those speeches because they can be located in libraries. But it's important to isolate one speech, the speech of Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah, because that, for those of you who are French speakers, that was the pièce de résistance. It was the speech that, in my view, captured the essence of what was meant to be Africa, and the three things that stand out in the speech and therefore form the three-legged stool upon which my presentation will now be founded. Unite, and unite immediately before the leaders who are present in that forum become used to the trappings of power. You and me know that they have now become victims of the trappings. He said that we must unite and come out of that arrangement with one army, with one currency, with one united country, because the former colonial powers had yet devised another method of her story. Their vision was an Africa that would exploit our resources for our benefit. Their vision was an Africa that would sit at the dinner table of human civilization, not as food to be consumed or as a waiter, but as a diner to enjoy the goodies of life. That was their vision. But the question is, that vision that saw Africa liberate herself from the clutches of colonialism, was it merely flag independence, as Kenya's Ngugi wa Thiong'o says, not in so many words, in his book Decolonizing the Mind? Was it a total liberation of the peoples of Africa? In his famous television program, Kenya's Ali Mazrui, the program titled Africa, a Triple Heritage, Ali Mazrui says passionately and eloquently at once that Africa is the only continent on earth that consumes that which it does not produce and produces that which it does not consume. And he says, curiously, we are the only continent on earth that is still referred to in the following derogatory terms: Anglophone Africa, Francophone Africa, Lusophone Africa, and those who are generous even refer to some part of Africa as Arabophone Africa. He says they do not say that of Latin America. They do not say that of Asia. And if you doubt Ali Mazrui, there is now a war that is going on in the Cameroons and is characterized as a war between the Francophones and the Anglophones. But if you go to the so-called Anglophone area, no more than 5% can speak eloquent French. Yet there are many ethnicities in that part of the world. And I'm submitting to us that this is important because it demonstrates that there is something in our minds that we have yet to liberate ourselves. We have yet to decolonize our mind, which Ngugi wa Thiong'o says is a prerequisite to our total liberation so that we can engage with the world meaningfully. You know, as I speak to you now, there are 54 recognized independent African countries, particularly if you talk to the Moroccans. But when you liberate yourself from Morocco, there are 55 because of Sahrawi. But I'll be of good manners. I'll say there are 54 recognized and 55 with one unrecognized. That Africa is an Africa that ought to be governed by the vision of the founding fathers. That vision was articulated in the Charter of the Organization of African Unity. One can say that the Charter of the Organization of African Unity did form the foundation stone upon which we liberated all countries, and that these countries were liberated up until 1994 or 1990 with the death of apartheid regime. The question is that vision alive? The question is that vision relevant today, particularly when we talk about freedom and good governance? The question is that vision alive for those of us who are spiritually and religiously inclined? The question is that vision alive? Can it be predicated in the Bible? This good governance that we keep on talking about, what is it? Permit me to refer to the Bible on the assumption that you are readers of the Bible and that you are Christians of Berea, who beyond the preaching will go out and find out whether I said the things that are to be found in the Bible. You know, there are two things in the Bible that inform my engagement with you in this afternoon. One of them is actually located in the Bible, and one of them is located in the dramatization of the Bible, and you'll allow me to repeat that dramatization. The first one is the story of Korah in the Bible. This man Korah, you know what he did? He assembled 250 elders of Israel, and they confronted Moses. And they said, you know, you have made laws unto yourself that you may be a prince over us. You have, of course, poisoned the minds of everybody else. And what happened? The Bible records that they were consumed. God consumed them. Because there is no freedom outside of the law. That is the message that I gather there. And then when they grumbled again, 14,700 of them were consumed. Those of you who are readers of the Luo Bible, there is a mistake in the Luo Bible. They say 14,800. They were actually 14,700 were consumed. Even the Bible can have a mistake. I've drawn it to the attention of the Kenya Bible Society. I think it was a typographical error. But it doesn't take away the point that I want to make. The point that I want to make is that when we talk about freedom, we must remember that freedom must be in the context of good governance. And that good governance must be in the context of the individuals with certain. Julius Kambarage Nyerere articulated it very well in the Arusha Declaration in 1967 when he said that a country must be governed by certain ideals and certain taboos. the things that you don't do, and the things that you can legitimately do for the better good. So that even in the Bible, when we talk about the vision of the founding fathers, even without their having been Christians or unanimity as to whether they were picking it from Christianity, there is a sense in which there is a possibility of situating this vision in the Bible. The second element in the Bible that I want to talk about is the dramatization. The time that was allotted to me is about, but remember, I'm also consuming the time that was allotted to Professor Mwench. So I'm in safe territory. And I'm conscious that the law of diminishing returns is operating after lunch. So I'll conclude very shortly. But the dramatization that I want to talk about before I come to the last limb of my presentation is to be found in a movie which I believe all of you ought to have seen. And if you have not seen it, please watch it. How many of you have seen the 1956 dramatization of the film The Ten Commandments as directed by Cecil B. DeMille? You haven't. If you haven't, go and watch it. And there is an interesting portion in that particular story which once again speaks to Korah and Dathan. When Moses has been on the mountain of the Lord for 40 days and 40 nights, there is a grumbling downstairs, and Aaron and the sister have been made to forge unto themselves a calf as a god. And in the dramatization, before Moses comes down on the 40th day, the prophet Joshua moves to the mountain and meets Moses. And when they are in between, there is noise from down in the hill. And when there is noise, Joshua says, there is noise, there is grumbling. And Moses is recorded as saying, those are the sounds of joy and revelry. The people have rebelled against God. He is carrying the 10 tablets of the law, and according to Cecil B. DeMille, as it comes down, comes from his head, Kiron meaning horns in Hebrew. And when he comes down, Dathan confronts him and says, you have made unto yourself laws that you comes down. On the 40th day, the prophet Joshua moves to the mountain and meets Moses. And when they are in between, there is noise from down in the hill. And when there is noise, Joshua says, there is noise, there is grumbling. And Moses is recorded as saying, those are the sounds of joy and revelry. The people have rebelled against God. He is carrying the 10 tablets of the law, and according to Cecil B. DeMille, as he comes down from the mountain, there are 2 horns from his head. Kiron comes from his head. Kiron meaning horns in Hebrew. And when he comes down, Dathan confronts him and says, you have made unto yourself laws that you may become a prince over us. We have freedom. And Moses says, there is no freedom outside of the law, and those who will not live by the law shall die by the law. And that is the point that I wanted to make, that all civilizations, our founding fathers were convinced that we had to have a legal regime. And this is the basis of the constitution that we inherited from independence. But these constitutions were not homemade. And that is why you see that no sooner had we settled with this constitution than they started being disrupted. But the point I want to make before I come to the constitution is an important point about their vision. This is about a meeting that took place in Cairo, in Egypt, about the doctrine of the inviolability of the boundaries of African states. Because at independence, there were those who took the view that Africa should redraw her boundaries. Those of you who are from Cameroon will be aware what happened between Cameroon and Nigeria. You will also be aware of the events that took place in Nigeria when there was an attempt to divide the country into three, leading ultimately to the Biafra War. Those of you who are familiar with the country that was then known as the French Sudan, now known as Mali, will know the attempt that were made at that time. Those of you who are familiar with what was called Tanganyika, which later became Tanzania, will know that fact. Those of you who are familiar with the country that was known as Northern Rhodesia and now Zambia, and the one that is now called Zimbabwe, will know that. Those of you who are familiar with the history of Southwest Africa, now known as Namibia, will be aware of all these activities. So the first thing that the leader said, whether we are Muslims or Christians or animists, as we are called by other people, we shall live in one geographical territory, because the God that we worship is a God of diversity. He's the God that says that there is no Jew nor Gentile. And it must mean, if you are addressing us in Igbo or in some Nigerian language, there is no Yoruba nor Igbo. That, I think, was the vision of the founding fathers of the day. And that is why I think that when we are going to the future, the African leaders recognize one thing, that the OAU Charter, as was constituted, was only important up to a certain stage in the life of Africa. And that is why in the year 2013, the statutes that constituted the OAU were revisited, and the African Union was created. And when the African Union was created, it was created on the assumption that if we had lost 50 years, we were now going to deal with Africa from a totally different dimension and perspective. But one must ask, what is it that had informed the leaders at that time? There were a series of things that had happened in Africa, in my view, which things informed their decision. You'll remember as early as 1960, when we had barely settled in independence, the first political assassination in Africa was the overthrow of Togo's Silvanus Olympio. And immediately after that, the murder of Patrice Emery Lumumba in 1961. And thereafter, there was a series of coups d'etats, some of them which were being informed by religious factors. So 2013 or 1981 becomes the year, 1990 rather, becomes the year when we begin to see the re-emergence of Africa. But that is not what is important. What is important is what happens in 2013. And I'm inviting those of you who are present here to go and look at the letter that was read, the imaginary letter that is written by the then chairman of the OAU Council, the South African lady called Nkosana Dlamini Zuma. It is an imaginary letter that she writes to Kwame Nkrumah. And it is written on the basis of Agenda 2063. And she writes to Kwame Nkrumah in so many words, or rather in effect she says, that I look forward to an Africa where there'll be unity amongst all African states. I look forward to an Africa where there'll be a railway from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to Dhaka in Senegal, where there'll be communication from Suakin in Sudan to Luanda in Angola, from Cape Town to Cairo, and that where the Democratic Republic of Congo shall become the hub of industrial activity, and that East Africa shall become the hub of ICT. West Africa will be industrialized, where gas will be piped from Tanzania to West Africa, and oil piped from Nigeria to the rest of Africa, and where there'll be harmony. And if you look at the 7 pillars of Africa Agenda 2063, one of them is that the guns will be silenced by the year 2020, so that we'll no more have South Sudan. We'll no more have Central African Republic. We'll no more have the Cameroons. We'll no more have battles and wars that are predicated upon religion, but we'll have an Africa where people enjoy freedom of movement and freedom of conscience within the law. and that we shall have an Africa where people have the liberty to enjoy what it is that they are meant to enjoy. And permit me at this time to use from another civilization what I consider that Africa to be. Many of you, as I conclude, will have read these words which I repeat and refer to oftentimes. They are the words that are to be found in the American Declaration of Independence, and I think that they are important for many civilizations, that all men are born equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain alienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So that it must have been, when we go back to Pixley Kaisa Kaseme, when we go back to James Emmons Kwejiragri, when we go back to Cheikh Diop, when we go back to W.E.B. Du Bois, when we go back to Marcus Garvey, when we come to 1963 and we are talking of Kwame Nkrumah, or we are talking of Sekou Touré, or Olympia, or any of the leaders, it must have been their intention that it is for these reasons that governments are instituted amongst men. And I think that is the second part of the American Declaration of Independence. It is for these reasons that governments are instituted amongst men. These are not the words of the American Declaration, these are now my words. Instituted amongst men to midwife the process of their enjoying those rights. So that any government has a divine duty to ensure that they midwife this process. And if that be the case, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I'm submitting to us that the founding fathers could see what we cannot see standing on tall trees while they were squatting. They could see them with the clarity of vision that we cannot possibly master. What could they see? They could see that in order for Africa to realize their potential, the people in Central African Republic cannot run a war that is based on the fight between Muslims and Christians, that it cannot be right. They could see that the diversity of the people in Central African Republic requires that they enjoy their diversity and they live in harmony so that people can realize their potential, so that they can indeed enjoy what God has given them on this earth. They could see that the people in Mali and Mauritania cannot conduct their affairs on the basis of religious diversity. They could see that it is important that the diversity of religion is only a celebration of God in his unfathomable ways. They could see that. They could see that indeed, even in South Sudan, they cannot conduct their affairs on the basis of religious difference. And I'm submitting to us, therefore, in a nutshell, that our leaders in 1963, when they sat, whether in West Africa or in North or in East or in South, conceived an Africa whose sons and daughters would enjoy liberty, and that they would enjoy liberty so that they would lead a fuller life here on earth. But they would have the freedom of choice to exercise their freedom, and that if governments were instituted amongst them, those governments would be trustees of power for purposes of creating an enabling environment. They could foresee that we are diverse with over 3,000 languages, and that in our diversity, we could enjoy our unity. In the words of Kenya's Ali Mazrui, our diversity must not be a Tower of Babel, but it could, if we want it to be a Power of Babel. They could foresee that we must recognize that we have no monopoly of wisdom or monopoly of knowledge, and it is not for us to judge. and our duty is only to fulfill our affairs. It is in this regard that I see Africa Agenda 2063 as a useful document that attempts to project into the future and to remind us that in 2063, when some of us may be alive and well, that Africa will be a continent that is respected and is not referred to in derogatory terms, whether when it is convenient we are developing, when it is not convenient we are developed, when it is convenient we are the dark continent, when it is convenient we are a rising continent, that we shall, in the words of Patrice Emery Lumumba of Congo, be in a position to tell our story, however bad that story is. That is the Africa that Kwame Nkrumah must have seen. That is the Africa that Modibo Keita must have seen. That is the Africa that Julius Kambarage Nyerere must have seen. That is the Africa that I want you to see. Even you who are sitting here as Seventh-day Adventists, those of you who are sitting here as followers of Jesus Christ, Latter-day Saints, those of you who are sitting here as Anglicans or Presbyterians, the truth is, we are committed to one thing: Christ of Nazareth, passion in Gethsemane, agony in Golgotha, joy on the third day. God bless you.
So the lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell us here about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man, that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came, and then he went back, he gave a report, and then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake, because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered it. We're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them.
Around a subject that we all know is very significant at this stage in the continent of Africa. Typically, a keynote speech is one that is pro forma and invariably is written by somebody else and read by somebody else.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards one Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave.
Nile Valley, but we are having a conversation about river basins. we are having conversation around water generally. I'm a student of the law of the sea, and my PhD thesis is actually on the exclusive economic zone, the use delimitation of the exclusive economic zone. And it is not lost on me that the use of water and water resources is now beginning to receive the attention that it deserves, particularly in the continent of Africa. For a long time, the continent has focused on natural resources, on what may be described as the terra firma, so that we talk about cobalt, we talk about gold, we talk about diamond, but we never pay sufficient attention to the water resources. In the year 2002, Kofi Annan made a statement that was then believed to be remote. And he said that by the year 2025, which is 2 years away from today, Africa will begin to have problems with water, just potable water. But if you read the speech of Kofi Annan in its full flavor, he was also talking about the use of water resources, both navigational uses and non-navigational uses. Africa today is a continent that ironically and paradoxically is beginning to talk about the reduction in the provision of potable water. And you go to many African cities, whether it's in Nairobi, Kenya, Kampala, Uganda, Lagos in Nigeria, or indeed Cape Town in South Africa, the problem of water is an issue. But the irony is this, that if you look at the river basins in the continent of Africa, if one may, they are legion. Go down south and you can count. If you are not talking about the Okavango, you are talking about the Orange. If you are not talking about the Orange, you are talking about the Zambezi. If you are not talking about the Zambezi, you are talking about Nkomati. And if you go to Western Africa, you are talking about the Niger, you are talking about the Mano River, you are talking about the Chad Basin. You come to a part of the world, you are talking about in West Africa, you are talking about the Volta. You come and talk about the Nile, you talk about all these, the Great Lakes region, so that if you look at the water available in the continent of Africa, of course, we are not the best watered continent on earth, but the reality is that we have resources which are underutilized. And one can never have a conversation of this nature without recognizing that the problems that we are grappling with now in the continent of Africa are a direct result of the process of colonization. If you look at the continent of Africa, and this is history with which you are familiar, if you look at the treaties that were entered into in the early 20th century, they were never designed to help the post-colonial state. If you take the Nile River, for example, which is the longest river on earth. I'm told sometimes the people in Amazon and Mississippi want to argue against it, but they never succeed because it is the longest. You will discover that the early treaties or the discussion that took place in 1920 were actually designed to assist the commercial enterprise of the British at that time. And the post-colonial state as we know it today did not exist. And when one examines the jurisprudence of the day, what we now call international jurisprudence, many African countries as we know them did not exist at that time and did not therefore participate in articulating the jurisprudence at that time. When we talk about international policy articulation, African countries did not participate as intimately as they should have. And this is true of most of the river basins. And I want to talk about the Nile first. Many of you here will be familiar with the Anglo-Egyptian agreements. And the most that we know are the agreements and exchanges of letters that started taking place in the 1990. And in 1920, and during that period, most of us know that the sea and waterways were, in a manner of speaking, the lifeblood of commerce. Therefore, the navigability of rivers was at the very heart of the use of these basins. So that when the world was thinking about how to transport goods in order to give meaning to commerce, you are looking at navigability at that time. It is in this context that we must see the Suez Canal, for example. It is in this context that we must see the Panama Canal. And when we talk about all these, we must ask ourselves, who were the players at that time in the continent of Africa? The Nile River Basin was important because the Nile was largely, in quite a number of areas, navigable. We know that there are certain aspects of it that were not navigable, but the navigability and the use of the waters for purposes of irrigation, particularly in Egypt, must be tied to commerce at that time. The British textile industry, which was the driving force of the the industrialization of Britain from Manchester and different parts of the United Kingdom, required cotton. And cotton was being grown in Egypt at that time. And the British colonized Egypt. They were present in Sudan. They were present in Uganda. They were present in Kenya. They had a protectorate after the Germans left in Tanzania, in Tanganyika at that time. And therefore, when they were entering into these agreements and looking at the riparian states at that time, they were not bothered about the upstream countries. Many of us know that Ethiopia controls anything between 70 and 80% of the waters of the Nile, if you go to the Blue Nile. But if you look at the conversation at that time, Ethiopia is not under consideration. You look at the Lake Victoria, whose source was being sought by everybody, including the person for whom this particular premises speak Munyonyo is named. They were looking for the source of the Nile in order to determine what was the artery, if you may, of the Nile Basin. And therefore, the United Kingdom looked at the Nile Basin as something to be exploited. They did not care about Ethiopia. They did not care about Tanzania. They did not care about Uganda. They did not care about Tanzania. They did not care about Burundi. They did not care about Rwanda. They did not care about the Democratic Republic of Congo. They only cared about themselves. And this selfishness was transmitted by a treaty to the Egyptians. We don't say it as loudly as we should. I've written an article about it when I'm talking about the interpretation of the Nile Treaty of 1929 and the succeeding treaty or agreement between Sudan and Egypt in 1959. So you who are students and initiates of the Nile River Basin will then know that the Treaty of 1929 was meant to protect British interests in a manner that was acceptable to the Egyptians. And when we as students of river basins now want to interpret that treaty, we are told that we must do so in a manner that is consistent with the laws with international law. We are told that there is a doctrine of pacta sunt servanda, that we must interpret laws in a manner that is faithful, and that therefore that should govern. And when we apply the different tests of interpretation, whether it's the subjective test, the objective test, or the theological test, we should respect the Treaty of 1929. And that is the kind of argument that you see dominating discourse in geopolitical discourse and hydropolitical discourse. It is never lost on me that in 1979, when Anwar al-Sadat was signing the Camp David Accord in 1979, this is what he said, that we'll never go to war with anybody. And if we are going to war, it's going to be on the question of water and the question of the use of the Nile water. That is 1979. And not in so many words, in this month, on 19th of May, in Sharm el-Sheikh, in Egypt, when the Arab League was meeting, that is only a few days ago, I heard similar language. Poison coated with nectar. And that is what we are here to wrap our minds around. So the question that we must ask during this conversation, when we are talking about the Nile Basin, some of you are working, the good doctor, and some of you on a daily basis are talking about the Nile Basin. Do those treaties make sense today in the post-colonial African state? When they were entered into, the African states as we know them did not exist. When we regained political independence, did we inherit those treaties? Did we accede to them? Should we be bound by them? Knowing as we do in the case of the Nile waters that Egypt even wants to tell other states upstream, before you irrigate, talk to us, you in Uganda. Before you build Bujagali, talk to us. Before you expand Owen, talk to us. Before you construct the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, talk to us. If you want to build a dam in Sudan, talk to us. And it is only when we agree that we'll allow you to do a little something. This is the kind of discourse in which we find ourselves. Yet we know that the principle of res communis, which talks about the use of common resources, not only requires of us, but enjoins us to ensure that common resources are used in a manner that benefits all. So that one is saying that democracy and diplomacy are the mother's milk of the conversation around the use of riparian resources. That is the Nile Basin. We'll be familiar with the framework of the year 1999, which you are familiar with. You'll be familiar with the initiatives in 2010 that involved Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and I think Burundi again joined in the year 2011. But are the Egyptians who opposed it? The Egyptians opposed it, as did the Sudanese. At that time, South Sudan had not been born and therefore was a part of Sudan. These are the things that I'm putting on the table for you, that you may wrap your minds around them as you talk about the river basin. But we are only talking about the Nile, and I'll come back to the Nile a little later. If we go down to West Africa, and we go around the Chad Basin. In the last 20 years, I think Lake Chad has shrunk by more than 30%, if not more, with the consequence that the fisher population in that area are completely devastated. When you see what is happening there, the loss of the discharge of the aquifers under that particular area have suffered in a tremendous way. How are we using the Niger? How have the waters of the Niger been affected by the very reckless extraction of oil in that area? If you go to the Bakassi Peninsula, and if you go out there, you go into the Mano River, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and those countries in that particular area. You go to the Senegambia area. How are we using those waters for the economic benefit of the continent of Africa? We are talking about the unraveling of the Sahara Desert, and we are saying we should arrest the desert. Are we using those resources for purpose of ensuring that we address that particular issue, particularly in these days of climate change? When we go to the Congo River Basin, and you know the Congo River is amazing. The Congo River may not be as navigable as it should be. I remember when we were young, when they were teaching us geography, they used to tell us about there was a song about which rivers are navigable. And we used to sing that River Congo is not navigable. We know that across the Congo it is navigable. But the navigability of the River Congo, which is the conduit of transport between Kinshasa and Brazzaville, is a fountain of economic activity. But that is not what we are talking about. We are talking about the opportunities that it presents for purposes of ensuring that there is economic activity. If you are to dam the Congo River all the way and do it properly across to the Atlantic, you can imagine what it would do in the manner, for example, that the Germans have dealt with the Rhine River. If we could do that with the Congo River, you can imagine what would happen in that basin that we are talking about. And if you go beyond, and when I talk about the Congo River, I'm also talking about the possibilities such as hydroelectric power. It is estimated that the Grand Inga Dam, if Inga Dam were to be constructed, Inga Dam would contribute to our grids anything between 100 and 150 megawatts. That is more than the installed capacity of hydroelectric in sub-Saharan Africa, excluding South Africa. And do you imagine what that would do to industries? Because if you look at Africa today in terms of power generation, and you cannot begin to talk industrialization without power. Look at the installed capacity of power across the continent of Africa, and you start Nigeria, 5,000 megawatts, that is generation. Distribution could be anything between 3,000 and 3,500. Ghana, 2,500. Liberia, 500. Sierra Leone, 500. Guinea-Bissau, about 400. Benin, 550. And if you go to Mali, it's anything between 300 and 600. You go to La Côte d'Ivoire, slightly over 2,500. The Gambia, less than 1,000. Senegal, less than 3,000. That is the power we are talking about. That is not power that you can use to industrialize. I keep on saying, of course, this is hyperbolic and exaggerating, that perhaps the power they use at the Schiphol airport is more than the entire amount of power generated in Guinea-Bissau. And I'm saying this in seriousness and in jest, because you cannot talk about industrialization without power. And I'm saying that these river basins lend themselves to modular power generation in terms of hydro capacity. And if you leave the western coast of Africa and you go down, you come to the eastern part of Africa and look at the little river that we have. In Kenya, only look at the Tana. And you go to Tanzania, look at the Rufiji and those others. And I'm happy that the Tanzanians are now beginning to use the Mwalimu Nyerere, Kambarage Nyerere hydroelectric power, which is being done by the Egyptians and is going to generate anything between 2,000 and 3,000. You are beginning to talk industrialization. You go to Rufiji, you are beginning to see what is happening in that area. You go to Ghana, you talk Volta, you are beginning to see. You go down in Zambia, you are talking about Kariba, you are talking Zambezi. And during the last drought, you saw what happened when the Kariba was drying and the power outage. Those of you who come from South Africa will be familiar with what is happening right now in terms of power provision. You have power outage sometimes almost 8 hours a day when you are on level 6. Those of you who come from Ghana will be familiar with the vocabulary that the Ghanaians gave to the world called dumso, dumso. Of course, they have now solved it. And one is saying that all these river resources are there and they can be exploited. The question that is then on the table, when I stop talking about the rivers, look at the Great Lakes. And ladies and gentlemen, particularly you and me of African extraction, we should be very annoyed with ourselves. Why? Look at the Great Lakes. They are only great in name, but they are not great for what they give us in terms of the use and resources. These are freshwater lakes. We now know that you can generate power through waves. What are we doing with them? What are we doing with Lake Victoria, which is now heavily polluted? What are we doing with Lake Albert? And I hope the Ugandans, when they start extracting oil, will not pollute Lake. I hate calling it Albert. We must get a proper name, Ugandans. Lake, then what we now call Albert and Edward. By next year, you must change the names of those lakes. What can be done in terms of ensuring that those resources are used? You go down to what we now call the Victoria Falls, is Mosio Tunya Falls, and see what can be used to generate those things at the Mosio Tunya. And I'm saying that when we talk about the economic use and value of all these, and those of you and many of you here come from River Basin, look at the orange now. What cannot be done in the orange? I know the South Africans and the people from Lesotho, you are now happy. Water is still coming from Lesotho, from the islands and going to South Africa. But in 20 years, will that water be there? If we don't manage water, will it be there? This Lake Victoria, it's what, when I grow up along the shores of Lake Victoria, we could drink directly from the lake. Today, unless you are suicidal, you will not take water from the lake. And in the rooms where you are given bottled waters, perhaps Dasani, made by Coca-Cola in Atlanta, Georgia. I think you must have felt ashamed. This is what we are talking about in terms of the economic impact and the possibilities that are there when we talk about river basins. My fear is this, that in the continent of Africa, we are incapable of understanding and appreciating the possible economic impact. I hear estimates that are being given about what would happen if we exploited our river basins and our water resources properly, and they are conservatively talking about 200 billion. Wrong. It is in the trillions. It is in the trillions. Right now, just look at the Nile. Look at what is being done at the Grand Renaissance Dam. Look at the power that is going to be generated there. 10,000 megawatts at the very least. I'm talking about hydroelectric power. Look at the industries that it can spur. Leather, manufacturing, food, irrigation in agriculture. What can it not do? We are now in the era of the 4th industrial revolution and the 5th industrial revolution. You'll need power. If you don't have power, then is a pipe dream. Power, energy is the key thing. And water is going to be the thing that is going to give us sustainable energy. And I'm saying that the Nile Valley can achieve it. But what must we do in order to ensure that we have good diplomacy? Because what we now have is what I call gunboat diplomacy. The Ethiopians are now not talking with the Egyptians because the dam is almost 90% complete. The Ethiopians say we are going to start filling the dam. The Egyptians say, you fill it, we'll see. And on 19th, the Egyptians now stopped being African, they became Arabs. They attended a meeting of the Arab League, and the Arab League has now said that they will not allow the dam to be filled as they watch. What are we being told? That if push comes to shove, we'll not hesitate to use force. That is what we are being told. And don't imagine that it cannot happen. Don't imagine that it cannot happen. It can happen. Can we stop it? Yes, we can. Under the aegis of the African Union and under the aegis of the Nile Valley Basin, there is need for urgent and important diplomacy that allows the members of the Nile Basin to ask ourselves, this is a shared resource, this Nile. It is good for all of us. You Ethiopians generate power, but be mindful of Sudan. Be mindful of Egypt. Be mindful of South Sudan. Be mindful of Lake Turkana, because the damming of the Grand Renaissance Dam is also affecting Lake Turkana in Kenya, which is becoming more and more saline because the aquifers are not now, they are not being charged. So there is a need for a conversation between Kenya and Ethiopia, as indeed with all else. But do I see such conversations taking place in a proper manner? I don't. You will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't. What I see is we move from treaty to protocol to declaration, from workshop to symposia to colloquia without any positive movement. The time is now to put a stop to this declaration, to put a stop to workshops, to put a stop to symposia, to put a stop to colloquia, and to enter into constructive engagement which is time-bound. We cannot afford the luxury of generating heat without producing light. This is what we must do in the Nile Valley. And that conversation is also necessary around all the other river basins. There must be an understanding that transboundary resources, you know, when in 1963, 32 heads of states gathered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, as they are beginning to do today, 60 years ago. Then they met on 24th. Then they met on the 25th. One of the things that was discussed there was whether we should redraw inherited colonial boundaries. And there were two arguments, perhaps three, perhaps four, because I can begin to hear Emperor Haile Selassie speaking about it, was the host, that we should, even on the basis of these inherited boundaries, create an environment where we will use our common and shared resources for the benefit of the entire Africa. I can hear Mwalimu Kambarage Nyerere saying the same thing. I can hear the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah saying, if we begin to redraw boundaries, where will we stop? And I can hear Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt, because the Aswan High Dam had then been built, saying we should not redraw the inherited colonial boundaries, but we should not use them to stop us from enjoying shared resources. That is how the doctrine of the inviolability of inherited boundaries was initiated in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia in 1963 and adopted at the meeting in Cairo in 1964. Today, we are fighting about boundaries, about hills and molehills, and killing each other, about shared resources. We must stop. We must only see those boundaries as useful for purposes of administration. Easier said than done, but it can be done. And those of you who are in the Nile Basin, this is the kind of diplomacy that I want to see you articulating and escalating to the head of states and heads of government in our region. There is no shortage of writing that has been undertaken in this particular area. There is no shortage of expertise, and some of you are dyed-in-the-wool experts in this arena. That is the Nile Valley. Let us go to the Congo Basin. If you look at the Congo Basin, you look at the Democratic Republic of Congo and the other possible beneficiaries like Central African Republic, the Congo Brazzaville, you go even down to Zambia. Look at what the Congo cannot do, even to Angola. Because these are interconnected. You go to Okavango down there. You go to Kariba. You go down there to Zambezi. What cannot be done in terms of creating waterways? Those of you, I see my friends from the other part of the country, of the world, hopefully from Europe and the United States of America. If they are from Europe, they'll be familiar with the Rhine Valley. Look at what the Rhine Valley has done in terms of communication and in terms of watering those areas. Even if you go to the United Kingdom, which doesn't have very little, although they call themselves great, they don't have very much. But look at their little river called the River Thames. Do you know that that River Thames was at one time like a sewage? Then they cleaned it up. We can do that to our less polluted rivers. And they can be the fountain of economic activity. They can be the fountain of agriculture, so that we stop depending on rain-fed agriculture. But the constant theme is this: shared resources. I remember that great man, Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, otherwise known as the Mahatma, saying, there is enough for everybody's needs, but there is not enough for anybody's greed. And in many ways, the waters that we are talking about can be shared. But we are greedy and arrogant and egotistical. And because of that, we don't share. If you go to what is now dominating African jurisprudential discourse called Ubuntu, I am because we are. Suppose we were to say that what is going to govern the use of river basin resources in Africa is Ubuntu. Would any country not enjoy those resources? Wouldn't Uganda agree with Egypt that during any 1 year we are going to use this volume of water for purposes of irrigation? Would the Ethiopians not agree that we wanted to fill the dam in 4 years? We know it will harm you, Sudan and South Sudan and Egypt. We are not therefore going to fill it over a period of 8 years. Wouldn't that happen? And if it did, wouldn't we be all richer in the context of Africa Agenda 2063? Wouldn't we be all richer in the context of Africa Continental Free Trade Area, so that the cotton and soya beans that is grown in Egypt will now move down through tariff and non-tariff barriers? Wouldn't the matoke grown here in Uganda not find its way to Tanzania? Would the onions grown in Tanzania not find their way to Democratic Republic of Congo? In the Western African, wouldn't the cocoa being grown in Togo and La Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana not find themselves in Liberia and Senegal? In Nigeria, if we use the resources properly, wouldn't the cows that are now grazing in the streets of Abuja not find themselves up in the north with water having been dammed, as Muammar al-Gaddafi tried to do? And down south, wouldn't we discover that the Zambezi can be done and the Okavango and the Orange Free can be done so that there is no shortage of water in Cape Town? Can it not be done? And these are practical things. We are not engaged here in what one calls rocket science, but even rocket science is no longer an arcane science. It is here with us. And we are saying that the task, therefore, is ours. You know, when I talk to you here, it's like preaching to the choir. You listen to this sermon so often, but yet it must be repeated to you. Because what is clear must be made even clearer. And that is what we are doing. What one therefore is saying, go to your respective areas and ask ourselves, why are we engaged in this treadmill kind of activity where there is motion without movement? And we are saying that it must be done. And it can be done. And I am also suggesting to us that within the continent of Africa, we must now begin to do what is happening. But Europe has been very good at this because they started using their waterways a long time ago. Therefore, the issue of damming and canalization of rivers and its use for diverse areas is something that is well developed. Africa, in many ways, is still virgin in this regard. What do I see when I look at the crystal ball? So that we may engage in a conversation rather than a monologue. When I look at the crystal ball, what do I see? I see economic opportunities. I see economic opportunities in agriculture through irrigation, through targeted irrigation, not the kind of irrigation that there is wastage of water. See what the Israelis are doing through hydroponic agriculture and targeted irrigation, where a plant only needs receives what it needs. So the fears of Egypt are misplaced. We'll use artificial intelligence so the plant tells us, I need only 2 liters, and it receives only 2 liters. You don't spend 10 liters and while it needs 10. I see opportunities in agriculture. And what is good when our agriculture improves? It improves our health. The health burden reduces. We then become more reliant on ourselves and we don't look to Ukraine and Russia. I see opportunities in navigation. In terms of movement, the navigable waters can be used for purposes of navigation. I see opportunities in non-navigational uses of these rivers, generation of power through hydroelectric power and through waves. I see opportunities in fishing, which is agriculture. I see opportunities in aquaculture. I see opportunities in terms of provision of potable water. One of the things that we must try to do and do very seriously is to try and liberate ourselves from water domination. If you do not know it, we are now beginning to be water dominated. The greatest suppliers of bottled water in Africa today are Nestle of Switzerland and Coca-Cola of Atlanta, Georgia. If you did not know now. So that you and me who are in the middle class, in our refrigerators, there is water which we do not own. You are drinking water from Atlanta, Georgia. We can use
hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinion, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
Africa if we engage in transboundary conversations. Africa now has many conflicts which stand in the path of the use of our water resources. As I speak to you now, the Nile Valley is in danger because there is conflict in Sudan, which if left unchecked could degenerate into a civil war. Will it not impact the use of the Nile? If there is a rogue regime in Sudan, will you be able to control whether they are polluting the river or not? As I speak to you now, how many dead bodies are being thrown into the river Nile? As I speak to you now. As I speak to you now, courtesy of the activities of Boko Haram, how many dead bodies are being thrown into the Niger and the Chad River? And it's getting into our food chain. Conflicts must be resolved. Therefore, as I conclude, I am saying that all these resources that are given to us, courtesy of nature and God, the rivers and the water resources in the continent of Africa, in my view, if we utilize them properly, will be the lifeblood and the engine at once of Africa's economic and therefore industrial growth. We are on the cusp of the 4th industrial revolution and the 5th industrial revolution, which talks about artificial intelligence and quantum computing, which can be used to help us manage water resources even better. We are talking about Africa Agenda 2063. We are talking about Sustainable Development Goals. We are talking about Africa Continental Free Trade Area. All these things cannot survive without water, ladies and gentlemen. Water is the lifeblood of human development. And I remember when God was creating the world, I was not there. But I read. One of his divine instructions was, go ye and subdue the world. Our duty is to subdue our river resources so that they are able to help us. It is still true that those who seek never fail to find. Let us seek through our rivers, riverbeds, our sources, our oceans, and this continent may sooner rather than later realize what she deserves: socio-economic development, political stability, and industrialization. God bless you.
My question is more to him as a political analyst. We have the problem, we are developing, we are supporting probably as Europeans or German corporation, the EAC. The EAC as a regional community, probably in future to be a commission. The LVBC, one of its specialized organs. But we have a major problem. The major problem that I'm seeing is that these organizations are heavily under-resourced. The EAC, I think in 2022 had a budget of 31 million USD. That is, I don't know if it even pays 1 kilometer of the Nairobi Expressway. So we have this problem. I call it actually the EAC and the partner states are behaving like a father in an African family. Yeah, he has put 7 children in the system. He wants them to grow, but he doesn't want to pay the school fees. Yeah, why? Can you explain that? At which stage are we in the development of that regional economic commission, which politically all the partner states want to promote, but they are not putting the necessary resources? The result of that is, at the end, they are maintaining the dependency of external funders, donors, development agencies, which at the end distort these organizations, because all these organizations are running, let's say, after donor money and do not develop their core functions. How can we get out of that if not the partner states are putting increasingly the resources necessary? Yeah, and for the EAC, I would say the next step, you have to be a commission. Why should you be a commission in water management? Because as a commission, you can sue Kenya, Uganda, etc. for polluting Lake Victoria. Yeah. So how are we getting there? And can you explain to me why these partner states are putting so little resources into their baby, which according to Pan-Africanist thinking is you are developing step by step. You create the SADC, the CEDEAO, ECOWAS, EAC, and then you can go to the next level. Thank you very much.
Once again, these are just my ideas, which I believe you who are daily practitioners, you think about these things on a daily basis. So my presentation and my response is informed by that reality. You know, about a month ago, I took time and I was watching a television live transmission being subtitled through the Chinese media called the CGTN. 6,000 Chinese leaders were meeting in Beijing, and they were discussing the future of China 100 years from thence. It means that none of them would be alive. But they are thinking about 100 years. Then they break it down into 5, into 10, as each generation goes through it. Today, there is not a single African country, and those of you who travel, and I travel across this continent, you'll always meet at least 3 young Chinese between the ages of 20 and 30, sometimes going to Kaduna in Nigeria, Swakopmund in Namibia, Nampula in Mozambique. I've met them, and I get into a conversation with them. One I met in Nairobi, Kenya, he told me he had been in the Delta region in Nigeria for 3 years. He's 27 and he'd been in Kenya for 4 years. I asked, but when did you come? How old were you? Said I was in my 20, I was 21. Now, when that gentleman is 50, he knows Africa more than all of us combined. Thinking, strategic thinking. And indeed, even if you look at the colonial project, it was strategic thinking. These people you hear like Speak or Stanley, they were in their 20s. But your typical African, if he's in Kampala here and you tell him to go to Hoima, he says that is hardship area. Hoima here. Or Gulu, he thinks it's hardship area. And somebody has come all the way from Germany, from the comfort of Cologne, and is in Marsabit. We must change. I sat down with a friend of mine who used to be the former president of Tanzania, John Joseph Pombe Magufuli, and he told me he attended 2 meetings. International, then he said he stopped attending those meetings. Because they keep on saying the same thing. Number one, your ministers come to you with speeches that they've already written. You meet the speech, and I'm using the word meet deliberately. You meet the speech on the podium, written in big print, then you read it, and then they take it away. Then you wait for another meeting. That is not transformation. Has Africa ever gone into a space of transformation? Are African countries doing that? Yes, there are countries that are doing that. If you look at the activities of the Ugandan president in the first 10 years, hear me clearly, transformation, moving the country in the right direction. Look at Mugabe, first 10 years in Zimbabwe, direction. Look at Rwanda. Look at Botswana. Serese Kama. Look at Tanzania. Look at Abdel Nasser, the first few years. This is when the big dams were being done. Look at Kaunda when Kariba was being done. Look at Samora Machel when he was talking about Nkomat. Look at Nkrumah with the Volta. I'm giving you these examples that you may not know. You may know that there are indeed men and women who think right. You all think right. Your problem is that you are operating in environments where there is toxic politics, where the politician is not thinking like the Chinese intergenerationally. They are thinking about the next elections. When you are always thinking about the next elections, you cannot transform anything. The only thing you can transform is your stomach. That is the problem of Africa. Right now, here in Uganda, and I say these things boldly because we must say things boldly. Ugandans are talking about elections in 2026. Kenyans are talking about elections in 2027. We just held elections 9 months ago. We are already making formation for 2027. When do we think about the Nile Valley or the Lake Basin Development Authority? How can we, my good friend, how can we possibly think? We are thinking about raising money for the next election. We are not thinking about changing villages. My home, my rural home is across the lake from Lake Victoria. As I speak to you now, there is not a single water project running in my village of 60,000 people. GIZ and all these other Western bodies which intend to help us are there. But you're also getting fatigued. And I hope and pray you get fatigued. Perhaps that is what will open our eyes. And I'll give you an example when I talk about I'm mixing the transformation and the question of under-resource. I'll give you a good example which has nothing to do with this. In 1900, in the year 2001, African governments met in Abuja in Nigeria and said that they were going to dedicate 15% of their national budget to health. And you know, when you talk health, you are talking water. You are talking about potable water. You are talking about the water that is being consumed in order to eliminate bilharzia, in order to eliminate all these things. Not a single African country did 15%. Tanzania, Rwanda, and Mauritius went up to 10%. During that period, if you look at the money that was taken outside of the continent of Africa to Panama and Guernsey and Switzerland, it could finance all those things. Our priorities are wrong in Africa. They are wrong, and therefore we don't look at the thing that we ought to look at. Lake Victoria Basin. I remember I used to be an active member of a group of people called the Friends of Lake Victoria, or Sienala, whom you must know. It died. Perhaps it is in comatose, waiting to be resuscitated. But why did it die, or why is it in comatose? Because they were dependent on donor funding. So the donor will fund you year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, buy you V8 and other things. And then at one time somebody said around Lake Victoria, there were more V8s than there were mosquitoes. That of course is hyperbolic. But what he was saying, that there were so many of these NGO V8s running around Lake Victoria, but nothing was being done. And what happens with many African governments, as long as they factor donor funding into their national budget, the money does not go to something else. It goes to people's pockets. That is the reality. And Lake Victoria Basin that you've talked about is, I mean, in terms of the economic opportunities that it has, you may not know, but in my rural home, if you go to Kisumu, we are importing fish from China. Fish, tilapia, from China. Can you believe it? The Chinese are growing things that look like fish. We don't know whether they are fish. They have the likeness of fish. And we are eating them gleefully. Yet this lake can produce fish to feed the entire sub-Saharan Africa, Lake Victoria Basin alone. And those of you who are there, because it's a part of the Nile Basin system, those of you who are there know what aquaculture can do. Right now, there are cages all over. The effect of the cages in terms of pollution, I do not know. But do you know where we are importing fish feed? From Brazil. How should we be importing fish feed from Brazil? What is fish feed? Soya. Soya, which we can grow around the Yala Basin. So when you look at this thing, sometimes when I look at our, and don't be afraid, gentlemen, because I know politicians that are at the head of it, but you cannot talk about sin without mentioning Satan. So the problem of Africa is poor quality political leadership. And until the day that we solve that, we are going nowhere. Let you not be cheated. Writing a book in 1983, guys, Nigeria's Chinua Achebe, in the book The Trouble with Nigeria, says the problem of Nigeria, and I dare say by extension, the problem of Africa, is simply and squarely a problem of political leadership. Nothing else. Because where there is political leadership, you see development. Look at Mauritius. What does Mauritius have? Nothing. They closed 4 of their sugar factories. Today, Mauritius has a GDP per capita that is larger than the entire continent of Africa. Why? Leadership, prioritization, what to do. What Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore used to say, MPC, meritocracy. Have your best men and women presiding over your affairs. Pragmatism. Get what you want. If you want a rat coat, don't care whether the cat is black or white. Women, but what have we given premium to in Africa? Mediocrity. In fact, in Africa, mediocrity is a badge of honor. The more mediocre you are, the farther you rise. And when that is what you do, then when we come to the budgeting aspects of it, resources will be misallocated. Very good friends of mine, GIZ is very present in Africa today, doing useful things. But I told just to tell you how sustainability is also very important. You can give us money year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, but year 5 you begin to wonder, these people that we are helping, they must continue to be in economic diapers. They don't grow. They are stunted in their growth and in their thinking. Then in year 6, you say, we are going back to bond. You who are in the development partnership arrangement must also, when you come to Africa, have an exit plan. You come in year 1 and tell the people we are living in year 5, and you don't revise it. Because some with the mistake you do, in year 5, the politicians come to you and say, you know, now you just continue for a little longer, particularly when the elections are near. Refuse. Because it is only that way that you'll help us. A neighbor who keeps on giving you food on a daily basis becomes your enemy, because you lose the instinct to cook. So there must be a point in time said, I'll give you food for 10 days, but in the 11th, please learn how to cook. We are under-resourced because of resource allocation. On the 19th of May, I was in Kigali, Rwanda. I had the opportunity after a long time of meeting the chair of the Africa Commission, Musa Faki, and I told him, how can it be that the African Union is 60 to 70% funded by Western NGOs? How is it an African Union? And he asked this, he told me the same thing. My members don't contribute. They don't contribute. But see how much money they spend in political rallies. Do I blame them? Yes. Who else do I blame? The African voter. You blame the windmill and you blame the wind. So we Africans must style up. It is only then that they'll be under-resourced. Otherwise, you'll have these empty bodies in the Lake Victoria Basin, which only do two things. Many of these organizations, the only thing that is happening is that salaries are being paid. Beyond salaries, there is no development. So, misallocation of resources because of poor politics. Okavango, time-bound. Once again, these things must be time-bound. Africa Water Vision 2025. You know, when we started saying that, you and me, the situation has actually become worse. So 2025 is 2 years away, and the water situation in Africa is becoming worse. He's just said it. Is there anything that we are doing about it? No. Are there targets? Look at SDG number 6 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Look at the African aspirations of the 7 aspirations, what we are targeting. Our things are not time-bound. And once again, let me tell you, poor politics. Poor politics. As long as we don't fix the problem of politics, both with a capital P and with a small p, we are going nowhere. And it is you and me who are the problem. Somebody comes and the president is beginning to look at his tribesmen. Nepotism and ethnicity is the bane of Africa. Our best men, they are serving other continents. That is our problem. So how can we have anything time-bound? No. Development in the mind of your typical African politician is meant to be a mirage. The nearer you get to it, the farther it moves. That is what justifies their claim that I must not leave office because I'm the catcher of the mirage, which he never catches. What must we do, you who are frustrated in these bodies? We must keep up at it, in the hope that one day the wax in their ears will melt and the scales in their eyes will fall. Has it happened? Yes. Mauritius, I've already given you an example. Your own Botswana. Don't think that Botswana, do you know when Bechuanaland regained our political independence, what you had? Zero. Zero. Then you entered, Serese Kama entered into an arrangement with the De Beers, a bad arrangement, but it brought you something. Then the country grew, which means it can be done. Look at your pull-up. Don't undersell your country. I know you are now negotiating about your gold, and I think you are going to enter into a very bad arrangement, tell President Musisi. It cannot be 20%, it should be 60%. And then within the next 5 years, it is 80%, then you can float 20 for other investors. Let it be 80%. So Botswana is doing a good job, despite the many problems that you have. Good job. Rwanda, good job. But I keep on telling African countries, individually we are too small. No matter how we do it, individually we must do it as a group. As a group, if you are a goat, no matter how much you eat, you can only be a fat goat. You cannot be a cow. I'm saying that if we want to eat an elephant, you can't swallow an elephant. You eat it bit by bit. So Rwanda is doing a good job in that. In Tanzania, good job, time-bound. And if you listen to the good lady, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, when she inherited the construction of the Mwalimu Nyerere hydroelectric dam, said this must be done during the time period and it's going to be finished. I think they are going to begin generating power. The gas from Mtwara, the preservation on the glaciers of Kilimanjaro. I'm giving you live examples. It can't be done. So, time-bound is not easy, but we must keep on repeating it. And I think that that is the best we can do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you. First of all, I think every African should be doing what I do, like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African. We should love Africa. You know, when I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013, and I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country, and I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there and I went to kindergarten. These little kids, and these little kids, when they see you, some of them, they start to cry. They just see you, they say, why are you crying? So I was like, why are you crying? So they're scared. These are little kids, but that's what they have been seeing on TV. That's what, like, sometimes some of them, even their parents teach them like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build a new system that is for Africans, it's for us, a new system that it will support us, it will challenge authorities here in Africa, right? And it will challenge as well, it will defend and protect the image and heritage of Africa, right, from outsiders, Westerners, Easterners, and to build pretty much a new system, because before colonialism we had a different system, right? During colonialism we had a different system. After that we're still struggling with this system, right? And our forefathers like Haile Selassie, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, and so many others, they tried to build a new system after colonialism that unite all Africans, right, to become one. And they did their part, right? And you know, now they're gone. Nobody's here right now. So it's our responsibility right now as the sons of Africa to actually carry on with that move and that fight. And that's what One Africa is standing for. One Africa is not about me.
Time for action is now. To such as those, I remind them that the Africa we are talking about is Africa in the post-colonial era. And the oldest of those countries is Ghana, which only attained independence 60 years ago. Not that I'm discounting Liberia, which again regained independence in 1847. but I'm alive to the fact that the bulk of the African countries that we talk about today and that we mention every so often were colonial constructs. It is for that reason, therefore, that a conversation of this nature must necessarily begin by looking at the history of the modern African state. And I'm using the word modern very guardedly and instructively to talk about the nation that was created by the colonizing powers. Africa is today divided into 54 officially recognized states. I'm aware that the people of Sahrawi make a claim to their statehood, but they are not recognized. I'm equally aware that the Amazonians make a claim to their nationhood, but they are not recognized. But let us ask ourselves how these nations came into being. These nations came into being, and we all know, courtesy of history, when the European powers settled in Berlin in 1884, and when they assembled there, their main reason was to ensure that they exploited Africa in a coordinated way. And the way was coordinated in a manner that ensured that if the British had their spheres of influence, they did not interfere with the French. And if the French had their spheres of influence, they did not interfere with the Germans. And the Germans did not interfere with the Portuguese, and the Portuguese did not interfere with the Spaniards. That is how we had our countries puzzled in the manner that we have them today. So pernicious was the entire process of the partition of Africa that sometimes it saddens me that the Africans don't talk about reparation as loudly and as passionately as they should. But voices are beginning to emerge, and one assumes and hopes that they will be coordinated in order to give prominence to the sense of guilt that the European powers ought to have when they are dealing with Africa. It is that Africa that we are talking about. But the Africans were not colonized without resistance. Africans were resisting in the West, they were resisting in the South, they were resisting in the East, they were resisting in the North. And after the World War II, which I normally refer to as the tribal war of the Europeans, after the Europeans had slaughtered themselves in 1945, and the colonial project was no longer viable, they started listening to voices of reason. And the United Nations, which we know was created in 1945, in the absence of all African countries in San Francisco in the United States, came up with a resolution for the freedom of colonized peoples in 1960. But that is not the time when African countries had started agitating for independence. A casual reading of history, whether it is the history of what we now call Nigeria, or what we now call Mali, or what we call Kenya, or Uganda, or Tanzania, will inform us that the struggle had started in earnest much earlier. But it is Ghana that blazed the trail. In the month of March 1957, Ghana regained her independence. And there is a sense in which when we use these foreign languages, and English is such a language as such, we must use words correctly. We did not gain our independence, we regained our independence. When we regained our independence, we promised each other, and indeed the people who supported our founding fathers were clear that the reason why we were expelling the colonizers is because we recognized that our dignity could only be restored if we regained our independence. And if you look at even the informal works of the great thinkers of the day, whether it was Nnamdi Azikiwe here in Nigeria, or Obafemi Awolowo, or Tafawa Balewa, or even Sardana of Sokoto, Ahmadu Bello, whether you disagreed with him, there was that recognition. If you went to Mali and you listened to Modibo Keita, you recognized the clarity and the passion with which he spoke. And if you went to East Africa and listened to Julius Nyerere, or even Jomo Kenyatta at that time, or Kaunda at that time, there was a sense in which there was unanimity that Africa could only realize her potential if she regained her independence. So it was joy and celebration in Accra, Ghana, on the 6th day of March, 1957. But Kwame Nkrumah, whom we sometimes refer to ad nauseum, was the clearest of all leaders in terms of thinking and articulation of what Africa needed. While the Ghanaians were celebrating on that day, he reminded them that the freedom of Ghana did not mark the end. Indeed, he told them that the freedom of Ghana meant nothing if the rest of Africa was not free. He reminded his audience that indeed they must remember that the only reason why the people of Ghana entrusted them with leadership is because they believed that they would do better than the colonizers, and that if they reneged on that promise, the same forces that were marshaled to remove the colonizers would be marshaled to remove them. That was the message of Kwame Nkrumah. So that the Africa that we inherited was an Africa that had promises, and those promises were loud and clear. If you listen to the leaders of the day, whether it was David Dacko speaking in Central African Republic, he was saying that we are freeing ourselves from the French because we think we can do better. Whether it was Ahmed Sékou Touré speaking in Guinea, he was saying we can do better because we are now free. Whether it was Amilcar Cabral speaking in Guinea-Bissau, the message was one and clear. But the question is, history having been analyzed and understood, is Africa the better today? Is Africa punching at our weight? Is Africa realizing our potential? Have the promises of independence been achieved, whether you look at North or South or Central or West or Southern Africa, or the leaders reneged on their promise? I remember so very vividly when in the month of May, on the 24th and 25th days of May to be exact, the leaders of Africa assembled in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, each one of them convicted, each one of them resolute, each one of them clear, and saying with one voice and unanimity that Africa had to be united. And what stood out on that day was that everybody, even the ones who turned out to be monsters a little later, were clear. And some of the speeches that stood out on that day were those of David Dacko of Central African Republic. And I choose David Dacko because subsequently he did not perform very well. But he said, our country is so small that if we do not work with fellow Africans as a united front, we will be recolonized again. The other voice was that of Modibo Keita from Mali. The other one was that of Julius Kambarage Nyerere. He reminded his audience on that day, we have come here not to remind ourselves how important unity is. We know that it is important to be united. But the most eloquent and the most passionate and the most urgent voice of the day was that of Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah. He told the audience, we Africans must come out of this place united with one country, with one army. We must come out here with one currency. We must leave this place as the United States of Africa, because if we don't, the neo-colonial project will torpedo all the things that we have worked for, but they listen to him not. They listen to him not because they took the view that the growth of African unity must be gradual. They listened to him not. And therefore we came out with a body called the Organization of African Unity, whom commentators then described as a bulldog without teeth. But sometimes I ask myself, was it ever a dog at all? But we had it nevertheless. And therefore, over the years, we started recognizing that Kwame Nkrumah was right. We started recognizing that he was right because the neo-colonial powers were always alive and well. In 1960, no sooner had Togo settled in our independence than they took away Sylvanus Olympio. The French activities were not that subterranean, they were overt, and we could see them. The Belgians were not overt. Barely 9 months after they had regained their independence, the Congolese had lost the man for whom I am named, Patrice Emery Lumumba. And soon thereafter, we had coup d'etats. If there was no coup in Mali, there was a coup in Nigeria. If there was no coup in Nigeria, there was one in Togo. If there was no coup in Togo, there was one in Dahomey. If there was none in Dahomey, there was one in Liberia. If there was none in Liberia, there was another one in the Gambia. And if there was none in the Gambia, there was one in Uganda. And if there was none in Uganda, there was one in Rwanda. And if there was none in Rwanda, there was one in Burundi. And if there was none in Burundi, there was one in Somalia. So that Africa became the home of coup d'etats. And one wonders who was engineering those coup d'etats. There are those who say that Africans are in the business of blaming their former colonizers. But the truth is that they must be blamed because they continue to be alive and well. They continue to be alive and well in surreptitious ways. You know, I often ask myself, what was the significance when the British left us? They created something called the Commonwealth. Some will say that it has been useful. But why is it, if it is a community of independent nations, why is the chair and the president and the head of the Commonwealth perpetually the monarch of England? Why not Nigerian president? Why not Ugandan president? No, the Commonwealth is a body that is created to give the British a sense of perpetual ownership for their lost kingdoms. And the reason why we must recognize that, why is the United States not a member of it? And it was a former colony of the British. The French have their own, where they bring together all the former French colonies, and is headquartered in Paris. And to the French, it doesn't stop there. They even control their currency, and they don't stop there. They even have their armies in the countries that they control, and they don't stop there. They even tell you who to elect, and they don't even stop there. They tell you where to invest, and they don't even stop there. They want to tell you what to do, and they don't even stop there. They come and exploit your resources, and they don't even stop there. They want to tell you how to run your laws, and they don't even stop there. They tell you who to send to jail and who not to send to jail. The colonial project is alive and well. And if it is not alive and well in France, you go to Portugal and you ask our countries. If they don't control Portugal, they can't control Guinea-Bissau. And if they don't control Guinea-Bissau, they control Mozambique. And if they don't control Mozambique, they control Sao Tome and Principe. And if they don't control that, they control Cape Verde. Africa is still a continent that is controlled by others, which reminds me, one of our problems as Africans, and I remember Samora Moises Machel of Mozambique talking about it in 1982, that sometimes he's amazed by Africans. When Africans sit and compare
the colonizers, those who are colonized by the British, say, our colonizers were better than yours. And those who are colonized by the French say that your colonizers were better than ours. And he said, how can slaves sit and say that one slave master was better than the other? Slavery is evil and colonization is evil. Why is this necessary? Some may wonder. Why must we rehash all these? Because it explains some of the problems that we still have here in the continent of Africa. Which brings me to the subject of insecurity. You know, only yesterday, I had a visit from Professor Utom at night, not like Nicodemus at night. But he visited me, and during our conversation, we got talking about insecurity in Africa, and we agonized, and he came out with something that I thought was inspired. And this is what he said, that sometimes Africa and the African continent is so deep in water that even a ripple will make Africa drown. And that therefore, going forward, we must ask ourselves, what must we do in order not to drown? And I told him, do you know that the Organization of African Unity has declared that the year 2020 will be the year when the guns will be silent in Africa? And I went further and I told him that we must never confuse silence for peace. Africa may be silent, but Africa is not peaceful. And I want us to look at Africa today and have a look at the map of Africa and tell me, is Africa at peace? Is Africa at peace when blacks in South Africa tell their brethren in Nigeria to go back home, but they don't say the same to the Chinese? Is Africa at peace? Is Africa at peace when Zimbabwe is restless? Is Africa at peace when the rebels are still active in Mozambique? Is Africa at peace when Somalia is not at rest? Is Africa at peace when the results of the election in Malawi have not been settled today? Is Africa at peace? Is Africa at peace when Eritrea still grapples with our internal problems? Is Africa at peace when South Sudan still have to visit the Roman Catholic Pope to kiss the feet of their leaders to persuade them to have rapprochement? Is Africa at peace when Sudan does not have peace and calm? When Darfur is still under African Union forces? Is Africa at peace when Burkina Faso still have to call in the French army? Is Africa at peace when Mauritania and Mali still have the French to intervene? Is Africa at peace when the Casamance in Senegal still calls for their independence? Is Africa at peace when Togo is not at peace, when Guinea-Conakry is not at peace? Is Africa at peace when kidnapping becomes the occupation of some young men in Nigeria? Is Africa at peace? Africa is not at peace. And the question is, what is the result and what is the reason of this insecurity that undermines our very being as a people and undermines socio-economic development? The reason is that when Africa is not at peace, then there are those who benefit from it. If you look at many countries in the world, even the ones that you think are innocent, if you look at some of their largest exports to Africa, it is weapons. If it is not landmines, it is bullets. If it is not bullets, it is other weapons that they bring to the continent of Africa. They create war that they may be peacemakers. And when they've made the peace through the war that they created, then they are nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. This is the Africa that we are talking about, an Africa that is normally defined from outsiders. It is an
Hey guys,
Africa
93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinion, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
Looked at and spoken about either in past tense or in future tense. Africa used to be great. Africa will be great. They never say Africa is great. I look forward to the day when the past tense and the future tense will not be used in reference to our continent. I look forward to the day when we shall say of Africa, you are great and great now. But as I speak now, insecurity abounds in the continent, and each one of our countries is never too far. Many African countries are between the intensive care unit and the graveyard. It is our duty to ensure that we do not allow them to slip to the other side. The net effect of African insecurity is that it brings about poverty. And poverty is one of the biggest industries in the world. You know, I think about Africa very often, and I read about Africa very often. And I know that there are many Africans and non-Africans who have written about Africa. And one can think about many who have written about the continent of Africa, and it's good to take advantage of the history that we have heard about the continent of Africa. Only in the last 1 month, I've been rereading the works of a man called Martin Meredith. And he talks about the state of Africa and analyzes it so very well, how she is rich, but paradoxically our sons and daughters are the poorest on earth. I read Martin Meredith again when he talks about the fortunes of Africa, and he says that how this continent was so rich that at one time when a man called Mansa Musa left Mali on a pilgrimage to Mecca, he had so much gold that the world did not recover from his riches for several decades. When he says that Mansa Musa was possibly the richest man that the world has ever seen, he talks about the riches of Africa. Yet paradoxically and ironically, Africa is the poorest continent on earth. I read about Africa, and I know that the Democratic Republic of Congo is the richest resource country on earth. That every mobile phone that we have has an ingredient which is only found in the Democratic Republic of Congo, coltan or rare earth. And it's not lost on me that no African country manufactures a mobile phone until very recently when Rwanda and South Africa started assembling mobile phones. No African country manufactures a mobile phone. And I do not stop there. I know that Africa has some of the most medically beneficial plants in Africa. And I still know that in order to cure our own, we've got to import medicine that is made by Novartis or Bayer. And I still know that when our leaders are sick, unless they are suicidal, they'll never attend a hospital in Africa. They go to Europe and America. And yet Africa is rich, but nothing happens. I know that we have some of the best possible sources of electricity. Is estimated that the Grand Inga Dam in the Democratic Republic of Congo can generate enough power for the continent of Africa. And I still know that Belgium perhaps has more light and more electricity and generates more energy than the entire continent of Africa, excluding Algeria and South Africa. And I also know that Tehran, Iran produces more power than all sub-Saharan countries combined. I know all that. Africa is rich, yet she is poor. I know that Africa is a market. We produce oil, but as Ali Mazrui rightly said, Africa produces what she does not consume and consumes what she does not produce. I do know that Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana produce chocolate, but the best chocolate that we buy is from Switzerland and Belgium, who do not know what a cocoa leaf looks like. I do know that Ghana, Nigeria produces bitter leaf, but bitter leaf is now patented in the United States of America. That is Africa for us. What and who manufactures this poverty? Are we co-authors of our own misfortune? Have we lamented for too long? Has time come that Africa must stop lamenting? Lament we must, but we must not end at lamentation. Greg Mills, a South African thinker, argues, and I agree with him partially, that African countries are poor because their leaders have chosen that path. But I also want to add that even the population have urged them on. In many African countries, when we are given the opportunity to elect men and women into public office, we elect men and women whose claim to fame is that they want to undermine everything that we desire. We are given opportunity to elect and to run our politics in ways that are not understood by us. So Greg Mills is right. It is leaders who make a choice that their countries must be poor, but that is only a part of the story. The other part of the story is that the neo-colonizers persuaded us very early on that we can only thrive when we are given aid. And for a long time, Africa was given aid, but was it really aid? The things that we are receiving from the European Union, receiving from France, receiving from the United Kingdom, receiving from Germany, was it aid? No, it was not. It was their way of atoning for their sins, but they never say it. Indeed, the truth is that the thing that they call aid can never, ever satisfy and solve our problems. Once again, the young Zambian girl, Dambisa Moyo, in her little book, Dead Aid, says, you cannot expect to liberate yourself from poverty by receiving aid. But why is it that Europe is always in the business of creating structures where we are granted aid? How many of you here will forget the Lomé Convention of 1975? You'll remember when the European powers met in Lomé, Togo, and they came up with the African, Caribbean, and Pacific, and they told us that our path to growth was through aid that was administered by them, and we believed them. When Lomé was dead, they met again in 2000 in Cotonou in Benin, and they came up with yet another arrangement. And when that stopped, they came up with the structural adjustment system in the 1980s. Africa is always a laboratory for the ideas of young men and women who are working toward their PhDs in Yale, in Harvard, and in Cambridge and in Oxford. They are doing all these while the University of Lagos is not doing anything, while the University of Dar es Salaam is doing nothing, while Makerere is doing nothing. The time has come that we must ask ourselves, what can we do to fight poverty, which has served to dehumanize us? And they do not stop there. Whenever we think we want to do our own thing, they are quick to come with their own things. They came with something called NEPAD. And there is a man whom I do not like, but this idea from him I liked. Yahya Jammeh of Gambia. He said when they talk about NEPAD, what it really means is that they are knee pads that we wear upon our knees and kneel before them as we beg. And there is a sense that if you want to ask yourself, what is the product and what are the dividends of NEPAD? Is Africa the richer because there was NEPAD? If Africa has progressed, it was in spite of NEPAD, not because of it. But Africa has never tired. I remember in 1980 here in Lagos, Nigeria, Africans, having recognized their problems will not be solved by others, came up with the Lagos Plan of Action. And the Lagos Plan of Action recognized that if we want to trade with ourselves, we must work together. But the Lagos Plan of Action was dead on arrival. Africa still does not trade with ourselves. So that today, here in Nigeria, you love rice, but you do not produce enough rice. You go to Ghana, they love rice, but they import 1 billion worth of rice from the Asians. Africa produces what she does not consume and consumes what she does not produce. Africa is the home of NGOs. Some call them nothing going on. And there is a sense in which nothing goes on. There is much motion without light. If NGOs were to solve Africa's problem, Africa would be in the first world. For which country in Africa does not have NGOs dealing with water? Which country in Africa does not have NGOs dealing with poverty? Which country in Africa does not have NGOs dealing with farming? Which country in Africa does not have NGOs in all sectors? Why is it that despite all these, Africa is still where she ought not to be? We have been lulled into a false sense of security. Writing in 1983, Chinua Achebe, in his little book, The Trouble with Nigeria, said that many Africans suffer from what he described as the cargo cult mentality. He said, not me, Chinua Achebe, the belief by backward people that without any effort on their part, the thing that they have always wanted will arrive at their port of hope without any action on their part. The belief that you can get things that are under the bed without bending. The belief that you can use the magician's pronouncement of abracadabra and lo and behold, things come without effort. The belief that you can get things that require effort without effort on your part. Chinua Achebe summarized and said, the problem, he said, of Nigeria at that time is that the problem of Nigeria is simply and squarely a problem of leadership, and which is true not only of Nigeria, but true of most of Africa. We are poor. But yet also, we must interrogate this thing called poverty. We have been told that the only measure of success is something called the GDP, and that this GDP is further divided into per capita income. When you go into many African countries, you'll find that one person can have the per capita income of 1 million people. Is the GDP indeed a correct index of measuring how successful we are doing? Or we must now go to the way of the Bhutanese and have another index called the Gross National Happiness Index. But let us not confuse excitement with happiness. Sometimes people are merely excited, but are they happy, and what will make them happy? All human beings want to have the quality of their lives to improve. Today, when we talk about poverty, we are asking ourselves, can Africans have food on their table? When we talk about poverty, can we have and ensure that Africans have potable waters when they are thirsty? When we talk about poverty, we are asking ourselves whether our young men and women can get opportunities. We are asking ourselves whether Africa can feed ourselves. We are asking ourselves whether Nigeria is capable of supplying sufficient food for our people, whether the Democratic Republic of Congo can do so. I remember so very sadly when there was the mad cow disease in the United Kingdom, and one of the most insensitive members of parliament in the United Kingdom said, all these meat that we are throwing here in England because of the mad cow, take them to Africa, let them eat. Even if they are dying, they were dying anyway. That is how Africa looks at the world. That is how the world looks at Africa. Have we brought it upon ourselves that the world looks at us in that way? Which brings me to the question, when we talk about economic development, is that the route that we will now use to liberate the continent of Africa from the chains of sorrows and lamentation? But even before I talk about that, I want to talk about the thing that is called governance. What is governance? Because governance is at the very heart of how we conduct our affairs. Today, many African countries have been made to believe that there is something called democracy. And listen to my choice of words, something called democracy. Who defines that democracy for Africa? Paris does so. London does so. Brussels does so. Washington does so. The conceptual West does so. After the many coups that took place in Africa in the 1990s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we were told that the only thing that will liberate Africa from dictatorships is democracy. And this is how they define democracy. You must have many political parties, multi-party democracy. Once you have had multi-party democracy, you must have periodic elections after 5 years. And once you have had periodic elections, your presidents must have a limited term. And after they have had a limited time, you must have a free press. And after you have had a free press, you must have the civil society. And when you conduct your elections, call in observers. The observers will come from Africa. They will come from Asia, but the opinion of the Asian observers don't matter. The opinion of the African observers don't matter. The opinion of the European Union matters. When they say the elections were free and fair, then they are free and fair. And if they did not say they were free and fair, then they are not free and fair. I want us to look at Africa after the reintroduction of democracy as defined for us. Here in Nigeria, after every election cycle, whether you like it or not, the country is never at ease. In Kenya, after every election cycle, whether they are successful or not, the country is never at ease. In Uganda, the country is never at ease. In Burundi, the country is never at ease. They never tell Kuwait that they are not democratic. They never tell Bahrain that they are not democratic. They never tell Oman that they are not democratic. They never tell Brunei that they are not democratic. But they are so quick to tell us what to do. The net effect is that in many African countries, when there is an electoral process, the participants in the electoral process are sometimes mere puppets, and the puppeteers are sitting outside of Africa. And we are fighting proxy wars. I say this because our systems of governance is what will inform economic development. Let us now ask ourselves, what is this thing called economic development? But before I go to that, let us look at the international architecture of governance. First of all, we agree that in 1945, when the United Nations organization was being put together in San Francisco in the United States of America, the many African countries that we know today were not there. It is their colonizers that were there. What is never lost on me, that after 1945 in San Francisco in the United States of America, about 3 years later in Paris in 1948, they came with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And the same year that they came with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, that is when the apartheid regime in South Africa was being founded, and European powers did not say anything about it. It is not lost on me. It is not lost on me that is in 1945 that they came up with a structure which say that you have certain permanent members of the United Nations, and that those permanent members, the vote of one of them can neutralize the votes of all African countries. Have a meeting of all nations which we claim are all equal, but if the United States vetoes, then that is the end of the matter. If the United Kingdom vetoes, that is the end of the matter. So the 1 billion of us, with our 54 heads of state, we can say all we want, but little France can neutralize them with a single vote. That is the architecture of the international world. And when the G7, I do not know whether you have ever seen, and I know you have, when there is a meeting of the G7 in the recent past, they invite leaders of African countries. Nigerian president is normally invited because you are the most populous nation on Africa, and 1 in every 5 African is Nigeria, and therefore you are a big market, so they invite your president. They also invite the chairman for the time being of African Union, and then they take a photograph. After that photograph, our leaders disappear. You never hear about them. And yet there is another meeting of the G20. Once again, you discover that we are not there. In other words, the architecture of the international economic order does not take care of Africa, which means that we are orphans in international affairs. And if we are orphans in international affairs, it begs the question, what is it that we must do in order to immunize ourselves from the activities of our erstwhile colonizers who still control the economy of the world? Let us look at economic development today. All African countries combined last year, our GDP at the very best.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards one Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
The GDP of the state of California was $3 trillion. The population of the state of California in the United States is slightly under 39 million. It means that the 1.2 billion of us, all the goods and services that we generate in 1 year is still less than the 38 million generated by the 38 million citizens of the state of California. We are divided, we are so weak. And it is because of our weaknesses that we cannot do well. Look at our currency. Africa has nearly 32 currencies. Here in Nigeria, you have the Naira. In Ghana, they have the Cedi. When you carry your Naira to Ghana, the Ghanaian market woman will ask, what is this? When you carry your Cedi to Liberia, the Liberian Baba will ask, what is this? But when you carry the almighty dollar, they will quake in their boots. All our currencies are soft currencies, because if they are hard currencies, all the others must be soft, because the opposite of hard is soft. How can we compete in the world? Nigeria produces oil and exports most of it, only to re-import a lot of it. How can it be? How can it be that when we are exploring oil, it is ExxonMobil, it is Shell, it is Total, it is ELF, it is Tallow that takes care of our oil? How can it be that we produce gold and our gold is traded in London? How can it be? How can it be that we have diamond in Sierra Leone and we have diamond in Botswana and diamond in Namibia, but the price of diamond and the quality is determined in Antwerp in Belgium? How can it be? How can it be that we produce coffee in Kenya and in Ethiopia, and yet it is Nestle in Switzerland that produces Nescafe? How can it be? How can it be that we produce tea in Kenya and in Uganda, but it is the English who talk about the English tea and not a single bush of tea grows in England? How can it be? I say all these because economic development means value addition. We can only begin to grow economically when we are talking about value addition. What value do we add? You know, in the recent past, excuse me if I'm paranoid, but paranoia is part of the solution to the African problem. In the recent past, I've seen African heads of state being called to Japan by the Japanese Prime Minister to talk about the place of Africa in Japan's economic agenda. Then I've seen them called to Beijing in China. Then I've seen them called to Dubai in the Arab world. Then I've seen them being called to Sochi in Russia. Then I've seen them being called to Germany last week. What is it that people want from Africa? Why is it that Africa is so attractive? Do people love us so much that there is a competition for us? Yes, they love us so much. Because we are the bees that have the honey. But does the bee know how sweet the honey is? I suspect that we do not. How is it that our young men and women are running out of the continent? But if you travel to any African country today, there are young Chinese between the ages of 20 and 35 coming to Africa. There is not a single country that I know today that will not talk of a road that is built by a Chinese company. If it is not a road, it is a stadium. If it is not one such as that, then you have a Chinese restaurant, which the middle class think is a sign of success. Economic development is what I'm talking about. If I look at Africa today, the world is talking about the fourth industrial revolution. We are talking about robotics. We are talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about the Internet of Things. We are talking about Facebook. We are talking about Signal. We are talking about Instagram. We are talking about cryptocurrency. We are talking about all these things, but where is my beloved Africa in the scheme of things? Where are we? Do we produce a single mobile phone? No, we don't. Do we run any internet marketing tool? We don't. Jumia was founded here in Nigeria, but by French entrepreneurs with a sprinkling of Nigerians. Half of it is now owned by MTN. So we shop from Jumia. We are told that is Africa because it has an African name. We are losing out. We lost out in the first industrial revolution. We lost out in the second industrial revolution. We lost out in the third industrial revolution. We are losing out in the fourth industrial revolution. So as I said at the beginning, we now humor ourselves by saying that those who built the pyramids were African. So what? It is good to humor ourselves with that history, but I'm talking about food on the table now, not the Sphinx in Giza. Africa will only realize her economic development if she begins to move in the right direction, which is what brings me to the last question of my conversation with Africa. Where is Africa going? And is she going anywhere at all? Yes, she is. You know, when I look at Africa, the colonial powers designed the post-colonial African state to fail. That was the design. That is why here in Nigeria, while the North was being administered separately with the South, on the eve of independence, they were put together in the hope that it would collapse. You have defied it. Nigeria is still alive and well, her trials and tribulations notwithstanding. They did the same in Sudan. Administered separately on the eve of independence, they put it together. Unfortunately, it did not stay for long. In the year 2001, it was split into South Sudan and Sudan. The colonial state was designed to fail. But over 50 years after independence, we have managed to weld our countries together so that we have some kind of diversity. And that is why I can still hear Kwame Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere, through the vicissitudes of time, say, We inherited artificial boundaries, but let us not redraw them, because if we start redrawing those boundaries, which country will not be at conflict with each other? Let us only unite, and that is how I understand where Africa is going now. In the year 2013, African states met in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and they were celebrating 50 years after the creation of the Organization of African Unity. And I remember the chair of the OAU then was Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. She wrote an imaginary letter to Kwame Nkrumah, telling Kwame, you are right and we were wrong. 50 years ago, you told us to unite. We did not unite. 50 years ago, you told us that we should trade as one united country. We did not. 50 years ago, you told us that our safety would be guaranteed by our unity and unanimity on the things that affected the continent, but we did not. Today, we have recognized our mistakes, and we are saying what the Catholics would say on a confession, mea culpa, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa. And having said that, we come up with Africa Agenda 2063. Africa Agenda 2063 is a promise to you, our founding fathers, a promise that if we lost the last 50 years, we'll not lose the next 60 years. And not in so many words, but in effect, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma was saying, in the next 50 years, by 2063, Africa will be industrialized. There'll be an equivalent of the Silicon Valley in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Africa will have anchors in the west of Africa. Nigeria, the sleeping giant, will be alive and awake, and ECOWAS will not be the same again. In Southern Africa, South Africa will have shaken the vestiges of apartheid, and she will be the anchor of SADC. In East Africa, we will have Kenya and Ethiopia as anchors, and Tanzania will also make a contribution. In Central Africa, that country that is bigger than the entire Western Europe, the Democratic Republic of Congo, will no longer be a basket case of the world, but she will be the food basket of Africa. And that power will be generated from the Inga Dam. Down in Namibia, solar power will be harnessed. In the Maghreb, the Arabs will have been persuaded to determine that the Africans are not to be Africans when it is convenient and Arabs when it is inconvenient. And that therefore Africa will become a continent that we can speak of. Africa Agenda 2063, in my view, are the first baby steps which herald a realization by Africa that Africa can only unite if she speaks with one voice. There are those who are beginning to question whether Africa Agenda 2063 was dead on arrival, and before they could say, yes, indeed, Africa met in Kigali, Rwanda, and came up with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. And I'm happy that under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the Secretariat is already being established in Accra, Ghana. And from the month of June next year, Africa Continental Free Trade Area will begin to operate, and Africans will begin to trade with Africa. And when that begins to happen, it will no longer be necessary for the border between Nigeria and Benin to be closed at SEM. It will not be. It will no longer be necessary to close the border between Nigeria and Ghana. It will no longer be necessary to close the border between Rwanda and Uganda. It will no longer be necessary to close the border between Kenya and Tanzania. It will no longer be necessary to close the border between Zambia and Botswana, it will no longer be necessary to control the border between Lesotho and South Africa and Eswatini and South Africa. Africa will be trading as one. Will these things happen in your lifetime? Perhaps not. So this is not for the faint-hearted. This is not instant coffee solution. Our duty is to do what we must and to run the relay race that like it must be run. You run your leg well and hand over the baton to the next generation. It can be done and it will be done, because if it is not done, Africa will not realize our potential. But even as I say what I am saying, wisdom demands that I must now move to the conclusion of my conversation. And that wisdom tells me that in Africa today, there are two categories of people. They are the Afro-pessimists and they are the Afro-optimists. The Afro-pessimists are the ones, if you permit me to use this cliche, whenever the glass is half full, they will always say that the glass is half empty. The Afro-pessimists are the ones who will always say, as somebody once correctly said, for every solution they find a problem. I want to declare here and now, I am an Afro-optimist. And I'm encouraging us to be Afro-optimists. And when you are an Afro-optimist, you are in good company. When you are Afro-optimist, you are in the company of many good men and women. When you are an Afro-optimist, you are in the company of Kwame Nkrumah, because he believed that Africa could realize our potential. When you are an Afro-optimist, you are in the company of Julius Kambarage Nyerere. I remember so very vividly on the 6th day of March, 1997, when Julius Kambarage Nyerere had been invited to speak in Accra, Ghana, and he was speaking on the subject of African unity. He said, inter alia, that I come here to confirm that Africa can only grow if she is united. And it pains me when I see that we little countries are putting premium on our Ghanaian-ness, our Nigerian-ness, and our Tanzanian-ness. In the scheme of things, what is Tanzania? In the scheme of things, what is Nigeria? In the scheme of things, what is Ghana? In the scheme of things, what are our little countries? He says that the beauty of Africa is that the rest of the world still treats her as if she were one. And he reminded his audience that if Africans are going to commit any sin, the sin that they must not commit is the sin of giving up hope. I'm an Afro-optimist in the nature of Julius Kambarage Nyerere. I'm also an Afro-optimist in the class of the man for whom I am named. Patrice Emery Lumumba died at age 36 when called upon to write a letter to his wife. He had two wives, two of them, four wives in fact. Two of them had the same name, Josephine. So when the letter was released to Josephine, they were jostling. It was Josephine number 1 or Josephine number 2, but that does not matter. The letter was written and he said, I know that I'm going to die, but my joy, even when I die, the Congolese and the Africans will now write their history and their story. I'm an optimist in that regard. But I'm also an optimist a lot more with due respect to the economic circumstances of the continent. I'm an optimist who believes, like the young Ghanaian economist writer Dambisa Moyo, that Africa will only rise if she does not look at aid as the solution to our problems. I'm only an optimist in the class of Dambisa when she warns us that China and India and the West have appetite for our resources, but we cannot blame them. We must blame ourselves, because in the nature of things, we must trade with China, we must trade with Europe, we must trade with America, but we can only trade from a position of strength. I am an optimist like my own fellow countryman, Professor Calestas Juma, who in his book, The New Harvest, says, we can only feed ourselves if we begin to embrace innovation and invention. I am an optimist who believes that Africa can rise, Africa will rise, and Africa can rise. And I'm an optimist who believes that those of you who are present here are the ones who, in the nature of things, must now embrace what I call the Holy Spirit of economic development. This, in a manner of speaking, is the day of the Pentecost. And I'm now saying, let the Spirit fall upon us. Let the Spirit invade our hearts and minds. I started at the beginning by saying that I was preceded in these lectures by great men. I was preceded by Benoit Boueze. And when he spoke about constitutionalism. Let constitutionalism have meaning when we talk about governance. And I think that it will have meaning. I was preceded in this particular regard by Ali Mazrui when he talked about democracy. Let democracy be defined by us. I was preceded by John Aelaigu. I was preceded by Professor Utom, and I was preceded by Kingsley Mohalu. I was preceded by great men, and I am in the presence of great men who believe that we can solve our problems of governance, we can solve our problems of insecurity, we can solve our problems of poverty, we can solve our problems of economic underdevelopment, and we can only do so if we embrace the things that change nations. Let us today do so. God bless you.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa Now generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinion, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
To be present with you at this time of worship this evening. On this Monday, the 19th day of June, the year 2023, I want to share with you a message. But before I do so, I invite Katerina to read a poem which I consider to be one of the most powerful poems ever written by man. It's a short poem. Let her read it.
Fear. It is said that before entering the sea, a river trembles with fear. She looks back at the path she has traveled from the peaks of the mountains, the long winding road-crossing forests and villages. And in front of her, she sees an ocean so vast that to enter, there seems nothing more than to disappear forever. But there is no other way. The river cannot go back. Nobody can go back. To go back is impossible in existence. The river needs to take the risk of entering the ocean, because only then will fear disappear, because that's where the river will know it's not about disappearing into the ocean, but of becoming the ocean.
Thank you very much. You know, when we say of God that is from everlasting to everlasting, we mean exactly that. And those of you who are believers will find several scriptures in the Bible that talk about faith, that talk about moments of doubt. And many of them are known to you. One of them that I love that talks about faith is a conversation between Christ and Philip. When he asks of Christ, "We have seen you, now show us the Father." And Christ tells him, "But Philip, I've been with you all this while, but you still ask of the Father? The Father is in me, and I am in the Father. For he who has seen me has seen the Father. He who has seen the river has seen the ocean." The other one that I love comes to all of us in moments of doubt. It is a conversation involving Philip and Nathaniel. And Nathaniel are involved in a conversation. He said, "There is a man, he must be one of whom the prophets talked about whom Moses talked. He comes from Nazareth." Then he says, "Nathaniel, but what good can come out of Nazareth?" Many of us find ourselves in that space when our background is used against us and we doubt ourselves. And yet there is a sense in which doubt is the mother of faith. I remember when you read the Bible, it tells us that on the day that Christ himself was baptized, the Lord appeared as he was being baptized and told John the Baptist, "This is my son in whom I am pleased." But yet this very John the Baptist, when he is in prison, he is in doubt. And he sends two of his disciples to go to Christ and to ask of Christ, "Are you the one, or we should wait for another?" And Christ does not say that I am the one. He says, "Go and tell John, the lame walk, the blind see, the lepers are cleansed, and the gospel is being preached to the poor." I often wonder to myself how John must have felt, because he is then executed. And that is what brings me to what I want to talk about today: character and choices. Because the world is about choices, making choices. When you look at the Bible, it has always been about what choice do you make. You who are believers will be familiar with that famous contest between Elijah and the prophets of Baal, the 450 of them. And the contest is organized at Mount Carmel. And the prophets of Baal pray unto their God, and they are mocked by Elijah. But before that, Elijah tells the Israelites, choose you now. If God is God, worship him. If Baal is God, worship him. And many times in our lives, we are called upon to make choices, difficult choices. And we know the story of how it all ends up. The prophets of Baal pray unto their God and nothing happens, and Elijah invokes the name of the true God. And fire comes down and the sacrifice is consumed. It's about choices and it's about character. The other major choice is to be found in the book of the prophet Joshua. And you'll remember when Joshua has moved the Israelites and they are facing the Jordan, the people are confused as they are wont to be confused. And he tells them, choose you now whom you shall serve. Will you serve the gods of our ancestors that they prayed to before they crossed the river? Or you will serve the God of the Amorites in whose land we dwell? As for me and my house, I shall serve the Lord. It is a choice that must be made, but it's a choice that must be defined by one's character. Because as I talk to you now, we live in difficult and perilous times, the times about which the Bible talks about, the times about which the prophets have spoken throughout the ages. These are those times. These are the times that when Paul is writing his second letter to Timothy at chapter 3, he talks of those times. In the end days, there shall be a form of Christianity where people shall be lovers of themselves, and they shall have a form of Christianity which does not honor God. And he proceeds to say, just as Jannes and Jambres troubled Moses in the desert, so shall they do, but they shall not succeed. These are those times. These are those times that are talked about in Matthew 24:24, that in these end days that there shall arise many Christs, and they shall work wonders, and that if it were possible, they would deceive even the very elect. These are those times. These are those times of which in Paul's letter to Timothy in the book of Romans, he says that they shall be haters of God. At Romans 1:30, they shall be haters of God, and they shall be inventors of new sins. They will have committed all sins, and they'll invent new ones. These are those times. And these are the times, therefore, when we must ask ourselves, who are we? Because it is very easy to be a Christian when all is good. It is very easy to say you are hallelujahs when there is no adversities. It is very easy to say that on the 19th day of the month of June, the year 2023, I was born again. The Lord appeared unto me. When you are in the comfort of Nairobi, it's very easy to say so. But it's not so very easy to say so when you have no food on your table. It is not easy to say so when you do not know how you shall survive. It is not easy. True Christianity is only discovered when you are faced with adversity, when you have your own little Golgotha, when you have to make a choice. And that is why sometimes when I talk about character, I find great wisdom in the book of Daniel. When you read the book of Daniel in chapter 1, it tells us that in the 3rd year of the reign of Joachim, the king of Judah, the kingdom was captured by Nebuchadnezzar. And he took the Israelites as captives. And King Nebuchadnezzar then asked the chief of the eunuchs, Ashpenaz, to go into the land of Judah and select from within their ranks young men who are knowledgeable in the arts and in the sciences and in everything, and to bring them that they may come into the kingdom, into the temple, into the palace of Nebuchadnezzar, that they may be trained, that they may serve Nebuchadnezzar. And we are told that he went into Judah and picked 4 young men. One was called Daniel. The other one was called Hananiah. The other one was called Mishael. The other one was called Azariah. And King Nebuchadnezzar changed their names. Unto Daniel, he became Belteshazzar. Unto Hananiah, he became Shadrach. Unto Mishael, he became Abednego. And we know Shadrach, he became Meshach. And unto Azariah, he became Abednego. And many of us who read the Bible do not remember the names. We only remember Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And they came to be in the palace. And Ashpenaz was instructed by Nebuchadnezzar to feed the young man with wine, with meat, which you all of us would love, meat from the palace, wine from the palace. But Daniel said, I am asking you, I do not want to eat of the meat of the palace and of the wine of the palace, because they have been sacrificed to idols. And Ashpenaz said, if you do that, it shall not be good for me. And Daniel said, give us a trial for only 10 days, that you may see how we are. And the Bible says after 10 days, they looked better than everybody else. They looked better than everybody else. And after several years, they were brought before Nebuchadnezzar. And we are told that they were 10 times better than everybody else in their wisdom, in their science, in their arts, in their everything. Daniel, the dreamer, the interpreter of the dreams, Shadrach and Abednego, and they were revered throughout Babylon. But then we are told, as it is always in humanity, when you are doing well, you have no shortage of enemies. There are those who want to bring you down. There are those who want to malign you. There are those who want to destroy you. You remember, even in the case of Christ, the very same people who sang Hosanna in the highest are the very same who say, crucify him. That is life. They sing Hosanna in the highest when they think you are going nowhere. When you are going somewhere, they say, crucify him, crucify him. The history of the world is that when they are given a choice between Christ and Barabbas, the world will always say, release Barabbas. Release Barabbas. That is the nature of humanity. So Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego have demonstrated to Nebuchadnezzar that they have a gifting, that they have an anointing, that they are beloved of God, that they are possessed of wisdom that we have talked about. But then they have no shortage of enemies. And enemies are manufacturers of lies throughout the ages. They manufacture lies. They create lies. They invent lies. They malign you. They dehumanize you. They humiliate you. They denigrate you. And if you allow them to do that, then you collapse. And they hold parties about it. And some of your worst enemies are your closest friends, in quotes and quotes. That is why we sometimes say, oh Lord, save me from my friends, because my enemies I know. So it is with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So somebody looks at them and see Daniel doing very well, Shadrach doing very well, Meshach doing very well, Abednego doing very well, and they are not happy with that. And they go to the king and say, oh king, you are a great king. You must be worshipped. And they make an idol of King Nebuchadnezzar. And King Nebuchadnezzar gives a decree saying that everybody shall worship that image. And of course, they worship that image. And they have set a trap for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego refused to bow unto that image. And they are reported to Nebuchadnezzar. And Nebuchadnezzar summons them and says, I am told that you have refused to worship my image. Why? And they tell Nebuchadnezzar, we worship only one true God, and we shall not bow unto anybody. And the decree has said that anybody who disobeys Nebuchadnezzar shall be thrown into a furnace of fire. And this is the most beautiful thing that I've ever loved. They say, if you throw us into the fire, the God that we serve will rescue us. But even if he does not, because many of us only worship God when he does that which we desire. But these three young men say, even if he does not, even if he does not, we shall continue to be faithful to him. And the Bible says that Nebuchadnezzar then summoned some of the widest chested men in Babylon. And they tied the young men and threw them into the furnace. And the Bible records that as they were throwing them into the furnace, they themselves were consumed by the fire. That is how hot it was, 7 times heated over. And then a few minutes later, Nebuchadnezzar looks into the fire and he sees the young man walking majestically. And he says, but we threw in 3 young men. We see a 4th person who is like the son of the gods. You know, when I listen and read that story, it tells me about character. It tells me about character because Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah. Daniel is Belteshazzar. You change their names, but they don't object. You can change my name. You can call me anything. Call me a fool. Call me anything. But that does not change me. You can call me anything, call me a fool, call me anything, call me Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, but that is only skin deep. Because a rose by any other name is but a rose. But when you want to change the things that make sense, that define who I am, who I worship, and what I do, then I'm prepared to give my life. That is character. What are you prepared to die for? This is the question. You know, it would have been very easy for Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to say, "Oh King, you are mighty. We shall worship you. We shall with our mouths worship you, but in our hearts we shall believe in God." No. God says that if you are lukewarm, he shall spew you out. It is either him or nobody else. I do not know how many of you have watched the film 10 Commandments. There are many 10 Commandments, but there is one 10 Commandment which was in 1956. That 10 Commandment has Charlton Heston acting as Moses and Yul Brynner as Ramesses. And I always remember these words when Charlton Heston as Moses has gone into the mountain of the Lord and is up there and he is receiving the 10 Commandments. And when he is receiving the 10 Commandments and he tells God, "You are from everlasting to everlasting." And he says, "Pick me not, pick my brother Aaron, because I am slow of speech." And the Lord tells him, "It is me who is the maker of speeches. I shall make you a God unto Aaron. And whatever you do, Aaron, you ask of Aaron, he shall do unto you." And he gives him the 10 Commandments. And when he is coming up, down from the mountain of the Lord, below there is already a rebellion. Dathan, Jannes, and Jambres have told the entire crowd of Israel, "How can a man survive for 40 days and 40 nights? Let us make unto ourselves a God. Let us enjoy it ourselves." And they do. And as Moses walks down in that dramatization, he meets Joshua, who is acted by John Derek. And Joshua tells him, there is rebellion, there is an attack on the people. And Moses says, "No, that is the song of joy and dance and revelry. The people have rebelled against God." And when he comes down and he holds the 2 tablets of the 10 Commandments, Dathan appears unto him and the sons of Korah and says, "You have made unto yourself laws that you may become a king over us. We are free." And Moses says, "There is no freedom outside of the law." That is character. There is no freedom outside of the law. And the book of Daniel affirms to us that when you be a person of character, you must be a person who is prepared to face all adversity and to be prepared to die for something. Throughout the Bible, there have always been men and women of character who have been prepared to die for something, because ultimately what you are prepared to die for is what defines how you live. You know, when I read the Acts of the Apostle, there is a man known as Simon the sorcerer, or Simon Magus. You'll meet him in the Acts of the Apostles. He sees Peter performing miracles and he tells Peter, you know, he was a levitator. He could levitate, he could float in the air to demonstrate how great he was. And on that day, Peter prays and he stops him in the air. I don't know whether you have read the Acts of the Apostles, where Simon Magus is stopped mid-air when he's levitating. And then he comes to Peter and says, this thing that you have, I want to buy it. There are people who will want to buy that which is in you because they believe that you can be bought. But the question is, do you have character that will tell them, I have no value? You cannot buy me. Do you have the moral courage, the moral strength? Are you capable of being enticed by earthly things? Because today we have no shortage of people who are prepared to buy you for anything. Are you prepared to sacrifice? Are you prepared to sell your soul for 30 pieces of silver? Are you prepared
to surrender. You are all, remember, all this has been done. You remember that story when Christ himself is taken by Satan and taken to the mountain and is shown all the kingdoms present and kingdoms yet to come. And he tells him, bow before me, and all these shall be yours. But can you do it of your own will? No. You are weak. You are made of clay. You are weak. You cannot resist it. When you are properly tempted, you will fall. History has shown the fall of men because they were weak, because they avoided the right thing. Tell me, if you read the book in the Genesis, they were weak. Adam was weak. Eve was weak. Abraham was weak. That is when he is confronted, he was weak and selfish. He says, Sarah is my sister. He was weak. Samson was weak. Moses was weak. People are weak in the Bible. When they don't go to God, they are weak. Everybody is weak. Strength only comes when you believe in a power that is outside of you. And that is what character is all about. That is why when Christ is told, you are a good man, he says, who is good? But only God who is good. When you are weak in the flesh, that is when you become an instrument for God. So the choice is yours. Because today, as I said, we live in perilous times. When the word of God is perverted, you must have a discerning spirit. And that is why Paul says that when he went and he met the Christians of Berea, he liked the Christians of Berea. Because the Christians of the Berea, when the word had been preached unto them, they went back and looked at the word and said, is it true? There is no shortage of men. Even the devil himself can quote scriptures. He did on that day when God assembled the sons of God and the Son of Man. And he came and the Lord asked him, well, what are you doing? He said, I've been loitering around the world. And he told God, oh, God told him that there's a man who pretends to love you, but he does not. You tempt him a little. And if you tempt him a little, and if you take the thing that he has, then he will deny you. And he said, you go unto Job, do all the evil things against him, but do not take his life. And the things started disappearing one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one. And the friends of Job came to him one by one, telling him, oh, Job, why are you worshiping this God who cares not for you? Why don't you turn against him? And his own very wife told him, Job, why are you continuing to worship this God? But he had character. He had character and he withstood the tsunamis. Can you withstand the tsunamis? Can you withstand the tsunamis that we now face in this country and in this world? When you live in a world where the worth of a person is measured by material things, if you are a lady, we are asking you, which perfume are you wearing? Is it Donna Karan? And if you don't wear Donna Karan, we don't think you are doing very well. Which bag are you carrying? Is it Louis Vuitton? And if you are not carrying Louis Vuitton, we don't think you are doing very well. Which watch are you wearing? Is it Rado or Rolex? Which car are you driving? These are the things that are testing your character. Can you withstand all those tests? Or you will succumb. Because these are the latter-day pearls. These are the things that have been made unto us that they may test us. And if you are a man, which underwear are you wearing, they will ask? Which shoes are you wearing? Is it Tommy Hilfiger?
These are the questions. Which tie are you wearing? Which car are you driving? Is it a V8 or a Range Rover? Which gold are you going to sell or pretend to sell that you may please the other Joneses? There is no shortage of temptation, but yet you must be strong enough to say, like Alexander the Great, empty-handed I came and empty-handed I shall leave. Vanity of vanities, you must be able to say with Solomon, I've tried all these, Solomon of the Bible, of whom we say he was wise. He says in the book of Lamentation, if it is women, I had 1,000 of them, 700 as my wives, 300 as my concubines. If it is clothes, I had the most beautiful clothes on earth. I had it all, but then Solomon, the son of David, says it is all vanity of vanities. Character. Sometimes I imagine to myself on that day of judgment, when the books are opened, and all of us, we pretenders who are present in these and many assemblies, who look pious as if we are heavenly baked, on that day, when our sins known and unknown are opened unto us, and they are counting them one by one, will you withstand the test? Will you? You who are so pious, you who are giving tithe on a daily basis, oh, you who could say the hour and the minute when you are born again, you was a Bible thumping Saturday attending church on a daily basis, but you who went alone was Jezebel. Will you withstand the test? Because character is not about what you do to please us. Character is about what you do because it is good to be good and because it is divinely ordained. You can cheat us most of the time. But God says He's omnipresent and omniscient. Every act, every thought, He says, I number the hair on your head. When you are dealing with such a being, you must be very careful, extra careful. Because He knows your very act, your very thought. Before you think, He knows. And that is why we have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. And it's only by His grace. But we must make effort. In fact, sometimes I dare think, at the risk of being heretical, that on the day of judgment, we shall be made to pass on the basis of our effort. There is a column, I think, in the marking scheme of heaven, which is called effort. What effort did you make genuinely to do good in this world? And that is why I understand Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego say, the result is not in our hands. We shall do that which is good and right, but we are not responsible for the result. That is why they say, we will worship the true God, but it matters not. If He does not rescue us, He does not cease to be God. You and me, we perennial sinners, we evildoers, you and me, who are and a casino where we buy the ticket and we win the jackpot, and if we don't win the jackpot, then we blame God. We are doomed. There is no casino in heaven. There is no lottery ticket. Salvation is not a lottery ticket. No. If you think it's a lottery ticket that guarantees that you shall have a beautiful life, that when you become born again, then you are shifted into Shangri-La or El Dorado, the land of gold. No. Your life begins to be painful when you accept to do the right thing. One of the most dangerous things to be today in this country called Kenya is to be a honest man and woman. If you are honest, you are endangered. If you are truthful, you are endangered. If you want to do good, you are endangered. We have become a land where we canonize thieves and demonize saints. This is the land in which we live. We have become a country where virtue is vice and vice is virtue. We have become a country where we have turned material things into God. We worship men and we mock God. We go to church every Sunday and even to mosque and we mock God. We cite the Lord's Prayer, mocking God. We cite the creeds, mocking God. God is patient. In Paul's letter to Romans at chapter 1, verse 28 says, I shall abandon them, that they may do what it is that they want to do. Because they have become inventors and innovators of new sins. That is who we are, because we have no character. So the most defining things throughout the ages is character. If you have character, you must show it. And at critical times, even the weakest of men in critical matters, they have always shown character. When Abraham left Ur of the Chaldeans, go into the unknown, and behold, he went. Moses left the palace of the pharaohs into an unknown land, sojourned in the desert for 40 years, and he goes back to the Pharaoh and does one of the most foolish things, empty-handed. He says, the Lord my God says, let my people go by faith. Joshua goes crossing the Jordan and makes a choice when everybody else is a coward. He says, as for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. A bunch of cowards. If you ever, the disciples of Christ were a bunch of cowards. All of them. Because they thought, like we always do, that Christ has come to build a kingdom where they would be ministers. And that is how I understand the sons of Zebedee when their mother accompanies them. How many of you have accompanied our children to a government office? It's the same thing. They accompanied their sons to Christ and said, we want one to be on your left side and the other one to be on your right. And Christ says, as to who shall be on my left and right, it is not me to determine, but the Father. But they shall be. They were disappointed because they thought that this man would come and change their world. And many of us who worship God, we come to work, we come to this sanctuary expecting a miracle, that if the Reverend, my good sister Natasha, prays to you tomorrow, the doors of all jobs in the world will open unto you. No, that is for God to determine. Not her. We are instruments of God, and God has his own time of choosing. Yet we say, oh, it did not happen, and therefore God does not function. Yet this bunch of cowards who, after Christ has been crucified, they go out and they are saying, there was a man who came here, and this man came and he was crucified, and everybody goes back to their fishing. Peter goes back to his fishing, everybody goes, and one day on the journey to Emmaus, something happens. These semi-illiterates, these cowards, suddenly become totally different. And on the day of the Pentecost, something happens to them, and people are saying, what has happened to them? It is in the morning, they are drunk. And Peter says, but how can we be drunk in the hours before noon? Because alcohol was consumed in the afternoon. They are speaking in tongues, and the world was never the same again. 2,000 years, that message, whether you doubt it or not, it is alive and well. And there is no shortage of doubters. That one of the 6 sermons ever delivered by a man, Billy Graham, in 1971 in Chicago, in the United States of America. We asked, who is this Jesus Christ? And he said, this man, whom, whether you like him or not, whether when you and he says in that sermon that look at the young rich man who comes to Christ, and Christ asks him, do you want to join to see the kingdom of heaven? He says, have you obeyed all the laws of Moses? And he says, I've done all that. Then he says, there is only one thing that I want you to do. Go and sell all your things. And once you've sold them, follow me. And the young man goes dejected, and Christ then says, how difficult shall it be for a person to get into the kingdom of heaven? Character. Choose you now what you shall worship. It is temporal things, all the divine and clear things by faith. And this message has been preached and will be preached for a long time. And you who are present here today, I'm asking you to wear the spirit of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Let your name be changed. Let them call you all they want to call you. But when it comes to making a determination of what is good and what is right, tell them, I shall do that which is good and right, because it is good and right to do so, and I shall do so at the pain of death. And let what will be, be. God bless you, because he is from everlasting to everlasting.
Somebody say powerful.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards one Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and one Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by become part of this family. I love you.
And that it is, in a manner of speaking, the United Nations in microcosm. I have been asked to speak on a subject that allows me to mention a number of things. But because this is a Christian setting, I've chosen to predicate my speech upon 3 Bible verses. The very first one is to be found in the book of Daniel. And you will remember that in the book of Daniel, the story is told of King Nebuchadnezzar and how he conquered the territory that was occupied by the Jewish people. And we are told that immediately he made that conquest, he asked one of his officers to identify from within the ranks of the conquered people intelligent individuals. And the Bible records in that book of Daniel that they identified Daniel. They also identified an individual called Ananiah. And they identified another individual called Mishael, and a third one called Azariah. And the Bible proceeds to tell us that they were all renamed Belshazzar, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And there is a sense in which it is those given names that they are known by throughout the ages. And we are told that they were schooled in the arts and that they were some of the most intelligent individuals. If one were to be dramatic about it, one may say that they gained admission into the University of Nebuchadnezzar. And if one says so, that there were certain protocols to be followed once you joined the University of Nebuchadnezzar. Number one, that you are to eat from the king's table and to drink the king's wine. But these individuals were so wedded to their own conviction for their own God that they made a request of the king's attendants that they be allowed to take food that was not served from the king's table. And we are told that after 10 days, they were better than everybody else. And we are further told that on the day of graduation, when they were examined, they were 10 times better than everybody else. That is the first verse in the Bible, the first chapter in the Bible, upon which I'll predicate my presentation. The second chapter in the Bible on which I shall predicate my presentation is to be found in the book of 1 Kings at chapter 18. It is a story with which you are familiar. It's the story that gives us Ahab in the Bible and gives us one of the most notorious women in the Bible, Jezebel. And we are told that there had been no rain in that land for a long time.
if you chose not to be a Christian, they are relevant, particularly to young people and particularly to young Africans. And I'm acutely aware that there are other people who are not Africans, and that is also acutely relevant to you. Because I've been asked to talk about the time is now. And let me speak to my African brethren first. Just this morning when I woke up, I was listening to somebody who is going to be the presidential candidate in Sierra Leone, the former Director General of UNIDO. And he was wondering to himself, why is it that Africa continues to punch below her weight, economically, politically, and otherwise? We are a continent of 1 billion people, but we cannot feed ourselves. We are a continent of young people, but there is a sense in which we have no faith in ourselves. We are a continent with resources like no other continent on earth. Yet there is a sense in which we are still in the ghettos of human civilization. We are a continent which, in the words of Afro-pessimists, is a scar on the conscience of humanity. Which begs the question, what is it that we are not doing right, this particular individual? What he said, that Africa still suffers from the Garden of Eden syndrome. And the Garden of Eden syndrome is that God has placed you into the Garden of Eden and you partake of the fruits without any labor. We have forgotten that after the fall of man, there was a divine instruction: go out and subdue the world, because from the sweat of thy brow thou shalt eat. There is a sense in which the 3 books in the Bible that I talk about speak to my agenda. They speak to the entire question of choice. And let me tell you one thing. The African continent has been traumatized and remains traumatized today. Africans were enslaved. Africans were colonized. Africans claim that we gained our independence, but the neo-colonial project is alive and well. Speak to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, he'll tell you that our minds are still colonized. And that is why he talks about decolonizing the mind. Because throughout it is won and lost. And one of the things that I've discovered over the ages is that those who want to control you, the first thing that they do is to change your name. Changes his name when he wants to deal with you. When you are Abraham, he makes you Abraham. When you are Sarai, he makes you Sarah. And the very first thing that the colonialists did was to change our names, to convince us that a Christian name could only be Andrew and Mary and Jane and all these other names, that Kamau cannot be a Christian name, that Njoroge cannot be a Christian name, and we believed it. And I'm submitting, our minds are not free. I'm submitting to us that even your generation is not free. I'm submitting to us that in that book of Daniel, even though their names were and Belshazzar, there is something that they did not allow to change in them. They refused to eat meat or anything that was sacrificed to the idols. And you remember that day, which was 6 cubits high and 6 cubits wide. And they reported to Nebuchadnezzar that this young man because the Lord that we serve is going to save us. But even if he does not, we shall not bow down. And the story is then told that when they were thrown into the fire, those who threw them into the fire were consumed by the fire. But within a few minutes, Nebuchadnezzar himself said, but we threw in 3 of them, but there appears to be a 4th man who is like the son of the gods. I'm submitting to us that at all critical times in history, we have to make painful choices. I'm speaking to you Africans who are Christian, who are present here. What choices have you made? Have you made choices to run away to the United States to get the green card? Is that your choice? Have you made a choice to run away to Europe to flip hamburger? Have you made a choice to run away to go to Europe and to be humiliated at the embassies of the United States of America, Australia, and the United Kingdom? I'm submitting to us that we must change, because the divine instruction is that each one of us must make do with what we have. It cannot be right that a continent that is so blessed has our young men and women with only one ambition: to go to the United States. I know families where when wives are pregnant, they want to go to the United States that they may give birth there, that their child may be a citizen of the United States of America. The United States of America was not built by an army of angels. No, it was built by human beings. And I'm submitting to us that going forward, like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, we must make a choice. And I'm submitting to us that if your Christianity is the kind of Christianity that only appeals to your emotions and make you feel good without making you good, that is not Christianity. Because there is a variety of Christianity today that makes you feel good, but it doesn't make you good. And I'm submitting to us that we must change now, because if we don't change now, you are going to be subdued by other civilization. And as I said at one forum, and I repeat it now, there are 2 ways of being at the dinner table of civilization. You can be at the dinner table as a diner or as a waiter. Choose you now. Whether you want to be a diner or a waiter, choose you now. But even as I proceed, I have not forgotten that there is another book, that there is the battle between...
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa, Our Generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you.
I go to many churches, and there is the prosperity gospel. The gospel that tells us that the church is a casino where depending on how much you pay as a tithe or givings, then you'll get blessing. That is not the God that I worship. And if there was such a God, I would refuse to worship such a God. The God that I worship and the Christ that I follow, I remember on that day when I know our Christianity, because Paul says, I would want you to be like the Christians of Berea, because the Christians preaching the right thing, or you are preaching make good gospel. I'm submitting to us that critical moments in history, they are those confronting the people with his. He says, for how long shall you waver between two opinions? If God is God, worship God. And if Baal is God, worship Baal. I'm submitting to you that the time for choice is now. If material things are the things you want to worship, Ferrari and all these other goodies is the right thing, then you can go on. But the last time I checked, greed is insatiable. It's like drinking salty water. The more you drink, the more you want. So choose you now. You Christians and Africans shall come to the white men who are present in this room shortly. I'm submitting to us, and there is a preacher that I love for only one thing. Sometimes I think he go overboard on his love for Israel, John Hagee. And he says one thing that I love, the uncompromising message of Jesus Christ. It is the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow. So that there is no question of humoring you in the church. It is telling you as it is. And I'm saying that even as we are waiting for heaven, and heaven will come in the fullness of time, in the intervening period, we must eat. In the intervening period, we must go to school, and we can make Africa great. What pains me most is when I see young men dying in the Mediterranean Sea. You know, a long time ago, they took Africans to Europe. And I've seen the dramatization of Alex Haley's Roots. And I've seen how in Roots a young man is taken from the Gambia, Kunta Kinte. And I've seen how Kunta Kinte refuses to change his name. And they call him Toby, but he says, I'm Kunta Kinte. Ultimately, for strategic reasons, he accepts the name Toby. But he retains Kunta Kinte throughout the ages. And 200 years later, Alex Haley is able to trace his roots. But today, young Africans are going to Europe willingly to be enslaved. Is slavery by another name, because you are paying wages, you are paid wages that can barely keep you alive. I'm submitting to you here, Africa is the land of action. I'm submitting to you here that the Europeans will never respect you if you don't respect yourselves, because respect is earned, not given. I'm submitting to you that you'll never sit on the table of civilization as equal partners unless you are demonstrated that you are worthy of being a diner rather than a waiter. Choose you now what you shall do. The book of the prophet Joshua is also another book. It speaks to the Israelites. The Israelites were in captivity for 400 years. They brought Moses unto them. Moses delivered them. But at critical moments, they wanted to go back to the flesh pots of Egypt. At critical moments, God parted the Red Sea. At critical moments, there was a pillar of fire to separate them from the Pharaoh. But they still went back to their old ways. and an aging and a dying Joshua is telling them the point for making the choice is now. When we were taken away from Ur of the Chaldeans, Terah was worshipping idols. Abraham was worshipping idols. There was a change in him and he became Abraham. And now you have come to the land of the Amorites and you are worshipping their gods. Choose you now whom you shall serve, the Lord God or the Lord of the Amorites. As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. I'm submitting to us now. Choose you now whom you shall serve, the Lord whom you only serve on Sundays, or the Lord that is imminent and must be served every minute. Choose you now, as Christians and as Africans. One can go on and on, but let me turn to the white people who are present in this assembly, who are our brethren. You came here by divine instruction to evangelize Africa, but in your land, God no longer has the opportunity to operate. That is why I'm happy to see you here, because Africa now leads in evangelization, and this is how God operates. There was a time when the white man came here to evangelize. They lost God. I'm not saying that there is a godless society, but there is a sense in which when one travels to Europe, one sees cathedrals being converted into discotheques and museums. And here we are struggling to operate in a tent. How I wish that we could have the faith spoken of in the Bible, that we could uproot the cathedrals that they may settle here. But I know that that is wishful thinking, that there is no abracadabra in this thing, that I know. But I'm submitting to us that your presence here is a good thing. Is a demonstration that we are children of God, children of a God of diversity. You know, and this is very ecumenical. Some of you will be offended, but I do not care whether you are offended or not. The great Mahatma Gandhi, whom I respect, was not a Christian, but at a critical moment one day he said that he remembers one day in his homeland in Gujarat, when the person who was presiding over the service read from the Hindu Gita through to the Jewish Torah, through to the Muslim Quran, and to the Christian Bible, reading from one book to the other, as if it did not matter which book was being read, as long as. And there is a sense in which I found power in that. You do not know the whole truth. None of us. We do not know how God operates. And that is why Christ tells us, judge not lest you be judged. There is a puritanical streak that sometimes we Christians, particularly those who are born again, have. We are quick to judge contrary to the divine instruction. Let us be slow to judge. Who knows how God operates? Who knows how he does his things? Because all of you, including myself, we are so sinful that if it was by works alone, none of you are heaven bound. None of you. You may think that you are good. You may think that you are doing all good things. But he says none of you is heaven bound except by the grace of God. And if we appreciate that, then we would be very humble. But even as things unchanged now, I'm not unaware that I was asked to speak for 25 minutes. And being aware that I was asked to speak for 25 minutes lets me now move with jet lag speed in the direction of my conclusion. What is it that I've been saying? I'm saying that we who have the advantage of knowing God, we are in a unique position because we may sin, and throughout the Bible there are many sinners. I used to wonder why God said that David was a man after his heart. This man David, who took Uriah's wife, this man David, who took Abigail, this man David, who sent Uriah to be killed, this man David, of whom the Israelites sang that Saul kills by the thousands and David by the tens of thousands. I said, how could he possibly be a man after God's heart? But then I made a discovery that the man is so human, so prone to making mistakes and to sinning, but so devoted that when he sins, he goes to God with a contrite heart. And then I discovered that all of us, well, friend of mine told me not so long ago that he was at an airport in the United Arab Emirates, and there was a signpost. Whether this story is true or apocryphal, I do not know, but I'll use it nevertheless. There was a sign that said, you can leave your things here, they are safe, there are no Christians here. And the moral of the story is one that is not far to seek. We claim to be 80% Christians, and yet we are one of the most corrupt nations on earth. Where is our Christianity? We claim in Africa to be immune from all these other things. I know there are Ethiopians here, and I'm not unaware that your economy is doing well. But yet the Oromo has a problem with the Tigrinya and the Tigrinya with the Amhara. So that when the chips are down, the blood of ethnicity is thicker than the blood of Christ. I know that there are Ugandans here. And I know that there are moments when being a Muganda is more important than being an Acholi or a Teso. The blood of ethnicity is thicker than the blood of Christ. And the people whom I love, the Rwandese, are here. How can we forget 20 years ago? A people who speak one tongue. A people who live together. Husbands slaughters wives on the ground only that they labored them Tutsi. In the churches of God, priests killed. The blood of ethnicity is thicker than the blood of Christ. And one can go on and on. The only country in Africa that appeared to have been vaccinated against ethnicity is Tanzania, the home of that great man, Julius Kambarage Nyerere. They appear to have been vaccinated. But come to my Kenya. Oh, my Kenya. Oh, Kenya. Even now, as we approach the elections and you are going to make the decision, I can assure you that there'll be no change. Because the formations we have are merely tribal alliances, and if one were to be blunt about it, on one side, the Kalenjin elite and the Kikuyu elite have ganged their tribesmen and persuaded them that it's only by electing them that their circumstances will change. It will not. On the other side, there is another arrangement called NASA. This is also an assembly largely of the Luo of Kenya, the Kamba, the Luhya, and a few other tribes, and their leaders, the elite, have hypnotized their tribesmen. They cannot think nor reason. So that what we are going to have in Kenya on the 8th day of August is not an election on any issue. They'll not talk about agriculture, about education, about unemployment, the critical things. It is going to be an ethnic census to determine which formation brings together the largest number of tribes. So those of you who think there'll be dramatic change, you'll be disappointed. As I said elsewhere in Kiswahili, nyani ni wale wale, misitu ndio imebadilika. I'm saying that the monkeys are the same, the forests have changed. And if you ever doubted me, there was once a forest called COD. There was once a forest called ODM. It has now changed into NASA. There was once a forest called URP. There was once a forest called TNA. It is now Jubilee. Nyani ni wale wale.
na hulka zao ni zile zile. So you who are here, you who are Kenyans, when you go to vote on the 8th, what will you be voting for? Agriculture, employment, or modo wa nyumba? You who are from the Luo extraction, when you'll be voting Oduadu or health and education. Who will betide you? Because the question has always been, choose you now, whom you shall serve, the Lord of the Amorites or the Lord God? As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. You know, one of the things that I find painful is for anybody to tell me to vote an individual because he's from my ethnic group. It is the greatest insult. Why did I go to school? You tell me what you are going to do about education. I'm about to conclude, timekeeper. The British had an election, have an election today. Old election, which has never been seen by any human being since creation, and that God has instructed that Kenya. You listen to what is happening, yet elections are known. It's a competition of ideas. Within a few hours, tomorrow, the day after, we'll know who is the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and they'll be counting 50 million votes. In Kenya, we'll be counting no more than 10 million votes, and Africans can't count. When it comes to elections, Africans can't count. And Africans never lose elections. Africans are rigged. How can you run a continent like that? Yet we claim to be Christians. If you go to the Germans, they'll have an election, and within a few hours, you know, when you look at Europe, the reason why Europe is ahead of us, how many of you, and this is what I must conclude with, in the book of Matthew, the story is told of a businessman, I'll paraphrase it, who goes out on a long journey and entrusts his workers, one with 1 talent, the other one with 2 talents, and the other one with 5 talents. And the Bible record says he goes away for a long time. When he comes back, he goes to the one who was given 2, and he says, Lord, you gave me 2, I've worked on it, and is now 4. And the master says, good work. And he goes to the one with 5 and says, Lord, you gave me 5, and I've worked on it, is now 10. Says, good work. And to the one with 1 talent, he says, I know you. You are a hard-hearted person who likes to reap where you have not sown. And therefore I kept it, here it is. And the master says, why shouldn't you then have given it to those who are in the business of giving interest? And the Bible records, and to those who do not have, even the little that they shall have shall be taken away, and it shall be given to those who have. We have, but we don't utilize. That is why God has now brought the Chinese to take it away from us. That is why God has brought all these people to take it away, because we do not know what it is. I can go on and on, but what is the wisdom of going on and on? When it is so clear that we must make a choice. So I'm submitting to us in conclusion that this is the choice. The choice that we are confronted with is the choice that Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were confronted with. To choose to worship the god idols erected by Nebuchadnezzar, or to remain faithful to their agenda. The choice that you are confronted with is the choice
that Elijah presented to the prophets of Baal. Choose you now. Do not waver between two opinions. If the Lord is God, serve the Lord. If Baal is God, serve Baal. And the latter day Baals come in the form of cars, houses, and other earthly things. The other choice is the same one that Joshua gave to the Israelites. Choose you now whom you shall serve, the Lord whom your fathers worshipped across the river, or the Lord or the God of the Amorites in whose land you serve. As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. I'm submitting to us that you young Africans must change Africa. You young Africans must do something for Africa. Going to do it by tweeting, no. You are not going to do it through Instagram, no. You are not going to do it through Facebook, no. You are not going to do it through social media, no. The last time I checked is that you must roll up your sleeves. You must roll up your sleeves and go into the arena of action. Suffer, sweat, plant the tree in the knowledge that those who plant the tree may never enjoy its shadow. But the joy is that the planter of the tree has planted the tree. Another generation will water the tree. Another generation will prune the tree. Another generation will enjoy her shade. God bless you.
First of all, I think every African should be doing what I do, like everybody, because of who we are, right? We're African. We should love Africa. You know, when I went to South Korea, I realized that Africa is being perceived and viewed very different. I realized that, well, the media, what I see on TV, what people talk about Africa, even my friends, they don't really know about it. It's very negative. It's very negative. That was 2013, and I was like, I must change this. So I started actually there in South Korea. I started to go to schools, to like elementary school, like kindergarten, elementary, middle school, high school. I started to go there. That was like my part-time job. I went to, like in Korea, I went to every single city in Korea. I went everywhere in that country, and I was going to these schools. One day I went even close to North Korea. Like there's this one place called Paju. It's just next to North Korea. Like you see North Korea is there, South Korea is here. I went there and I went to kindergarten. These little kids, and these little kids, when they see you, some of them, they start to cry. They just see you, they say, why are you crying? So I was like, why are you crying? So they're scared. These are little kids, but that's what they have been seeing on TV. That's what, like, sometimes some of them, even their parents teach them like that. What we're trying to do is we're trying to build a new system that is for Africans, it's for us, a new system that it will support us, it will challenge authorities here in Africa, right? And it will challenge as well, it will defend and protect the image and heritage of Africa, right, from outsiders, Westerners, Easterners, and to build pretty much a new system, because before colonialism we had a different system, right? During colonialism we had a different system. After that we're still struggling with this system, right? And our forefathers like Haile Selassie, Julius Kambarage Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Kaunda, and so many others, they tried to build a new system after colonialism that unite all Africans, right?
Thank you. 10 years ago, the economic freedom fighters became a movement in this part of the world. 10 years ago, our leaders, led by the President and the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Selo Malema, sat down and determined that South Africa must take a different direction. 10 years ago, he put together many great young men and women who now bestride the South African political terrain like the fabled Colossus, organized in different formations, headed by the commissars who are here present, whom I salute, supported by the fighters on the ground, whom I salute, because in the last 10 years, you've done a great job. In the days when you started, there were those who doubted, those who assumed that you are just but a flickering flame which would disappear, but you've refused to disappear. 10 years ago, there are those who thought that you are a passing cloud. You've refused to pass. 10 years ago, there are those who thought that you are mere irritation. You have continued to irritate as you must. 10 years ago, South Africa did not know who you are. Today, they recognize who you are. I am happy to be in this land in the Cape, which as a young man I was taught was the Cape of Good Hope. And I have no doubt that there is good hope today. I am here and happy to be in the land of great Africans, some of whom are alive and some of whom are long gone. It is not lost on me that this is the land that produced people like Pixley Kaisa Kaseme, whom we never talk about. A passing cloud, you've refused to pass. 10 years ago, there are those who thought that you are mere irritation. You have continued to irritate as you must. 10 years ago, South Africa did not know who you are. Today, they recognize who you are. I am happy to be in this land in the Cape, which as a young man I was taught was the Cape of Good Hope. And I have no doubt that there is good hope today, and we shall talk about that Cape of Good Hope. I am here and happy to be in the land of great Africans, some of whom are alive and some of whom are long gone. It is not lost on me that this is the land that produced people like Pika Kaseme, whom we never talk about as often as we should. And as I talk to you today and talk about EFF, I cannot forget that in the year 1906, in the United States of America, that Pixley Kaisa Kaseme said that we must regenerate Africa, and regenerate Africa we will. This is the land that produced to the world and to South Africa Albert Luthuli, who came and played his part. This is the land that produced Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, that great man of whom we never say much, of whom when he was asked, he said the only race in the world is the human race. That man came out of this land. I cannot forget that this is the land that produced Bantu Stephen Biko, whom we never mention as often as we should. I cannot forget that this is the very same land that produced Winnie Mandela, that great woman that we never talk about. Oh, I cannot forget that this is the land that produced Albertina Sisulu. I cannot forget. I cannot forget that this is the very same land that produced Chris Hani. I cannot forget. I cannot forget that this is the land that produced Nelson Mandela. I cannot forget. I cannot forget that this is the land that produced Solomon Mahlangu. This is that land. I cannot forget that this is the very same land that produced Tiro Ngopote. I cannot forget. And I cannot forget that this is the very same land that has produced Floyd Shivambu. Oh, I cannot forget. I cannot forget that this is the same land that has produced Dr. Ndlov. I cannot forget. I cannot forget that it's the very same land that has produced Veronica. I cannot forget. I cannot forget that this is the very same land that has produced one of the hottest ions in Africa today, Julius Selo Malem. So today, as we are gathered here today, we must ask ourselves, and what is the state of our continent? What is the state of Pan-Africanism? I remember so very vividly in this land, in this South Africa, in this land where one of the greatest crimes ever committed by man was unleashed, the crime of apartheid. In this land, there came men who, in their misguided view, took the view that the black man was the child of a lesser God. They introduced one of the most egregious crimes ever known to man. They committed crimes of man's inhumanity to man. For many years, this land suffered under the yoke of apartheid. But you are not alone. Before that, the African was subjected to slavery. Our kith and kin were taken away into different parts of the world. They were taken away to Europe. They built Europe. They were taken away to the United States of America. They built the United States of America. They were taken away to the Caribbean. They built the Caribbean. Then after slavery had lost its lust and attraction, they pretended to ban slavery. But it came again in a different form. and sitting in Berlin in 1884 and 1885, those same diabolical peoples divided our continent into little pieces. They came here. The Dutch were here. They went to what is now Namibia. The Germans were here. They went to Angola and Mozambique and Guinea-Bissau and Cabo Verde. The Portuguese were here. They came to Nyasaland. They came to what was then Rhodesia and Zambia. And they went to Kenya and Uganda and Ghana and Nigeria and Sierra Leone and Gambia. The British were here. Then the French also came. They were here. They went to Dahomey, now Benin, to Togo, to Cameroon, to Cote d'Ivoire, to Senegal, to Mauritania, to Algeria. The French were here. The Italians were here. They came to Somalia. They went to Libya. They were here. The Belgians were here. They went to Congo. The Spanish were here. They went to Sao Tome and Principe. They were here. The Belgians, of course, and the Germans went to Rwanda and Urundi. They were here. All of them were here. And what they did was to remind us, if we needed reminding at all, that they were here to stay. They abused us. We fought against them wherever they were. The Mau Mau fought them in Kenya. They fought them in Tanganyika. They fought them in Ghana. And we defeated them and we started regaining our independence. I can still hear those immortal words of the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah on the 6th day of March 1957 in Accra, Ghana, telling his Ghanaian peoples that the independence of Ghana means nothing if the rest of Africa is not independent. I can hear the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah convening a meeting in 1958 and telling Africans we must unite now, because if we don't unite, we will be manipulated. Nobody listened to the Osagie. I can hear the Osagie for once again in 1916, Casablanca, Morocco, accompanied as he was by King Idris of Libya on that day. In their presence was Ahmed Sékou Touré of Guinea. In their presence was King Hassan of Morocco, reminding Africa once again that we must unite. But they listened to him not. I can hear the Osagie for again on the 24th day of May 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, telling the 32 heads of states gathered in Addis Ababa, we must unite now. We must have one army. We must have one currency. We must have one foreign policy. We must be united. And I can hear the Osagie for saying, I do not want to be the leader of that country. I simply want unity. And I'm saying that we must live here with one united government. They listen not to the Osagie. And you know, they did not stop there, because their diabolical and subterranean hands were alive then. No sooner had we regained political independence, as we were celebrating our new national anthem, as we were celebrating our new flag, as we were celebrating our new mottos and slogans, the neo-colonizer was alive and well. Independence, as we were celebrating our new national anthem, as we were celebrating our new flag, as we were celebrating our new mottos and slogans, the neo-colonizer was alive and well. In 1961, they had taken out Patrice Emery Lumumba. I can remember that famous letter of Patrice Emery Lumumba written in 1961. One day, even if you kill my body, Africa shall write our history. Today we are here to write that history. As they took out Patrice Emery Lumumba, and in 1963 they took out Sylvanus Olympio in Togo. I can hear Sylvanus Olympio say, "Take me out," but Africa shall not be taken out. I'm here to remind us that Africa shall not be taken out. They did not stop there. In 1966, they took out the Osagie for Kwame Nkrumah and took him out of power and thought that they had finished the Osagie-Fo. And I can hear and read the Osagie-Fo writing from Guinea in Conakry say, Africa shall never be enslaved again. We are here to remind them that we shall never be enslaved again. And they did not stop there. They went to Nigeria. And Nigeria, they took out the government of Nnamdi Azikiwe and Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. And they thought that they had finished Nigeria. They did not, because Africa can never be finished. They did not stop there. They went to Mali and they thought that they had taken out Modibo Keita, and they thought that Mali would not be taken out. They did not take Mali out. They did not stop there. They went to Algeria and took out Ahmed Ben Bella, and they thought that Algeria would be taken out. They did not take Algeria out. But the neo-colonial project is alive and well, because even as that was happening, South Africa was still under the yoke of the apartheid regime. And I can hear the words of the great South Africans at that time as a young student. I can still remember the words of O.R. Tambo. I can still remember from Angola the words of Agostinho Neto. I can still remember the words of Eduardo Mondlane and Samora Moises Machel. I can still remember the words of Sam Nujoma and Andy Mbahaman Toivo ya Toivo from Namibia. I can still remember. And ultimately, you succeeded in removing the organ, the monster that was apartheid. In Zimbabwe, I can still remember Joshua Nkomo and Robert Mugabe, and they removed that monster that was the Ian Smith regime. But the question is, once we remove them, what did we do? This is the question. You know, when we remove them, we make unto ourselves many promises. We promise unto ourselves heaven, but sometimes it appears as if the devils in heaven conspired and delivered hell instead of heaven. So that the story of Africa is a story of missed opportunities. We sing our national anthems as we should. We fly our flags as we should. We have our slogans as we should. But yet, we have fallen short of the expectations of both God and man. That is why, when I look at Africa today, sometimes I feel sad. And many are those times when I see young Africans from the Gambia, from Burkina Faso, from Chad, from Nigeria, from Ghana, being humiliated in Tunisia, being humiliated and dying in the Mediterranean Sea. I feel sad. I feel sad when young Africans are humiliated in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. I feel sad. I feel sad when young Africans are humiliated at the embassies of Western countries. I feel sad when young Africans play lottery to become citizens of the United States of America. I feel sad. I feel sad when young Africans think that grass is greener on the other side. I feel sad. I feel sad when the white man comes here and humiliates us. I feel sad. I feel sad when the Chinese come here and humiliate us. I feel sad. I know not whether you feel sad with me, but I'm inviting you to feel sad with me. I feel sad when our continent is abused by other civilizations. I feel sad. But for how long shall we merely feel sad? For how long shall we lament? For how long shall we mourn? For how long shall we agonize? For how long? This is why I understand the economic freedom fighters. This is why I'm here with you to celebrate your 10th anniversary. This is why I think you are doing the right thing. Because 10 years ago you made the correct diagnosis. You made the correct diagnosis. You discovered that they gave us the crown without the jewels. You discovered that they gave us an empty vessel. You discovered that political freedom in and of itself is empty. You discovered that you cannot, in the words of Martin Luther King Jr., ask a person with no legs and no boots to lift himself or herself by the bootstraps. You recognize that. You discovered that we must rediscover ourselves, that we must re-educate ourselves. You discovered and gave meaning to those famous words of the great Nigerian singer, Femi Anikula Pokuti, when he said, "Teacher, don't teach me nonsense because we have been taught nonsense for too long." You discovered and said it as he did, Carter G. Woodson, in 1933, that we had been miseducated for too long and that we ought to re-educate ourselves. You discovered with my countryman Ngugi wa Thiong'o that we must decolonize our minds. You discovered with Chinua Achebe that we have been divided and things are falling apart. That is why you are here today. So we are here to celebrate, because celebrate we must. We are here to commemorate, because commemorate we must. But we are here also to remind our enemies, and there is no shortage of them out there. There is no shortage of them. They come in the thousands, they come in the millions. But history has taught us and is teaching us always that we shall triumph. Oh, we cannot fail. We cannot afford the luxury of not failing. Oh, we cannot. I hear our enemies saying that we are saying too much. We will continue to say we have not talked enough. And if they wonder why we are saying what we are saying, let them go even to their holy books. And we are told in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God. We are giving meaning to the Word. And all those of them who are Muslims will be reminded that the very first thing that the angel Jibril told the Prophet Muhammad is Iqra, read. And he read and he made a speech, and we are making the speeches. We will continue to talk, but we will also act. So we are here today that there may be a wedding between our words and actions. Here in South Africa, there are many doubting Thomases. Oh, but they are reducing by the number. They are reducing because when they watch the EFF in the National Assembly of South Africa, they are reducing by the number. They are reducing by the number because when they watch the EFF, they do not only see courage, they see passion, and they fear courage and passion. But we must instill fear in them, because it is only when they are fearful that they will begin to give way. And when they begin to give way, then we will begin to conquer new territory, because new territory we must conquer. You know, this continent, you know, this South Africa, which has given birth to the EFF, is the anchor of the continent of Africa. This South Africa is the southernmost tip of the continent of Africa. This South Africa is the fulcrum of Africa. This South Africa will be the place that will give good hope to the continent of Africa. This South Africa of EFF is the one that is going to economically regenerate Africa. I remember In 1980, Africans sat in Lagos, Nigeria, and they came up with the Lagos Plan of Action and said, under the Lagos Plan of Action, that Africa was going to economically regenerate herself. I remember them saying that Africa will trade with ourselves, that Africa will buy our own gold, that Africa will trade with our own cocoa, that Africa will produce our wine, that Africa will produce and consume our uranium. The Lagos Plan of Action did not succeed. But is it not true that failure or apparent failure is the mother of success? If it is true, we did not give up. Because I remember in 1997, on the 6th day of March, to be exact, that great African, that great Tanzanian Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, speaking in Accra, Ghana, on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the independence of Ghana, said, I remember he said that a few years ago, we doubted Kwame Nkrumah when he talked about unity. We must now apologize to Kwame. He was right, we were wrong. But we have now recognized the mistakes that we made. We will meet many challenges, but of all the sins that we can commit, there is a single sin that we must never commit: the sin of despair, the sin of giving up. EFF is the representation of our failure, refusal to give up. You know, on that day, Mwalimu said, every generation has a role to play. My generation is the generation that led the struggle for independence. Your generation must now fight a different battle, the battle of economic emancipation. And that is the battle that we are here to fight. And I remember once again, this land is in the business of producing good men and women. In the year 2013, you produced yet another woman, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. And you gave her the task of being the chair of the African Union, and she wrote a letter to the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah. Said, Osagyefo, we ask for your forgiveness, and that is how we came up with Africa Agenda 2063 and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Under those documents, we are promising ourselves that Africa shall be economically emancipated, because we cannot allow ourselves to be under the tutelage of the International Monetary Fund. We cannot, and we must not. We must not allow ourselves to be slaves of the World Bank. We must not. We must not allow ourselves to be told who our friends are and who our enemies are and what we should and should not do. We cannot be the tail that is wagged by the dog all the time. The time has come that we must do the things that are in our best interest. And that will only happen when we are economically emancipated. She who pays the piper calls the tune. For too long, we have not paid the piper. We must now pay our piper that we may call the tune. EFF, you are now telling us how to pay the piper. You are now telling us that going forward, we must now economically emancipate ourselves. We cannot be a continent whose greatest claim to fame is that we are in the business of borrowing. We have borrowed for too long. We've been abused for too long. And the time, therefore, is now for this spirit of the EFF to spread. 10 years ago, when my good friend Julius Selo Malem and his comrades in arms sat somewhere here in South Africa, and the revelation was given unto them was economic emancipation. It was a revelation. And they said that we must have economic freedom in our lifetime. This idea that economic freedom is a pie in the sky that we only dream about is without basis. We can get it now. We cannot be a continent where our economies are dominated by the smallest proportion of the population. We cannot be, and we must not be. And economic freedom fighters are urging you that we must now be in the business of spreading this message to the rest of the continent. I'm now urging you, my good friend Juju. I'm now urging you and your comrades in arms. This spirit must now spread. This spirit must have a foothold in Johannesburg, it must. Or it must have a foothold in Maseru, in Lesotho, it must. Or it must climb up to Mbambane in Eswatini. Or it must go to Maputo in Mozambique. Or it must go to Windhoek in Namibia. Or it must climb up to Lilongwe in Malawi. It must go to Lusaka in Zambia. It must go to Luanda in Angola. It must go to Kampala in Uganda. It must go to Hargeisa in Somaliland. Oh, it must not stop there. It must go to Nairobi in Kenya. It must go to Dodoma in Tanzania. No, it must not stop there. It must go to Kinshasa. Oh, it must go to Bangui. Oh, it must go to Lomé. It must go to Cotonou. Oh, it must not stop there. It must go to Juba and to Addis Ababa and to Asmara and to Sudan in Khartoum. It must go to Cairo. Oh, it must not stop there. It must go to Tunis in Tunisia. Oh, it must go to N'Djamena. It must go to Ouagadougou. It must go to Nouakchott. It must go to Accra. Oh, it must go to Monrovia. Oh, it must go to Rabat. Oh, it must go to Algiers. It must go to Monrovia. It must go everywhere in Africa. This spirit must go there. It is only when that spirit is present in every part of Africa that we shall shake Africa. When it is there, we shall no longer have visas in Africa. No, we shall not. Oh, when it is there, we shall no longer have the rand. Oh, no. We shall no longer have all these currencies. There shall only be one currency, and we shall be economically liberated. Oh, it shall happen, and it must happen. Because if it doesn't happen, we will not allow it to happen. You know, sometimes there are those who think it cannot happen. Oh, but they are mistaken. They are mistaken because I remember those words of the great Ghanaian James Emmons Kwejiragri. And I remember the little story that he used to tell. The story of the chicken and the story of the eagle. And Kwejiragri used to tell us that there was a chicken farmer. And that this chicken farmer had chicken. And that one day, some of the chicks wandered into the wilderness. And when they came back, there was amongst them the chick of an eagle. And he fed them on chicken feed for a long time. And one day, a naturalist came and saw the eaglet and said, "This is an eagle amongst chicken." And the farmer said, "Yes, it is an eaglet. But we have fed it on chicken feed for too long. It is no longer an eagle." And the farmer said, "No, Or the naturalist said, no, once an eagle, always an eagle. And he tried to put it on the palm of his hand and it refused to fly. And the poultry farmer said, I told you, it was once an eagle. We have fed it on chicken feed for a long time. It has lost its eaglehood. It has acquired chickenhood. The naturalist came back and said, let me try again. And he put it on the palm of his hand. And it flew away. And he turned to the farmer and said, I told you, once an eagle, even if you feed it on chicken feed, it will remain an eagle. Oh, they thought that they had fed it on chicken feed. We are, and we shall sow, and we shall be economically liberated. And when we are economically liberated, we shall be equal with everybody in the world, if not better. And we and tell South Africa and the world that the next 10 years are the 10 years of total liberation. The next 10 years are the years of liberation. You know, we have complained for too long. We are not going to complain anymore. We have agonized for too long. We are not going to agonize anymore. We have moralized for too long. We are not going to moralize anymore. We have philosophized for too long. We are not going to philosophize anymore. We have intellectualized for too long. We are not going to intellectualize anymore. We are going to act. And that is why we are going to give meaning to those famous words, Amandla, Gawetu, Amandla, Gawetu, Maibuye, Africa, Africa, Viva EFF, Viva EFF, Viva, Viva. God bless.
Ayacho. Chuchuskokele, yini chuchuskokele, awe chuchuskokele, ayochona malanga, ayochona malanga, ayochona malanga. Ayochona malanga, ini chuchuskoke.
Hello, family. Thank you so much, guys, for being here for today. And it has been a long, man, almost 10 hours. I know we have been enjoying the stream. So yeah, I think it's a time to rest. So thank you so much for being here for today. One thing I can say, don't forget to like this video. Don't forget to share this video with your friend so that we can spread the message all over the world. And also don't forget to drop your comment. And yeah, so guys, thank you so much. And I think this is for today. I appreciate. I was asking if there is anyone who wants to join the stream and say anything before we wrap up the session, because we've been having a long day for today. So if there is anyone who wants to join, the link is on the link is on the comment section, so you can click the link, or let me share it here again. If there is anyone who wanna say anything, depending on the message of today, please, the link is here. Join me right now and speak up on your thought. Let me know what you wanna say. Yeah, I'm very tired. I've been here for almost 10 hours. 10 hours. So family, thank you so much. Keep appreciating for you always for being here and for your support. Keep insisting, like, don't forget to like the video. Don't forget to share and to drop your comments. So yeah. So I think there is no anyone who wanna join right now. Let me say bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Hey guys, 93% of people who are watching our channel, Swahili Nation, have not yet subscribed. Only 7% of the viewers in this channel have subscribed. What does that mean? It means a lot of people are coming in this channel to watch videos, but they do not want to be engaged, to be a part of this family and to support this movement and what we're working for towards One Africa in our generation. So my request to all of you guys, if you really like our content, you like what we're doing here in Swahili Nation, please do me a favor and subscribe to this channel. Don't do just that. Turn on the notification button. Don't stop there. Like the videos we share. Share with your friends. Leave your comments, your opinions, so that we may actually interact in the comment section, know what is happening. If you would like to support us even more financially, you can join the Patreon. The link is below. And also you can join us and become a member of this family. So please, guys, do us a favor. When you subscribe, when you like, when you share, you help us to reach to as many people as we can. We want this world to be filled with the positive message about Africa and One Africa, and we want the message to go all across the world. So help us by becoming part of this family. I love you. A journey to One Africa.
Why do I love Africa? I love Africa because I'm African. There is no one else to love Africa except me. There's no one else to protect Africa, to defend Africa, except me, because I'm African. It's my pride, it's my heritage, it's my nature, it's in my blood. I have African blood in me. We might be speaking different languages, we might be like wearing different clothes. Today I look like Habesha here. We might be eating different food, but the fact that you're African and I'm African, I love you. You know, when you go abroad, nobody call me Tanzanian. They call me African. And whatever I do, they don't say Mika did this. They say African, that African guy has done this and that. So I represent Africa. You represent Africa. We represent Africa. That's the reason why we're here today. That's the reason why we should love one another. That's the reason why we should protect one another. That's the reason why we should stand for one another. Because if you fail, I fail. If you don't have peace, I don't have peace. If you die, I die. And if you survive, I survive. And that's what we need. We need people who will love Africa with everything they got. Because out there, nobody loves Africa. And it's my responsibility. It's our responsibility to love Africa, to defend Africa with everything we got. Thank you so much.
We love you, Mika.
I really appreciate that. My contribution goes to the African solutions to African problem. I think, it's almost impossible to have African solutions to African problem if we are not united. We are not one Africa. For so long, for example, we have been wanting the seats at the United, Security Council, and these guys, they're not taking us serious because, in fact, we are not really one. I speak to youth all the time across the continent of Africa, and I'm not going to mention countries, but, some of us, for instance, I am from Tanzania, right? But some of us, our parents are teaching us that, you are from Tanzania, you are Tanzanian, and they are African. Some people have been growing up in an environment like that, believing that they are Tanzanians, but they are not Africans. That's just for instance, right? And so in order for us to have this African solution to African problem, I think the first thing we need to focus on the unity of, one Africa. And how can we get that? Yes, we already have organization African Union, but I think we need something better than that. We need to give our people, African people, the sense of unity for us to feel like we are united. Today we have these different parts, like northern part, eastern part of Africa, southern and east. And sometimes it's difficult when you want to try to go to the other side of Africa. And how can we give each other the sense of African unity? My suggestion is just one thing, that we already have an organization from African Union, and we have 55 different countries, member states, of this organization. Why don't we have African Union passports? I can have my Tanzanian passport, you can have your Sudanese passport, but we can also have African Union passport. Once we do that, I'm pretty sure that it will give us a sense of that unity. Like us as Africans, when we meet, maybe outside of Africa, or when I go to different country, I see my another Libyan brother right there, he's having like African Union passport. It gives me a sense of us being united together. And when we move forward to start demanding things, start demanding for respect, demanding for seats, these people, they will take us serious because they see that we are actually serious when we talk about African Union and African unity, because we are taking steps. My brother there, he's spoken about, the central bank, African central bank. All these are different, things that we can actually agree. We already have an organization, and, I don't see any problem of us to have the single identity representing us through African Union passport, all of us together, to remind us of our unity, and so that we may continue to fight all these battles that we are facing every single day. Thank you.